Mr. Gard. Bajen un poco el... Mr. Gard.
Hello, yes, I can.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry for the delay to get back to you.
Right, okay, so everything is fine.
Okay, super great.
Okay, take care.
We hear your work. Take care. Thank you.
Yes, one question I have to ask is,
Yes.
should I leave my picture up or should I turn on my camera? I'm trying to save bandwidth.
You turn off your camera right now. When you
It's
make
off.
your intervention, your camera is off right now. We just see
Yes,
your picture.
Right. Okay.
When you make your intervention, you might try to turn it on. And if the bandwidth is not too good, then we just turn it off.
Sure. Okay. Fair enough.
Oh.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
We can see you.
¿Quién va a hablar primero?
¿Tenéis el programa ahí?
Mira, dice John Agar.
Sí, yo lo acabo de probar.
Tengo piñala, previa.
Buen día, embajador Carazo.
Hola, muy buenos días. Ahora ya estoy instalado.
Muy bien, lo escuchamos muy bien.
Qué bueno, qué bueno. Saludes.
Saludos, hasta luego.
Gracias.
en especial los gobiernos, parlamentarios, académicos, sector privado y la sociedad civil.
Buenos días, Presidencia de Costa Rica.
Buenos días.
¿Podemos hacer una prueba de cámara también, por favor?
La cámara está prendida, entiendo.
Ah, perfecto. Y audio, perfecto.
Ok.
Muchas gracias.
Entonces el presidente se...
Hola, buenas. Hubo un pequeño inconveniente, pero este es el audio y video de Presidencia de Costa Rica.
Perfecto, muchísimas gracias.
Con gusto.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a la cuarta reunión del Foro de los Países de América Latina y el Caribe sobre el desarrollo sostenible. Bienvenidos, buenos días a todas y todos quienes nos acompañan. Vamos a proceder a la ceremonia de inauguración y me es grato cederle la conducción a la presidencia del Foro de los Países sobre el Desarrollo Sostenible en la persona de Adriana Bolaños Arrieta, Ministra de Relaciones Exteriores y Culto ahí de Costa Rica. Ministra Bolaños.
Muchas gracias. Muy buenos días a todos y todas. Tengan ustedes la más cordial bienvenida a la ceremonia de inauguración de la cuarta reunión del Foro de los Países de América Latina
the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development, organized by the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, activity held under the chair of Costa Rica. Today, we have here Mr. Carlos Alvarado, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Her Excellency Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Munir Akram, President of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, and Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Pakistan to the United Nations in New York, Mrs. Pilar Garrido, Minister for National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, Mrs. Adriana Murillos, Ambassador of Costa Rica to Chile, Mr. Rodrigo Carazo, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica to the United Nations, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Mario Cimoli, Joint Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Mr. Luis Yáñez, the Secretary of ECLAC Commission. We also greet the ministers of the countries that are with us here today, national authorities responsible for implementing the 2030 Agenda, and the permanent representatives to the UN and the UN agencies, funds and programs, representatives of intergovernmental agencies, representatives of the civil society, academia, the private sector, and ECLAC employees. Good morning, everyone. To begin this opening ceremony, we will be addressed by Her Excellency Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Mrs. Mohamed, the floor is yours.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Alvarado, our honorable ministers, the President of ECOSOC, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends. It is indeed an honor to address the opening session of the fourth meeting of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development. I would like to thank His Excellency, President Carlos Alvarado of Costa Rica, for hosting this meeting, and I commend Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena for convening this critical forum. We meet at a time when the COVID-19 crisis continues to test every country in the world. The people and economies of Latin America and the Caribbean have been hit particularly hard. With only 8.4% of global population, the region has reported 27.8% of the global COVID-19 deaths, more than 700,000 to date. The pandemic also threatens to generate another lost decade of development progress in the region, undermining our collective plans to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals. The crisis is expected to produce the worst economic contraction in the history of the region, adding to structural gaps, including stark inequalities, low productivity, high unemployment rates, and weak social protection systems. Those in rural areas, indigenous people, Afro-descendants, migrants, refugees, and youth who were already at a disadvantage before the crisis are seeing their prospects further hampered. The COVID-19 pandemic has also erased decades of progress towards gender equality. But we have also seen countries across the region implementing rapid responses through unprecedented fiscal and social measures. These efforts have saved millions of lives and prevented many from falling into poverty. And today, there remains much we can do to stave off further damage and use the recovery to reignite the Sustainable Development Goals. Looking ahead, I would see 5 areas for action. First, I would like to reiterate the call of the Secretary General for COVID-19 vaccines to be a global public good available to everyone, everywhere, now. The COVAX facility is our vehicle for facilitating equitable access, but we are many months away from having sufficient doses to achieve adequate coverage. Global manufacturing of vaccines must be at least doubled, and the COVAX facility must be fully funded through global and regional solidarity. This requires sharing excess doses through COVAX and a greater sharing of technology and know-how with manufacturers around the world, particularly in the LAC region, which does have this capacity. This is a matter of fairness and self-interest. Second, financing is critical. The global community must fully support middle-income countries and small island developing states where debt and climate change vulnerability are closely linked. As part of the financing for development in the era of COVID-19 and beyond, the Secretary General is urging an expansion of the G20 Debt Service Suspension Initiative and the Common Framework for Debt Treatment. Innovative mechanisms, such as the Fund to Alleviate COVID-19 Economics proposed by the government of Costa Rica, the Debt for Climate Swaps Initiative, and the Caribbean Resilience Fund should also receive institutional support. Third, making peace with nature. The United Nations has proposed a blueprint to align policies on COVID-19 and climate action. We need a transformative recovery encompassing key sectors such as renewable energy, sustainable mobility and tourism, digitalization, healthcare, manufacturing, the bioeconomy, and the circular economy. Fourth, we need to build an equal future where women can take their rightful place in society. Excellencies, upcoming international conferences offer opportunities to help shape our common future, including the Generation Equality Forum with its first meeting in Mexico from the 29th to the 31st of March. The High-Level Political Forum in July, the Food Systems Summit and the High-Level Dialogue on Energy in September, COP15 on biodiversity, and COP26 on climate in the final part of the year. Latin America and the Caribbean has much to offer in these global convenings. This is the region that has helped birth the Sustainable Development Goals. The challenges of today require this type of bold leadership. Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean can help the world anchor the recovery from COVID-19 in the longer-term promises of the 2030 Agenda. This year, 11 countries of this region will also present their voluntary national reviews on the SDGs. We encourage them to use these reviews as an opportunity to raise ambition and engage an even broader spectrum of stakeholders to expand ownership of the 2030 Agenda. In September, the Secretary General will also convene the annual SDG moment, and we encourage those conducting voluntary national reviews to attend with clear plans for leveraging the recovery to get the goals back on track. Fifth, let's make the most of repositioning of the regional UN development system, which has put us on much stronger footing to support member states. Our reforms started to bear fruit in 2020 in support of the response and recovery efforts of COVID-19. In 2021, we must continue deploying the full potential, know-how, and policy expertise of our regional assets in support of countries and UN country teams. Excellencies, the challenges ahead are significant, but Latin America and the Caribbean has the capacity to drive transformative change over the next decade. The United Nations will remain your steadfast partner in this pivotal moment in building a better future for all. I thank you.
Muchas gracias, señora
Thank
Mohamed.
you, Mrs. Mohammed, for your words. The challenges are many, but we do have a capacity to overcome them. We would now like to recognize Mr. Munir Agram, President of the Economic and Social Council, ECOSOC, and Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Pakistan to the United Nations, New York. Mr. Akram, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, President Carlos Alvarado, President of Costa Rica, Your Excellency, Ms. Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Ms. Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Your Excellency, Rodrigo Corazzo, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Costa Rica. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to begin by thanking His Excellency President Carlos Alvarado of Costa Rica and the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Ms. Alicia Barcenas, for inviting me to speak to this forum. Your meeting is taking place at an important inflection point in world history. Today, every nation is struggling to recover from the worst health, economic, and humanitarian crisis in a century, induced by the COVID-19 pandemic. The first order of business must be equality in the distribution of and access to the COVID-19 vaccine. It must be available to each and everyone, rich or poor, as soon as possible. Else, the virus will roam and return. Excellencies, while no one has escaped the catastrophic impact of the virus, the poorest countries and the poorest people have suffered the most. Due to their special circumstances and vulnerabilities, the Latin American and Caribbean countries have recorded the sharpest economic contraction of 7.7%. Exports have fallen by 13%, and 2.7 million firms, mostly small and medium-sized enterprises, have closed down. Latin America and the Caribbean is also the most indebted region in the developing world, with an average 70% debt to GDP ratio. Excellencies, to respond to and recover from the impact of the current crisis, the international community must mobilize the financing required by the developing countries. In ECOSOC and in other forums, there is an emerging agreement on a number of actions that need to be taken. First, debt relief. In early April, at the dawn of this crisis, my Prime Minister, Mr. Imran Khan, proposed a global initiative on debt relief as the quickest way to provide fiscal breathing space to the developing countries. The G20's debt service suspension initiative was welcome, but it needs to be expanded. Only 3 LAC countries have participated in the DSSI. The DSSI should also be extended until the end of the COVID crisis. The private sector, Excellencies, which holds a large part of LAC's debt, should be brought into the debt suspension and restructuring exercise. The G20's debt framework should be elaborated and utilized to restructure debt on a case-by-case basis and to build the architecture for sustainable debt management. Second, many least developed and middle-income countries require additional liquidity to invest in recovery from the crisis. The advanced countries have injected over $14 trillion into their economies for this purpose. The developing countries, which need about $4.2 trillion for COVID recovery and SDG achievement, do not have access to the reserve currency to create such liquidity. The creation of a new special drawing rights and redistribution of unutilized quotas from richer to the developing countries will be critical to provide liquidity to the developing countries. My Prime Minister proposed the creation of 500 billion SDRs last September. It is gratifying that the US Treasury Secretary recently recommended the creation of 500 billion new SDRs, which could generate 56 billion of new money for the LAC region. Likewise, the proposal by Costa Rica for the creation of a multilateral fund to alleviate COVID-19 economics, or FACE, can provide significant avenues to overcome the liquidity crisis for developing countries and to build back in a sustainable manner. I hope this proposal will be accepted in the FFD outcome document when we meet next April, as well as by the IFIs. Similarly, the proposal for a liquidity and sustainability facility proposed by the Economic Commission for Africa deserves international support. Thirdly, significantly larger concessional finance must be mobilized for the developing countries who are in need. The poorest countries cannot afford to take on new debt. The 18th IDA has allocated around $30 billion in concessional finance. I believe this should be doubled at least. And donor countries must finally fulfill the promise to provide 0.7% of their GDP as official development assistance. Regional and sub-regional financing institutions should increase the level of capitalization and adopt more flexible criteria for lending to the poorest countries. Fourthly, we must halt the illicit flow of trillions of dollars out of the poorer countries to havens, mostly in the richer countries. Stolen assets should be returned expeditiously and unconditionally. The 14 recommendations of the Panel on Financial Accountability, Transparency, and Integrity, FACTI as it's known, should be endorsed and implemented. Fifth, if we are to build back better and transition to a sustainable global economy and keep global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius, it is vital that the pledge of the advanced countries to mobilize $100 billion annually as climate finance must be fulfilled. Investing in sustainable infrastructure, which impacts 92% of all SDGs, is vital to ensure the transition to a sustainable global economy and to prevent a climate catastrophe. I have proposed the creation of a public-private facility for sustainable infrastructure investment under the auspices of the United Nations to help developing countries bridge the existing sustainable infrastructure investment gap. Finally, Excellencies, we must address the systemic inequalities which have been exacerbated by the COVID crisis and ensure a sustainable and resilient recovery. It is past time to address the structural obstacles which expand inequality and impede global growth. We must build equitable trade, taxation, and technology regimes and enable the developing countries to unshackle the potential of their peoples for sustainable production and consumption. The countries of the Latin American and Caribbean region and ECLAC, their organization, both have a vital role in promoting such a transition to a more equal, dynamic, and prosperous world. I thank you, Excellencies.
Agradecemos la intervención del señor
We want to
Munir
thank the presentation of Mr. Munir Akram, President of the Social and Economic Council, ECOSOC, and Ambassador and Standing Representative of Pakistan to the United Nations in New York. We will now give the floor to Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC. Alicia, my pleasure to greet you. You have the floor. Thank you very much and good morning, everyone. I would like to highlight and particularly greet President Carlos Alvarado. Allow me to express, Mr. President, my profound gratitude to you and the people of Costa Rica for the commitment shown to this Economic Commission by holding this fourth meeting of the forum with multilateralism and the principles of solidary international cooperation. Through you, I would like to thank all your team that has played a great role. Of course, dear Foreign Minister Solana, Vice Minister Christian Guillermet, and our dear moderator Adriana Bolaños. I would like to also greet Minister Pilar Garrido, Adriana Murillo here, and Rodrigo Carazo in New York. I want to thank all your team. I would like to specifically highlight the presence and truly the great commitment of our Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, whose strong commitment and dedication to our region and her fight for more equitable liberalism, I deeply thank. My deep gratitude to Ambassador and friend Munir Akram, President of ECOSOC, for being here, sharing this meeting with us, and his very interesting proposals. Dear authorities and representatives of the member states of ECLAC, dear ambassadors, I want to thank the participation of our colleagues, directors of agencies, funds and programs from the UN and international organizations, as well as our dear resident coordinators of the United Nations and the region. Dear representatives of civil society, academia, private sector, which form part of the identity of this forum, for it to be an effective platform of a multi-stakeholder and participative nature. Your collaboration has been indispensable in the architecture of this meeting, both in its convocation as well as in its contents. Dear colleagues from ECLAC, friends all, please receive a very brotherly virtual welcome to this fourth meeting of the Forum of the Latin American and Caribbean Countries on Sustainable Development. 5 years ago, you, the member states and Mexico City, entrusted us with the challenging task of articulating a space of regional exchange where to express, facing the 2030 agenda, the accents and particular characteristics of Latin America and the Caribbean. Today, in the midst of the unprecedented crisis hitting the world and particularly our region, we're reivindicated as an indispensable space to hear from you, our principles, the emphasis, learnings, the challenges in front of the COVID emergency, and your thoughts about the decade of action, as well as reflections to take to the coming high-level political forum to be held July this year. Friends all, this meeting occurs in the midst of the most severe crisis of the recent decades, with profound effects in health, social, environmental, political, and economic aspects. COVID has amplified severe structural problems of the unsustainability of the development model of our region. Our region presents inequalities that are crisscrossing: informality, mediocre growth, low productivity, insufficient export diversification, limited fiscal space, loss of biodiversity, and growing environmental deterioration. Pandemic has caused the worst economic contraction in 120 years. We've fallen 7.7% of GDP last year, and the COVID crisis has had a very strong impact on the labor market. The unemployment rate has reached 10.7%, adding 44 million persons. Poverty and extreme poverty have reached, by 2020, levels that had not been seen in the last 12 and 20 years, respectively. We estimate by 2020 the rate of extreme poverty was positioned at 12.5%, reaching 78 million persons, and the rate of poverty reached 33.7% of the population, attaining 203 million persons. Informality is one of the serious problems of the region because more than half of the labor force does not have any sort of social protection. Poverty is greater in the rural areas and particularly affects children, adolescents, indigenous people, and populations of African descent. Mr. President, with your Vice President, Lexi Campbell, we've done major efforts to make the problems of the populations of African descent visible. But the crisis, above all, has the face of a woman. As our dear Mina Mohammed just said, because the generalized drop in employment and the exit from the labor force has most intensely affected women, workers, informal workers, the youth, and the migrants. 2020, we had a very strong exit of women from the labor force in order to cater to the demands of care in their households and could not resume their search for employment, generating a delay of more than 1 decade in the progresses achieved by women in labor participation. That is why we have called to advance towards a society of care, not only an economy of care, but a society of care in which we care for the planet, we care for persons, we care for those who care for us, and that we care for ourselves, and that we try to attain universal social protection. This is the basis of what we call sustainable transformation with equality. It is an urgent change leading to civilization. Inequality defines a region. In 2020, the income Gini inequality increased to 0.9% as compared to the previous years. We have had great achievements, but starting 2014, we started to deteriorate. Pandemic also unveiled gaps in digital connectivity, essential during this crisis. More than 42 million households have no internet connection. This has affected more than 46% of our boys and girls that during 2020 could not have a remote education. So we have called to invest 1% of GDP in a basic digital basket to have universal digital connectivity. And I would like to tell you that the minister from Chile, who presides our regional conference on women, has started a partnership, a coalition for the universal digital inclusion of women, and Mr. President Costa Rica, Uruguay, and Chile have joined in. We will start with these three countries. Friends all, these figures are a call of attention to the region and the international community on the risk of not attaining the goals of the 2030 agenda in the medium and long term. Even before the pandemic, the trends and compliance were not encouraging. So, vis-a-vis the decade of action launched by the Secretary General Antonio Guterres and by you, dear Amina Mohammed, it is clear that the region needs to bet for strategic sectors that favor the generation of inclusive employment, sustainable investment in infrastructure, technology, innovation, and to stimulate green transformation, which is low in carbon. We have identified 8 sectors that we believe may stimulate the progress of the SDGs and sustainable recovery. First, transformation of the energy matrix towards renewable energies. Mr. President, you have a decarbonization program 2020-2050. So important. It is an example for the region. Second, sustainable mobility. That is, how do we go to the cities with electromobility, hopefully. Third, digital universal inclusion, and of course, advance to greater digital innovation. Fourth, the health manufacturing industry. That is, we need to produce our own medications, our own pharmaceutical products, and the vaccines of the future within the region. We cannot continue to depend from abroad for that. Fifth, bioeconomy, solutions based on nature. We have proven that the recent Eta and Iota hurricanes would have been reduced 30% had the mangroves been preserved in the coastal areas. Six, to value and expand the economy of care. We need to invest. It's not possible that women should carry over their shoulders the economy and the care for unpaid care. Seventh, circular economy, central, instrumental to go into a new industry of recycling, and of course, sustainable tourism. We cannot go back to where we were before with the great extractivism of our beauties, natural beauties, and Costa Rica is a great example of that. In 2020, we've made a follow-up of the measures and policies adopted by the countries of the region. And one of the most valuable sources have been the 35 voluntary national reports that 24 countries have presented to the high-level forum. This year, 11 additional countries will present their national voluntary reports. And in this forum, for the first time, we have 1,200 persons registered who want to hear how the countries are working in spite of the complexity faced by our economies. This is an indication of the tremendous commitment our region has with the 2030 agenda. So here we will listen to their experiences, measures adopted, lessons learned, and of course their challenges. If the countries had not adopted measures, if you, the governments, had not invested in the social transfers, poverty would be much higher. 2020, 263 social protection measures were implemented, attaining 49.4% of the population, reaching them approximately 84 million households, 326 million persons. And what did the region invest? 1.25% of GDP. And with that, it was possible to ensure that poverty, instead of being 230, was 209 million. And instead of 98 extreme poor, we have 78. These are not good news still, but we, at least you, the government, managed to alleviate the increase in poverty. ECLAC thus urges to continue with emergency transfers for the vulnerable sectors, at least during 2021, and hopefully in the midterm, guarantee universal social protection, fiscally sustainable central pillar of a welfare state. But to that end, it will be necessary to advance to new social and fiscal compacts. How difficult it is to negotiate fiscal reforms in our region, but it is the only way to advance to equality in terms of pandemic and to guarantee health, food safety, education, and digital inclusion, because these dimensions, health, feeding, education, and now digital inclusion, are essential components of an efficiency inequality. If we do not get that, our equality and our economy will be inefficient. Mr. President, you have expressed the challenge of funding for sustainable development and put upon the table this concrete initiative called FASE, totally in tune with the urgency of the middle-income countries to count with international funding in more favorable conditions and to respond to the urgent need to count with liquidity to face the challenges imposed by COVID-19. I will stop to say that FASE has 4 characteristics that need to be highlighted. It is a modest-sized fund. We're not talking of major funds. We're talking about $516 billion, which are equivalent to 0.7% of the GDP of the developed countries and 3% of the GDP of the low and middle income countries. Second, talk about concessional loans regardless of the level of income of the countries, with a term of 50 years, a period of grace of 5 years, and an interest rate close to 0. No conditionalities. This is very important. It imposes no monetary, fiscal, no structural conditions. I believe that we need to stimulate this phase initiative related to the vehicle of special purpose proposed by Africa. It's 2 different measures. Africa is more linked to the private sector, FASE rather linked to the public sector and the multilateral bank, but I believe that we can find dialogue between both initiatives to empower both initiatives.
And this is urgent because all spending and issues that countries have had in trade and growth have increased external debt. In our region, we have a level of debt of 79.3% of GDP, which means that Latin America is the most highly indebted region in the developing world. But most serious, aside from debt, is that this is a region that must focus more debt servicing in relation to their exports. 57% of what comes in exporting goods and services to debt servicing. That is the issue. And the other major issue is asymmetry in relation to climate change. We only emit 8.3% of greenhouse gases, but 50% of the population in the Caribbean lives below 5 meters above sea level, very exposed to natural disasters, together with Central America. We, under the auspices of Costa Rica, Ambassador Carazo, we have proposed concrete action to financing for development, redistributing liquidity, undoubtedly emitting $500 billion in the special withdrawal rights, the PACE initiative, facing foreign debt with a relief of 12% in Caribbean countries, capitalizing our development banking, especially at regional and sub-regional level, and carry out a reform of debt architecture at multilateral level, including the risk rating enterprises that have downgraded 13 countries in the region during the pandemic. And of course, expanding innovative tools, bonds, hurricane clauses, bonds linked to SDGs and climate change. Friends, the response to the crisis must be accompanied by action to correct the unsustainable course of action. We propose discussing this roadmap that places sustainability and equality, and above all, resilience as core issues. We will, in the next session, be presenting a document called In Building a Better Future, actions to strengthen the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. With audacity, we will be making proposals related to the major drive towards sustainability, providing evidence to these 8 strategic sectors. We need to recover policy and the role of a democratic state. But this will not be possible if we do not overcome contagion, equitable access to vaccines. And that is why the international community must support us, doing away with access barriers to environmental technology and vaccines, fomenting innovation, proposing a world declaration on development in relation to the Doha Declaration regarding intellectual property rights, creating a voluntary common fund in terms of patents. That is what our region needs, because uncertainty, perplexity produced by the pandemic have reminded us painfully of the need for collective action. The idea is to overcome nationalism, bilateral approaches, and to reinvigorate a regional response, a concerted response that gives us public goods and that closes the major gaps in relation to vaccines. And that today we are facing a pandemic. We are prone to the law of supply and demand more than ever before. And that is why today what we need is solidarity over coming central hoarding. We know that the 2030 Agenda must be seen as the basis, the grounds for recovering the concept of citizenship, multilateralism as irreplaceable for the production of public goods. And in these harsh times, the truth is that we are part of the first generation in relation to this uncertainty that has changed our life. We are the first human generation in almost 100 years that faces a challenge such as this one, the first one in the history of humanity to address a pandemic that is truly global, everywhere at the same time. And that is why, and in these circumstances, I would dare close this intervention by paraphrasing the words with which the author of the play, Albert Camus, when he received the Nobel Prize in Stockholm 6 decades ago, said, "Undoubtedly, each generation believes destined to rebuild the world. Mine knows, however, that is not possible. But the task is perhaps even greater. It is to prevent the world from undoing a generation around it and restore, based on bitter concerns, a little bit of what today is the dignity of living or the dignity of dying." Thank you very much and welcome. Thank you very much, ECLAC Executive Secretary, for your words. We're sure that this forum will be a time for the region to review its strategies identified by ECLAC that will allow us to continue having the 2030 Agenda as the backbone of our efforts towards recovery. And to conclude, I am pleased to offer the floor to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Mr. Carlos Alvarado Quesada. President, the floor is yours. Thank you, Chancellor, and I would like to thank Amina Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the UN, for being here. This is a clear show of not only her interest and of the Secretary General in our region, but also their commitment towards our development. And also greet Munir Akram, President of ECOSOC, and Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Pakistan to the UN in New York. Thank you also very much for being here And also, I would like to thank dear Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and dear Alicia, it is always delightful and motivating to listen to you. Your words fill us with hope and the desire to continue working together. And I would like also to take this opportunity to greet our Minister of Planning, Pilar Garrido, and Adriana Bolaños, our Vice Chancellor, Cristian Villarmet, our Vice Chancellor, Adriana Murillo, our ambassador, and Ambassador Carazo, as well as our Chancellor Solano, who is on a working trip, and the entire team that's made it possible to hold this activity, as well as all ECLAC staff, but above all member countries and their teams and representatives, because this meeting makes sense in the measure that as a region, Latin America and the Caribbean together, we may see, identify our challenges, the challenges that today we may find solutions to together as a region face these difficulties. That one of the most difficult times that as a humanity and Latin America and the Caribbean we face. It is only together with putting the best of us into this may we come out of this. And we're facing difficult times of accelerated change, and that the world today is so very different to the world when the Sustainable Development Goals were devised, but far from departing us from the horizon, but together we determined as the international community, the current challenges should drive us to fight even more zealously than before to leave no one behind. The realization of the economic, social, and cultural rights of our people, particularly the most vulnerable groups, has been hit very strongly. And the fourth report on the regional progress and challenges based on the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, Latin America and the Caribbean, what's the core of this is what is at risk. How not to reflect now within the framework of ECLAC, the pandemic has revealed the very deep structural gaps that are affecting our societies. As Alicia said, inequality, poverty, the weakness of so many health systems and social protection, labor precariousness, financial exclusion, the technological gap, precarious urbanization, inequality between men and women. These are only some of the factors that have made the impact of the pandemic having dug so deep, a crisis without precedent in our region and the entire world. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the high level of debt and the scarce fiscal space have restricted the possibilities of our states to respond even better to the health crisis and intervene on time in order to support our people, especially those most affected by the consequences. The situation for countries with a major component in the economies in the tourist sector and the what all this implies has been severely affected on account of lockdowns and restrictions to mobility. We've seen it in Costa Rica, we've seen it in the Caribbean. And in addition, many territories within our region, particularly the Caribbean and the Central American Isthmus, we must deal in these difficult times with vulnerabilities that existed from before, such as those related to climate change. And in this context, our concern should not be only in terms of what's urgent, short term. Undoubtedly, the first response to the pandemic has been tremendously important, and we continue to make efforts in this field, and we require international cooperation in order to move ahead in recovery. But we cannot give way to the temptation in the urgent need to respond to the pandemic. And we cannot do this at a high price We must invest not only in the present, but the future, achieving sustainable solutions, always thinking of the most vulnerable. As was said in the position documents in the past period of sessions, building a new future, a transformative recovery with equality and sustainability, reducing gases that lead to climate change and that we saw during the pandemic is not something provisional, but it's insufficient. We must address the COVID-19 pandemic as a sign of increasing human pressure on the planet's ecosystems. The pandemic, the economic and social consequences, the crisis of the loss of biodiversity, climate change, these are all interconnected challenges. Our systems for production and consumption have reached a limit that they lead to serious consequences, both for people and the planet. The time is running short. And in this sense, today we are at a crossroads that requires a very deep transformation, a change in paradigms and a structural change in to our development model that ensures a health and safe home where we can live and also our future generations. What is at play here is our survival as a species, our culture as Latin American, Caribbean, and this is our responsibility as a generation to rebuild towards that future in a better way. As we have done so far with regard to the pandemic, the new normal must be truly new. And it is necessary for us all to update our nationally determined contributions, recognizing the common responsibilities, but differentiated and the respective capacities in the light of the different national circumstances, but also reflecting our very high climate ambitions and the sense of urgency required by the most vulnerable populations. We also need to redirect public and private investments in coming years in a direction of carbon neutrality and bringing together will so that the international community, and particularly developed countries, may form a common front in order to mobilize the resources necessary to support countries that are seeking to comply with or meet the Sustainable Development Agenda and the Paris Agreement. It is only in that way that this will be possible. We want a modern economy, green, emissions-free, resilient, that, as our own decarbonization plan says, but this must also be inclusive without leaving anyone behind based on the respect of human rights and gender equity. That is why it is necessary, aside from strengthening our social security systems, we must reduce technological gaps, encouraging innovation, improving the relevance and the quality of education, and access to capacities and opportunities and resources in all corners of the region and for all people. The lack of opportunities and access to quality education, as well as new capacities required in this fourth industrial revolution, and an important part of the people in our region, restrict the possibilities of creating economies with productive and green jobs, of innovating and successfully competing in this new context. Institutional and personal transformations towards the digitalization that we've already embarked on may be channeled towards the creation of greater capacities in people and a greater added value in our production, increasing the productivity and at the same time preserve the ecosystems and services they provide. My dear friends of the region, my dear guests, the global architecture is also facing times of disequilibrium and tension, but we're convinced of the value of multilateralism solidarity, and international cooperation are the only real way out to this crisis. International organizations must redirect to play the role for which they were created, to serve the needs of people in times of great suffering and loss, such as this one. But for this, and for this to be true, we must maintain our regional voice, united, firm, having a positive impact on the rearrangement of world order and the new rules. We already have a consensus only on the needs of the region with regard to the pandemic on account of coronavirus in the political declaration on sustainable, inclusive, and resilient recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean, adopted the last period of sessions. And we agreed on the need for audacious measures, agreed on with which to face the impact of the pandemic, among others, universal and timely access to diagnosis, therapies, medications, and vaccines of quality that we recognize as a global common good, as well as the necessary technologies, new multilateral coordinated loans at a large scale for the pandemic of at least 10 points of global GDP and access to concessional financing, even via new financial tools and funds, such as the Fund for Alleviating COVID phase, and low-cost loans to open up fiscal space, the extension of measures to relieve the burden of debt in our countries, the extension and redistribution of liquidity of the international financial system, including the use of special drawing rights, the adoption of a climate and environment sensitive approach for recovery, as well as speeding up the catalyzing role of digital technology and digital inclusion for everyone. During this forum, we will also agree on conclusions and recommendations for meeting the 2030 agenda. The international system must adopt quick and effective measures to support the most vulnerable people during this crisis, including the middle-income countries.
Extraordinarios.
These are extraordinary times, so we need extraordinary responses, effective, that they happen. It is time to start the operationalization of those responses. Let's take the concerns and proposals of the region to all the global discussions with the strength of our joint will and conviction, especially to the high-level political forum, as well as to the high-level meeting on international architecture of debt and liquidity. Only generating new paradigms of development and social contracts that are democratic jointly, that are more inclusive and greener, we can overcome this crisis and find a more humane and solidary world. I would like to thank each one of you. Thank you so much, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado Quesada. This way, we call to order the fourth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. Thank you so much to each one of the participants. Before we continue with our agenda, I would like to say that the President of the Republic needs to leave, so we want to thank him for his presence and participation. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for being with us. Have a good day. We will continue then with our agenda with a cultural virtual intermission, with which we would like to share part of what our country, Costa Rica, is. The presentation was done by the Cartago Concert Fund. I must say that each one of the provinces of our country has a cultural band, such as the one that we will have the pleasure of now listening. Please go ahead.
hemos visto que hay éxito en este proceso. Pero es que antes vacunas, vacunas para vacunar su población y que en realidad urge una solidaridad internacional y regional. Y además porque también se liberen las patentes para que los países puedan producir vacunas son las políticas públicas que necesitamos para conectar la emergencia en primer lugar, la protección social. Eso está clarísimo. Obviamente, aquí hay una insuficiencia de las empresas monetarias pobreza y desigualdad. Así es de que ese es un tema que este año tendremos que abordar. Y el otro gran tema que se está planteando es la importancia de la sociedad. Hasta ahora se ha hablado de la economía, pero no se ha y por supuesto vamos a entonces, la protección social universal
Muchas gracias a la Banda Cultural de Conciertos de Cartago por esto.
We want to thank the Cartago Band for this cultural act. Ladies and gentlemen, now in our agenda, I would like to bring up for the approval of the delegates the provisional agenda for this meeting, which was distributed electronically by the Secretariat. So you have the document LC/FBS.4/1 ref.1, which has been elaborated by the Secretariat according to the provisions contained in Chapter 2 of the LAC regulation entitled Provisional Agenda, document that I would like to put up for your consideration. If there are no comments, we take the document as approved. I would request a virtual applause for this moment. Thank you very much. We will continue with the first point with the second point in our agenda of the agenda we just approved. So I invite the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena, who will be presenting the report on the annual progress according to what was stated in paragraph 8 of Resolution 700 from Mexico. On this occasion, she will be presenting the document Building Forward Better, Actions for the Strengthening of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, fourth report on the progress and the regional challenges of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean. We thank Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, for the presentation we will now be receiving. Thank you so much, dear Vice Minister Adriana Bolaños. We've actually prepared a document. Obviously, it builds on the one we did for the period of sessions that President Carlos Alvarado referred to. On this occasion, it's called Building Forward Better, Actions to Strengthen the 2030 Agenda. So now I immediately go on to say that, well, what we see is that there are challenges to the decade of action, a world in crisis with slow growth, with inequality, environmental emergencies, a health crisis which is unprecedented, which is sharpened by the inequality and by this asymmetry in the geopolitics of vaccines. The region faced this pandemic with serious prior structural problems, which has increased the risk of not attaining the goals of the 2030 agenda, and its comprehensive nature is at risk. The strategy for a decade of action then must be realistic, must be based on progress made, recognize implementation problems, and be in line with the transformative recovery. So we propose great stimulus for the sustainability based on the 2030 agenda and its 17 goals. We have seen, of course, that the pandemic has hit economies and societies with structural problems. We have a crisis of multilateralism today, more significant than it's ever been. Then is to come with international solidarity. We have structural gaps, as we have mentioned, but particularly the concentration of wealth. The wealthier 1% concentrates practically 99% of our wealth. Social fragmentation, health services, protection, distrust, which has led us to social unrest and new global challenges that we didn't have. And for our generation, these are major challenges such as climate change, loss of biodiversity, technological revolution, and migration. The health crisis. We have included a specific chapter on the health crisis and the region, and we have seen with great concern that our region, the crisis has led to 718,000 human lives and 22.7 million of cases. And we estimate, based on our calculations and the demographic forecast, that there is excess mortality and the reduction of half a year in life expectancy. We have lost half a year in life expectancy, and the risk factors of our regional age, sex, it's affecting men more than women, poverty, overcrowding, and our fragmented and unequal healthcare systems, and no doubt women on the front line of the crisis. Crisis of care, no doubt, and here we see the deaths, the new accumulated deaths, and we see that we are the developing region which has been the most affected in the health crisis. And the truth is that the policy responses to face the pandemic have been very complicated. We've made an analysis in this document of what restrictions were placed by the countries, physical distancing, what resources have been allocated to the healthcare system and to reinforce income. But I would say that today's big topic that was clearly mentioned by President Alvarado is advances in vaccination. We need to guarantee vaccination for all, and we have made an assessment, well, obviously it's updated every day, of what is the supply of the labs producing the vaccine and what is the hoarding that been done by the developed countries. And this will depend, and it depends on the financial capabilities and the negotiating power the countries have to obtain them. And it will depend on infrastructure, logistic, and primary healthcare services. Those countries with the primary healthcare center caring for primary health with systems, those will be the ones that will fare best. But no doubt, in our region, we're very far still from being able to attain equitable vaccination. So we sincerely believe that obviously this pandemic has affected us significantly from the economic, social, and environmental aspect. And here I will give you just a few examples. First, the culture of privilege. We believe that is the backdrop. We've always said it, and I repeat it today, because there is a disappointment, there is a disillusionment, there's a breaking point in the continuity of a model associated to decades of low growth, to wealth concentration, to environmental deterioration. And today, more than ever, these asymmetries from the center and the periphery, institutions that replicate the behavior of agents with greater economic and political power, the rentier tendency based on the ownership of natural resources and financial economy, and that culture of privilege, which is inherited from the colony that makes hierarchies, inequality, and discrimination natural, and I would say causes great disparities to the access of the fruits of progress, productive assets, and political deliberation. And this pandemic, with this backdrop, and with the health problems, has undoubtedly amplified the structural problems. What's in store then? Another lost decade, unfortunately. 2019, we had a profound drop of minus 7.7%. This year, we believe there will be a rebound. Some institutions are more optimistic than others. We say it will be 3.7, but not even with that rebound will we be able to truly go back to the levels of activity of 2019. Early 2024, if we grow at the pace we did in the last decade of 1.8, and if we do so at the rate of the LAC 6-year, which was 0.3, it will take us 10 years. 10 years. So that's the backdrop. And another example that I do not want to leave behind, because today we have many countries of our dear island states of the Caribbean with us, multiple vulnerabilities in the Caribbean. I believe that the people from the Caribbean issue 0.3% of the emissions. That's too much to say, but more than 80% of the population of the Caribbean lives below 5 meters above sea level. Great vulnerability to climate change, high dependence on food, decline in tourism, very strong, 64% drop in the 8 months that we have measured, and extremely high debt levels and payments for debt service. So the Caribbean is an area that we must prioritize. And the crisis and the pandemic are increasing the risk of the re-primarization and hindering the possibilities of diversified industrialization. The Deputy Secretary General has said very time that we must watch the goals that will help us to industrialization. One of them is SDG 9. But look here, if we simply measure what has happened with industrial production of groups of sectors and this impact, according to the intensity of the expected impact, look there, the productive sectors of industrial production, the most affected are the ones that are technology intensive. There we see technology intensive sectors which have been affected strongly, 40%. More than 50% is significant, that is 90% of the problems. When we go to natural resource intensives, it's been less important. That is why we're worried that the price of raw material, plus the fact that these sectors have been less affected, well, it will lead us to a re-primarization of our economies once again. We're worrying about the labor-intensive industries, no doubt, and we believe that we need to assign priority to employment, productive employment. And at the graph at the right, it's very clear that the natural resource intensive sectors are the ones that have suffered the least in some selected countries such as Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico, whilst the labor intensive and technology intensive sectors have been the most affected. We also value and we see that there is a strong deterioration of the labor market, SDG 8. The labor market, ILO, that has worked so much with us. We worked together with them on ILO and the basic aspect social protection. But look, 10.7% unemployment 2020, high levels of labor informality, 54%, only 47.2% of the employed persons are affiliated or contribute to pension system, and only 60% are affiliated or contribute to some health system. And the great losers are women. Women are the ones who have lost space in their participation rate. Women's participation rate dropped from 52 to 46%. Now, if the participation rate of women were similar to that of 2020, which was a rate that was very interesting, 9.6, we would have an unemployment rate of 22%. Women are disillusioned in terms of searching for jobs, and it is because they have the burden of care in their minds. unpaid, of course. And the limitations, well, these are just an example. The document is filled with examples of where we are and what we need to do. But one of them is digital technologies, the penetration of mobile broadband that reaches 70%, but fixed only 14%, which is where we need greater download capacity. 1/3 of the population has no access or limited access to internet. 46% of the children between ages 5 and 12 live in homes that are not connected, and they could not do remote education. 42 million unconnected households, and half of these 42 million are in the two poorer quintiles. 77% of them are in rural areas and 33% in urban areas. And look why it's so relevant. The number of online companies was tripled, but only 21.3% of those employed can work. Only 3% in quintile 1 and 70% in the wealthier quintile. That's where the gap is. That's where inequality resides. And of course, there have been policy responses that we also want to highlight, and they are highlighted in the document. Fiscal policy. There has been a significant fiscal expenditure, 4.3% of GDP, state guarantees 2.5% of GDP, supporting health, income, productive capacity. And there's also been monetary policies, even unconventional, with a very specific instruments and social and non-contributive social protection of 1.25% of GDP that has reached 84 million households, 326 million persons, with an investment of $86 billion. And here, the interesting thing is how much of the population has been covered. In Latin America, the Caribbean, 49.4 has received some of these monetary transfers or in goods. And Latin America, 60.8%. Here, I'd like to highlight the governments of South America that have provided these transfers to 66%. Central America, Mexico, Haiti, Dominican Republic, 54, and the Caribbean a little less, because also their fiscal capacity is lower. Emergency transfers, I said it in the inaugural speech, but here it is presented graphically, that the number of persons in poverty would have been 230 million, that is 37.2, without transfers, and we have instead 209 million, 37.7 with transfers. We could reduce poverty, and extreme poverty, instead of being 15.8, is 12.5. That is, instead of 98 million, we have 78 million, continues to be very high. The Gini index changed 5.6% higher than in 2019. With adequate policies, we measure in the document something very interesting, and it is what has the impact of this crisis been on emissions.
And we see that they have come down, the emissions, with COVID and without COVID. But with COVID, emissions have come down, and here we see the BAU scenario that includes the pandemic. And also here we have mapped how do we meet the nationally determined commitments, conditional and unconditional. But the pandemic has opened up a window of opportunity, a window of time, so that we have 3 to 4 additional years to make these investments and meet the nationally determined commitments, the conditional ones, and 6 to 7 years for the unconditional ones. There is a window of opportunity. Not everything is that bad. The pandemic has put the integrality of the 2030 agenda at risk. There's no doubt about it. We here in this document, we're presenting, I would say, something very original, and that is 177 series. We've measured 110 indicators, 86 targets of the 17 SDGs. And this is the balance. In the document, you can see the full details, but the balance is that of the 177 series, in 56 of these, the targets were met or would be met with the current trend. For example, we're in the trend towards access to electricity, a lower mortality rate in those under 5. It has come down, and we've already almost met the target. Enrollments in higher education. So there are targets that, yes, we have met. We must recognize it. 56, where we've identified that the trend is right, but insufficient to achieve the target. For example, food, investment in R&D, and people in marginal neighborhoods that is so clear with the pandemic, and those that where we are on an open setback, unemployment, and consumption. We're still very consumption-based, and greenhouse gas emissions have not fallen sufficiently. But we're encouraged to see that the majority in almost all countries have mechanisms for the implementation and follow-up of the 2030 Agenda. 31 countries in the region do have mechanisms for coordination for implementation. But of course, we still need participation in planning for the formulation of measures with which to respond to the pandemic. So these people, these institutions that are working on the 2030 Agenda should be very actively involved in the response to the pandemic. We have a regional observatory for planning with ILPES that has identified modalities used by the countries in order to territorialize the SDGs. And the truth is that in 2021, there are 57 open government plans totaling 1,156 commitments. So this information is at your service so that you also to look at them and tell us whether what we have collected with regard to your countries is correct or not. Countries have appropriated the 2030 Agenda. Please look. We do have countries that have presented their voluntary reports for the third time. And in fact, our region has now completed 35 reports, regional voluntary reports, VNRs, and 11 of these will be presented this year. Very, very important. Here we pointed out the countries that have presented the first in gray, and those that have done a second examination in orange, and those who presented the third, who are for the third time going in 2021. And on the right, we have showed how many local voluntary examinations there have been. That is, how many of these include actively the reports on localities. And now here, a very quick glance, but look, here there are countries that have reported for the first time from 2016 through 2021, and those that are going for first, second, and third time, for you to take a look at this in detail and see how we're doing. But what's missing? Well, is there commitment? Yes. Is there institutionality? Yes. But what's missing? What's missing is that the 2030 Agenda be truly appropriated by the economic and social actors, and that should be linked to growth and employment drivers, and that offers redistributive outcomes. And that, of course, we should link this to financing, especially of the gaps in middle-income countries, linked to a progressive fiscality, so that we may tie this to public budgets and public and private investments. And of course, that we must close investment gaps, data security, and change the conversation with the civil society and the private sector. The risk is indifference. The risk is indifference. And you've said it, my dear Deputy Secretary General, you spoke of the global risk at global level of the indifference. And that is why we must move from indifference to solidarity. And the transformative recovery with different policies and paradigms, where we believe that there must be a virtuous interaction between the construction of a state of a welfare state, production, quality employment, and this cannot happen again. The region only produced 44% 4% of the medications and vaccines linked to the pandemic. We must do this better. First of all, equality as an ethical principle, a necessary condition for recovery. Equality is not the result of growth. Equality is a necessary condition. It is indispensable for economic efficiency, industrialization, and productive diversification, with formal employment, with rights, with innovation, with regional markets, in order to reduce the external restrictions, the balance of payments, investment, and technical change for decarbonization and protection of nature. And one of the, I would say, most audacious but possible proposals is that we must link growth and just redistribution. This is absolutely necessary in order to eradicate poverty by 2030. Yes, it can be done. Poverty in the region, 37.8%, we've already said this. If we transfer a poverty line of the wealthiest decile to the poorest, beginning with 1.5% of GDP, increasing 0.5% points per year up to the certain figure in 2024, we could stay at that level, achieving a Gini of 0.4. Here we made two scenarios with a rate of growth of 2.5 and another with a rate of growth of 4%. But the two rates of growth can only achieve this and put an end to extreme poverty, at least beginning with extreme one, 12.7. Beginning there, in order to achieve or to go eradicating poverty in the region. This is urgent, and that is why we believe that a rate of growth either of 2.5 or 4 could create formal employment, and this could reduce poverty. Now, these sectors, we've already said, energy transition to renewable sources, sustainable mobility in cities, digital revolution, universalizing access, healthcare, manufacturing industry, please, bioeconomy, biological resources, and natural ecosystems, valuing the care economy, putting investment in infrastructure, wages, men and women, in the care society, the care economy, circular economy, and very soon we need to recover sustainable tourism, better tourism, more friendly, of course, with environment. But all of this will, of course, require expansive fiscal policies. We know it, strengthening income and international financing. So for this to be sustainable. But first, we need to expand fiscal space, there's no doubt, do away with evasion and avoidance, rethink tax spending, progressive tax reform, including taxes on the digital economy, and make micro, small, and medium-sized enterprising and emergency income priorities for investment and public spending, and redistributing liquidity. We've already said it in the previous segment, a new emission of 500 billion special drawing rights that would give the region 56 billion, a relief of 12% of public debt in the Caribbean. This in order to create a resilience fund, a fund to relieve the economy faced with $516 million, that is adjusting graduation criteria, and above all, having multilateral agreements to reduce tax evaluation and illicit flows as proposed by the FACTI report that has just been published last week. And the truth is that at the center of all this, I cannot but mention this vaccination. And at the present pace, my dear friends, the region will not achieve herd immunity by 2021. Some countries, 4 at the very most in 2021, start of 2022, another at about 7 in 2022, maybe. And the great majority will not achieve this even until 2023 if we continue at the current vaccination pace. So what should be done?
Strengthen the mechanisms of regional coordination to acquire vaccines with the support, of course, of the Pan American Health Organization. Pan American Health Organization is the one implementing in a region the COVAX initiative, and it is the one that has in its hands a vaccination fund where we should resort to. Support PAHO is fundamental. Of course, an awareness campaign for the population that does not want to get vaccination and negotiating with countries that will have surplus vaccines. an exchange of information about the best practices in the vaccination process, and of course, flexibilization of intellectual property right regimes. And finally, I believe that the message of this talk, the central message is sustainable development as an alternative to two tendencies that need to be avoided. We need to avoid this in the next decade of action, which is inertia. We cannot go back to the pattern of development we had with slow growth, inequality, and mounting environmental social problems. We cannot. Two, fragmentation of the economy as a result of geopolitical rivalries and growing conflicts that threaten peace. No, either. What requirements increase institutional and state management capability, and why? To build compact with society, with you, dear colleagues from civil society, with the private sector, promoting internal democracy and multilateral cooperation at the global level. What challenges do we have? Investing in the long term versus responding only to the urgent short-term demands. Let's connect the short with the midterm. Let's invest in the long term. Recover employment with growth in a framework of rapid technological change, and place the technological revolution at the service of the care of the environment and inclusion, and particularly shift our consumption patterns towards sustainability. And of course, I end up with this magnificent sentence by Osvaldo Zunkel that says, a neo-structuralist focus is required and a sociocentric perspective in which the state must respond to the citizenry and guide and regulate the market strategically. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mrs. Bárcena, for this report, which is definitely such a clear analysis of the current conjunctural situation of the region. Before we continue with this point 2 of the agenda, which is precisely the presentation of the report, building forward better actions for the participation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, I'd like to recognize all the participants who are with us who want to make comments. Mr. John Aga, Director of the St. Augustine Center of Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Professor of Ecology of the Tropical Islands in the Department of Science of Life Sciences in the School of Science and Technology, the University of the Western Indies in St. Augustine, and co-president of the Task Force on the 2023 edition of the World Report on Sustainable Development. Likewise, we're accompanied by Mr. Luis Bertola, full professor of the Program of Economic and Social History of the School of Social Sciences of the University of the Republic of Uruguay. We welcome you to this meeting. And before we continue, as Acting Minister of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, I'd like to refer to the report that has been presented by the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mrs. Alicia Bárcena. The fourth report on the progress and the regional challenges of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in Latin America and the Caribbean, prepared by the Executive Secretariat of ECLAC, constitutes a valuable instrument of analysis of the many aspects of this critical situation. At the same time, it presents a roadmap and a set of actions that may be implemented by the local, national, regional, and international players in order to get processes going leading to recovery. I'd like to take this opportunity to highlight and to thank for this contribution from the ECLAC team that managed to put in a document an integrating focus of the multiple aspects of the crisis, and likewise presenting a set of innovative proposals for action, solidly based on statistical analysis and forecasts. Those of us who've gathered together virtually for these meetings of reflection and discussion do it very aware of the critical situation we're living, as well as the importance of the decisions that we need to adopt today and get going. An undeniable severity of the environmental crisis and its climatic variables and loss of biodiversity has made evident for several years now the urgency of a transformation of the patterns of production and consumption. At the same time, the efforts of all the countries to advance towards sustainability through the implementation of the 2030 Agenda face us with the great limitations of our development model, which show the hesitant recovery of the last economic crisis. To all that, we must add the crisis generated by the pandemic, whose serious economic, social, and environmental consequences were also aggravated by the contradictions of the development models of our countries and by the limitations of the production and global consumption systems. The way out of this crisis must necessarily start from the recognition of its multidimensional nature. And as is said by the CIP report, the recovery has to be transformative. The immediate response to the crisis must also build the basis that will permit overcoming the central problems of the old pattern, that is, inequality, slower and unstable growth, and destruction of the environment. I would also like to add this with the recent reflection of the President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado Quesada. The new normalcy has to be truly new, with equality, inclusion, sustainable, innovative, green, and decarbonized. The report that we now saw, building forward better actions for the strengthening of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, presents a set of concrete proposals for action. That is, for that recovery that also should truly be a great impulse for sustainability, proposals that can be approached and developed very broadly throughout this meeting, bringing together the contribution and experiences of all our countries and providing results that I have no doubt will be of great use for everyone. This inaugural session that brings us together today, I'd like to refer to some general comments that are presented in the report, which I consider to be especially relevant for our deliberations. The first of those observations is the need to articulate the actions for the recovery after the crisis, those simultaneously from this acting from the social, economic, and environmental fronts, so as to obtain a comprehensive response, bringing together the complementarities amongst the different SDGs, and thus to lead to a transformation of the development pattern. Second observation is the importance of the role that must be undertaken by the state in this recovery process. On the one hand, it implies recognizing its capacities and competencies to the market and society, and on the other hand, a significant improvement of the capacity to have good public management, also by reinforcing equality and democratic control of the state. The strategy for recovery that is proposed starts from a renewed dynamism of the state in its role of a direct and indirect supplier of public assets and as regulator of the efforts of the private agents in the market. And the document repeatedly stresses the importance of the strengthening of democracy, just as the expansion of the supply of public services of high quality and universal access to thus consolidate the necessary construction of a welfare state in each country of our region. Apart from the universal coverage of health and quality education services, they present proposals such as the digital basic basket and the introduction of a universal basic income that might become novel pillars for a more inclusive and sustainable recovery that we all need. In this field, I would like to highlight the importance that the Costa Rican government awards to the public actions aimed to materialize the human right to a healthy environment, as is recognized by the legislation of many countries of the region, as well as the importance that we assign in our country to those actions that aim to increase resiliency vis-à-vis the growing vulnerability to the climate. We consider this important to overcome the false dichotomy between economic growth and preservation of natural resources. These understood as public assets that need to be object of protection in the national and international sphere. Our sustainable recovery program needs to integrate as one of its pillars the protection of said resources so as to mitigate the effects of climate change and the loss of biodiversity and avoid its consequences in human life, which we know are climatic migrations, loss of employment, and health problems. So Costa Rica, jointly with France and the UK, and what refers to the elderly, we participate in the coalition of the high ambition for nature and persons, aiming to preserve 30% of the planet by 2030. And the third observation that I would like to make here is that the fourth report on sustainable development designed by ECLAC also reminds us that recovery needs to consider and incorporate measures to strengthen multilateralism and to have the basis for an international financial cooperation that is more equitable. And we see that due to the severity of economic contraction associated to the pandemic, the response in the multilateral field has been very limited to support the governments of many countries that, due to the drop of the fiscal revenues and the need to implement expansive measures of public spending in order to curb the contraction effects, they are now burdened by an inordinate amount of the debt of the burden, as Alicia said repeatedly. The situation described that affects many low and middle income countries must be approached by the international community in order to contribute to stop the economic recession and to stabilize the financial systems at a national and international level.
So we have many proposals as mentioned this morning, the initiative of the Costa Rican government, the creation of a fund to relieve the COVID-19 economy phase, as well as suspending debt servicing. In regard to this, the government of Costa Rica would like to reiterate the call for this to be addressed with a clear purpose to guarantee the inclusion of all countries, also including the middle-income countries, in these special initiatives related to debt servicing and economic recovery, underscoring that it is necessary to design innovative financial strategies to speed up adaptation of productive systems to climate change. I would like to end my presentation by recalling the relevance of these crossroads to recognize in this crisis an opportunity to embark on the necessary reforms that lead to a better reconstruction with equality and sustainability. I'm certain that the outcomes of this forum that we've opened today will allow us to devise measures of ample impact in that direction. Thank you very much. And now, I would like to invite John Aggart, Director of the St. Augustine Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship that I introduced a few minutes back, to hear his comments on the ECLAC report. Mr. Aggart, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in my brief intervention, I'm just going to highlight a few things. And I'd like to acknowledge the presentation of the Executive Secretary was excellent and provided quite a lot of data. So let me start by saying I also like the title of the report. It's Building Forward Better, Action to Strengthen the 2030 Agenda for Sustainability. Now, that's important because the Building Forward Better gives it a positive spin. And the mention of action is also quite critical because we don't want to have another report We want to produce a report that leads to action and changes things to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. So it's well named and it's very intensive, 188 pages and with a lot of data, and the data is available on a platform online as well. So let me just remind those who may not know that in 2015, when the UN General Assembly debated on the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, many countries disagreed that there should be 17 Sustainable Development Goals. They said it's just too much Sustainable Development Goals. Could it be reduced to 5 or 6? But after the debate in the UN, it was agreed that those 17 Sustainable Development Goals were really the world that we want. Starting from number 1, no poverty, number 2, zero hunger, all the way down to number 17, partnerships with the goal. That is what was agreed is the world that we want. So in this report, in the Global Sustainability Development Report, which I'm co-chairing, and which will be delivered to the UN, I think in 2023, this has a lot of useful data that will be referred to. That report is looking at trends, and this is a useful input. It's also looking at the impact of the COVID-19, and it's also going to look at the leverage points to bring about action for change. And this report, in fact, mimics that very, very well. So let me just say that it starts off in essentially in chapter 1 in its preamble to outline the situation that LAC was facing even before COVID-19. That is, in 2008, there was a monetary policy and debt crisis, some of which the consequences are still existing. So LAC countries had a previous problem that they were dealing with, and then onto this has been added on the issue of the COVID-19. The report very well points out that the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development Goals leads LAC in a different growth path direction. As was stated earlier, based on environmental sustainability and equality. It's very, very important that Latin America and the Caribbean goes in that direction, because essentially Latin America and the Caribbean separately are two of the world's biodiversity hotspots. In fact, quite a lot of the biodiversity from LAC has produced crops that have been grown in other countries. They've been taken out of Latin America, in fact, ranging from cocoa to many other things. So preservation of environmental sustainability and dealing with issues of climate change and equality is a key issue as well, a key thematic issue. In that report, in chapter 2, it also introduces the issue of the COVID-19 to add on to this pandemic now adds on, and some of this has been mentioned already. So assessment of progress with regard to SDGs, for example, SDG 3, which is good health and well-being, is being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. As has been stated earlier, SDG 5, which is gender equality, really puts women are in the front line and are most affected. And part of the discussion going forward is that when we talk about gender equality, we don't mean 50-50. We mean that women need to be prioritized and helped and pushed and in progress because they are in the front line. So there's a lot of detailed information in this report, which we didn't know about before, which is, for example, the number of bed facilities in health institutions across Latin America, country by country, and which are low and which are high and so forth. That's very, very useful information, which gives you some input into how countries are able to cope with the situation unfolding. And mention was made earlier about COVID-19 vaccines through the PAHO COVAX facility and other mechanisms. And some of that information is also very useful because that information can be interpreted in the context of SDG 10, which is reduced inequalities. We now have a new way of inequalities, which is the availability of COVID-19 vaccines, where Western Europe and North America appear to have greater access to COVID-19 vaccines approved by the World Health Organization, as opposed to most countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. So that's a new form of inequality, okay? Which is, just to remind you, is Sustainable Development Goal number 10, reduced inequalities. So this report, it has, since it is based on data, is a very, very useful input. In the report, in chapter 3, it outlines that the COVID-19 pandemic adds additional economic, social, and environmental obstacles to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. And this could cause in the Latin American and Caribbean another lost decade, as was stated earlier. And the country data presented shows the negative GDP growth in all of the Latin American Caribbean countries for 2020, except for Guyana, in fact, leading to rising public debt. A positive GDP growth, however, from the scenarios is projected in 2021. So all of these trends reduce progress towards SDG 1, which is no poverty, and SDG 2, which is zero hunger, and SDG 8, decent work and economic growth, and SDG 10, reduced inequality. All are affected and slow down. The report also highlights that under SDG 9, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, that the rise of digital technologies causes a new form of inequality under SDG 10, which is reduced inequalities, because persons who don't have a high level of education and skills and also have internet access, even to work remotely, are disadvantaged. You cannot assume that everybody has internet access. And so you put everything online, that leaves many out and not being informed and helped. So that chapter also presents data on the environmental crisis, which is SDG 13, climate action, because Latin America and the Caribbean produces only a small portion of the greenhouse gas emissions, but is mainly affected, especially in small islands in the Caribbean, where there used to be hurricanes that were 50 years apart, category 5 hurricane, reduced to 20, then 10 years, and now like 5 years apart. Just in 2019, the Bahamas was destroyed, major category 5 hurricane. And 3 years before that, throughout the Caribbean, from Dominica all down the line, were hit by category 5 hurricanes. There were 3 category 5 hurricanes in the Caribbean. So small islands are in the front line and being affected by climate change. So the action is required, SDG 13, to reduce CO2 emissions. And as stated earlier, to help LAC countries in their nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement, because the money promised in the Paris Agreement that was to come from developing countries hasn't been provided and has reduced progress. The same is true under SDG 14, which is life below water, and SDG 15, which is life on land, where Latin America and the Caribbean, as I stated, as one of the world's major biodiversity hotspots, is experiencing significant loss of forests, biodiversity, and even in the ocean space within their exclusive economic zones, major damage is occurring at the moment. So data in the report is also presented to illustrate that progress in SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities, is not progressing well, essentially because of environmental and socioeconomic problems, including an increasing number of slum dwellers in Latin America and the Caribbean. And in the chapter 4, it goes on to provide deeper detail about to outline that during the COVID-19 pandemic, inadequate progress has been made in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, and institutions need to be strengthened to cope with the challenges. So the key performance indicators that looked at indicates that only a third of the targets are on course to be met. That's what that report says, a third of the, and that is very disappointing news. So Latin America and Caribbean needs a lot of help. Especially there's increasing poverty and unemployment as major issues. And the statistics also presented also point out that policies initiated by countries that confront COVID-19 pandemic, only 7 are restrictive measures aimed at reducing infections, for example, border closure and quarantine and so forth, while 38 seek to reduce the social and economic harm caused by these restrictions. So some measures have positive effects on one target and negative effects on another. So the report ends up on a very positive note in the chapter 5, which is laying out practical suggestions about how to bring about transformative change. This is quite critical. We can't end up with another report that ends up on the shelf. How is it going to change things? Transformative change is quite critical. And it includes mention of a new collaborative development model between the state, the market, and society, rather than everything being relied on the state. The government has to do this, and the government, we're not going to help. It's their responsibility. Not to act in silos, but to act together in the best interest of the country. And also, interestingly, the report has scenarios and projections for the future about ending poverty in 2030 and meeting carbon dioxide reductions in the nationally determined contributions. And the scenarios outline, very importantly, the energy transition from fossil fuels away to renewable energy, even in the urban space. For example, by converting diesel buses to electric power. And also policies to promote the digital reduction, especially in low-income households. And policy to promote the healthcare manufacturing industry startups. As for example, I'm told the joint COVID-19 vaccine production between Mexico and Argentina is mentioned. That's news to me as well. Very, very important. Don't rely on others. If in the region, say, I think Cuba is producing vaccine, but also there are efforts within LAC to actually produce vaccines rather than relying on others. That's very, very important opportunity as well. And also mentioned was made by the executive secretary about pushing for the circular economy by producing products that can be converted into new products at the end of their life cycle instead of ending up as waste materials. So I would just end off by, in conclusion, by saying that LAC needs to develop policies which harmonize interrelationship between the Sustainable Development Goals so they can support each other even when there are trade-offs where one SDG may negatively affect another SDG as well. So I thank you very much for listening and hand over.
Muchas gracias, profesora Agard, por sus valiosos
Thank you so much, Professor Agard, for your valuable comments. I will now give the floor to Mr. Luis Bertola, co-professor of the Program of Economic and Social History of the School of Social Sciences of the University of La República, Uruguay, who will also share some comments about ECLAC's document. Mr. Bertola, you have the floor. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make a few brief comments to this document that I consider so valuable. Allow me to make a more general reflection about the meaning of ECLAC for Latin America. I believe that it is truly a very important resource that we have in the region. And I would like to give a brief history of the evolution of ECLAC, because ECLAC in the 40s and 50s first started looking at the problem of how Latin America was inserted in the world and how to obtain a better position in the world. Then it evolved to looking at the domestic problems it had. But I'm interested in highlighting that in the decade of the 60s, ECLAC became a global important player, particularly since Prebic became the first president of UNCTAD. And I believe that in the recent decades, ECLAC, that we now know it under the face of neostructuralism, has had a similar process. And I would say that especially, and every landmark is somewhat arbitrary, but starting ECLAC's report of the Compact for Equality 2014, ECLAC has been positioned as a global speaker. And why do I believe that is important to highlight? Because I believe that actually we can no longer keep on looking how each one of the countries of Latin America is inserted and obtains its small slot in the world of the developed countries as if we were in a world that's working well. And I would like to paraphrase Mikhail Gorbachev when he says, there's nowhere to turn back to. So we're facing this pandemic, and it isn't that we're going to recover by going back to where we were before more or less comfortably, but there is no way to insert Latin America in the world, if not in a world that needs to radically change, because the world in which we live is facing problems, contradictions, structural crisis of tremendous magnitude. And I believe that ECLAC is so right in these documents in positioning itself in its global dialogue, not just to find our small slot in a somewhat decadent world, but to be a player, a participant in a more global transformation. And what are those important documents approached by the document? Global governance. It's a dramatic current situation, in a special moment where we don't know whether there is a global change in hegemony, if there is a new global power or not, if we have the possibility of building multilateral governance of a more democratic nature. And one gets the feeling that there is a tremendous contradiction between the opportunity faced by today's world of being able to build a new governance and the deterioration of the tools of global governance. There's been insistent mention that if we want to have a dramatic example of these difficulties of global alliances, we have it with the vaccines. We had it before with AIDS vaccine, but now we see it with the total drama, how the decision-making processes are adopted in a world where global governance is similar to a sort of a democracy of the end of the 19th century, where those who have a true decision-making capacity are the powerful. There's also topics that the document approaches. I think that the part of the document that combines the three rates of growth is very interesting, because we will discover nothing new. We say that ECLAC favors the need for structural change and technology development. That historical flag of ECLAC, and it is a flag that is never goes down. It remains alive and high. But the point is to articulate it in a creative way with the problem of income distribution and equality, which wasn't always very strongly present, and with the topic of climate change, with the need for sustainable development. I believe that the efforts made are important, and I believe it is a virtue of ECLAC of being able to add these new elements to its traditional discourse. And I would like to highlight another characteristic of the most recent works of ECLAC, that even though it is an economic commission for Latin America, partly by tradition, but it has had the capacity to absorb very easily a much more interdisciplinary approach, a far more holistic approach of development. And so I believe it is so easy and such a flowing link that ECLAC has with the SDGs that cover, as we all know, a very broad range of topics. So the document now related to the pandemic, but it approaches in general the major problems faced by the current world, by the changes in the world of labor, automation of jobs, and the difficulty that we have to maintain the welfare regimes that were already consolidated in the developed countries, and even more so to advance in the welfare states in Latin American countries, many of them with very little development in this field. So there is a series of problems there that I believe that the document approaches them very appropriately. And obviously, I will not expand on the topic of the pandemic because that's the topic that keeps us all busy. But I believe that the problem is very well positioned. Transformative recovery, I believe that is a key concept, given the fact that there is nowhere we can go back to. I don't want to expand much on that, but I would like to mention a couple of topics, maybe with a more critical perspective. What the indicators show is dramatic. The balance of the indicators of the SDGs, what they show us is a practical stagnation. The negative performance outweigh the positive performances, and this is very worrisome. But I would like to have a critical reflection on the topic of the indicators. Sometimes I'm worried that we get to work more for the indicators than for substantive transformation of reality. And I believe there is another important risk here. The document speaks. I believe there's interesting chapters talking about the restructuring of the UN system. I believe that what the aim is to obtain more synergy, cooperation amongst the different UN agencies. And that restructuring aims to contribute to a greater perspective, a greater regional integration for the agencies to cooperate regionally. And I see that as so positive. In line with the issue of the indicators, I'm worried, and I want to mention it, although I know for certain that the UN staff is very clear on that, is that it is fundamental to have the UN system inserted in the local spheres with the NGOs, with the research groups, because there is a risk that one always runs, and it is to be a bit detached and in a dynamic of relating with themselves or working with the goals, because those who are sitting here are powerful agencies and may lead the governments to work on goals and indicators that not always reflect a true work of construction based on local reality. I felt the need to say that, of highlighting that, because even though I know for sure that that is concern of all the persons in the UN that I've ever had a chance to interact with. But I believe it still is a topic that must be on the table. So let me go back to the beginning. ECLAC, what a resource that we have in Latin America. How much does ECLAC contribute to us? I would say, what happens outside of that? How are the countries doing? How are we working at a regional level around these issues? And I believe it is very timely that one of the last paragraphs of the report, if not the last, speaks of the problem of regional integration, highlighting the importance of regional integration. And I believe that in forums such as these, we need to insist on that. If we compare a history of the European Union, of European integration with the history of the integration of Latin America, we should be embarrassed. The processes of discussion of integration were almost simultaneous. They started almost at the same time. Let's look at where we are in Latin America, and with all the defects and problems the Europeans may have, let's see where they have reached. So I believe that we need an in-depth reflection of the political economy that blocks the integration processes in Latin America. Because if we're thinking the way ECLAC thinks, if we are thinking we need to be global actors participating in the global agenda, the Latin American countries have done very little. This is not a reproach to anyone in particular, but the dynamic led us to do very little to become a global counterpart. I believe that ECLAC, in that sense, is an example of how to try to position ourselves in that agenda. And I hope that this forum will be an additional point, a place in which to reflect on this topic and give more concrete steps towards greater integration and cohesion of our international policies. Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Bertola, for your comments to the report and for your reflections about the importance of ECLAC's work for the region. Truly very interesting. Thank you very much, Professor Bertola. I would now like to tell you that we will have another virtual cultural intermission. It's called Living for My Country from the Concert Band of Cartago, Biquetso group from Costa Rica.
Agradecemos al grupo artístico Piquet.
We thank the Biquetso band from Costa Rica for this cultural presentation that we've had the pleasure of watching. And we would now go to the third point of the agenda, dialogue on the resilient and sustainable recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic and the attainment of the 2030 agenda. I invite my colleague from the cabinet, Mrs. Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, who will be the one chairing this point of the agenda, dialogue on the resilient and sustainable recovery of the COVID-19 pandemic and the attainment of the 2030 agenda. It has truly been a pleasure to be with you in this inauguration of the forum. I wish you the greatest success. I need to leave, and I'm certain it will be a meeting with very concrete results. Thank you so much, ECLAC, for the work done, and I want to thank each one of the participants today. Thank you very much. Pilar, you have the floor. Thank you, Adriana. It's a pleasure to be with you today. A very warm greeting to the different representatives of the countries, our colleagues from ECLAC, and everyone who is with us in this effort. Today I need to chair a panel which is so relevant right now. And here it's very important to say that what was expressed in Building Forward Better, I want to share very briefly what we have been developing. I will give the floor to the different countries to learn about their experience with a very efficient use of time, maximum 5 minutes each. The first thing we wanted to tell you is that we just launched a territorial productive strategy for a decarbonized economy by 2050, which is absolutely in line with this document of ECLAC. What we proposed is a roadmap of resilient recovery that may assist in the compliance of the 2030 agenda, as well as the commitments that we have with the decarbonization of our economy. What we expect to do is based on the construction of the territory to activate the economic space in more than 50% and guarantee 3 objectives in time: growth with employment, and guarantee the closure of structural gaps, inclusion, and make it to stimulate activity low in carbon emissions.
We are also talking of a strategy proposed 3D, which is in relation to the economy, transforming it towards the 2050 in line with the long-term strategies, and proposing this new 3D economy decentralized via the creation of economic space. In the metropolitan area of our country, we have 95% of all the businesses in the country and 92% of all innovation companies, 69% of exports. And what we wanted to do was to activate the coastal areas outside the metropolitan region, to do this in the way that these 48 new economic areas very much linked to what has been proposed by ECLAC, to these activities that have the potential towards the future, linked to advanced manufacturing, spatial economy, linked to modern services and the orange economy, the knowledge economy, to be able to drive this new way of understanding the economy and closing structural gaps and enhances achievements. A development poll of 15 knows which are these economic spaces, areas of management in order to capitalize on productive opportunities via ecosystemic services and enable a new generation of green employment, blue and purple. This is what we are working on, and also visualizing how we can establish partnerships for development. And this new year, with the example of ECLAC and the EU, to see how to align international cooperation with these efforts of our own. In addition, also, and considering the better inclusion of women in the labor market, we have an understanding in the informal work, and in order to, in line with the report and what we have just seen, our national policy for care in 2030 and onwards. And in this effort, we are all countries embarked on. So as of now, it will be an honor to begin hearing how you visualize sustainable recovery and the interventions by each country. We will have at the very most 5 minutes for each member country speaking, beginning now with Antigua Barbuda. Please, the Paul Green, Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration.
Esteemed colleagues, I bring you warm greetings from Antigua and take the opportunity to congratulate and compliment my counterpart Minister of Costa Rica, and to offer words of congratulations to her and her team and to the ECLAC for organizing the forum. Additionally, I'm extending greetings on behalf of the government and people of Antigua and Barbuda to all, and to indicate my pleasure in being a part of this very relevant and purposeful discussion with my colleagues from the region. Ministers, from the get-go, I want to advise, to caution, and to signal to you that we are not in ordinary times, and that the responsibility is ours to find strategic solutions to the crisis we currently facing. Antigua and Barbuda, like the rest of the region, over the past year, have been grappling with the catastrophic actualities of the COVID-19 pandemic, a reality which has rapidly evolved and expanded beyond just being a serious health crisis to include severe economic and social fallouts. This region now faces the very real possibility of this pandemic substantially eroding our development the progress of all vulnerable economies have long been under threat prior to COVID-19, whether it be through the actions of humans or the extraterritorial reach of policies undertaken by large and developed countries. The implications of these actions have posed serious challenges to our development agenda and have often kept us in prolonged and scrambled. They include blacklisting, correspondence banking, and de-risking, undermining of the multilateral trading system, far-reaching consequences related to climate change, ineligibility to access concessionary finance, susceptibility to frequent and highly destructive natural disasters and to external shocks. COVID-19, coupled with the other challenges, paints a ominous picture for the region. A scenario crisis has now morphed into a substantially larger issue with severe ramifications on the social and economic pillars of our nations. The countries of our region have experienced the erosion of any existing pre-pandemic fiscal space, an acceleration of the inequality gap, extreme strain on social services platforms, and the reality of the healthcare systems being plunged into collapse. Consequently, therefore, the need for our region to build resilience has significantly intensified. The COVID-19 pandemic has decimated many of our economies, causing job losses, reduced income, lack of access to sufficient social protection frameworks, increasing both poverty and inequality. Therefore, our efforts need to be focused on urgently designing and implementing a recovery plan, one which is holistic in its outlook, totally inclusive, and one which considers the pillars of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, and addresses the implementation of the SDGs. As we continue to trod through the throes of a protracted pandemic period, we must renew our commitment and redouble our efforts towards building a resilient society. In this connection, the immediate attention is to ensure equitable access to vaccines for vulnerable economies and people of our region. Considerations must also be given to trade-related policies, accessing new sources of finance, impactful fiscal policy responses, in addition to an alternative matrix that includes vulnerabilities, and one which classifies Caribbean economies regarding the access to concessionary finance, and equally important, bridging the digital divide. Our economies need to evolve, possessing the ability to absorb various shocks, adapt to change, and prevent systemic failures. The objective ought not to simply be one which concerns building back, but one which more importantly is about building back and building back better. Central to building back is a people-centered one which highlights productivity. We need to invest in our people through strengthening our health and social protection systems, promoting digitization, and integrating environmental and social governance principles in channeling investments towards the SDGs. Colleagues, we are living in different times, in challenging times, in times require our collective efforts at designing and implementing responses. Recovery from the pandemic, therefore, is a must, and it provides us with a unique opportunity to transform our social development model. The form of transformation under consideration ought to evolve, incorporating the themes of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Madam Chair, colleague ministers, delegates, officials, the times in which we live beckon different responses. The times in which we operate demand cohesion, greater inclusiveness, greater solidarity, if we are to save ourselves and our world from the pestilence, the threats of the pandemic which we all face. Madam Chair, if it pleases you, Antigua and Barbuda recommits to this organization and its ideals, which are all people-centered. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Excellency. Now we have the participation of Argentina con Victoria Tolosa Paz, que es la presidenta del Consejo Nacional de Coordinación y Políticas.
President of the National Council for the Coordination of Social Policies. You have the floor.
La participación de Argentina.
The participation of Argentina.
Ministra no está conectada. Si quiere pasar al siguiente y vemos si llega.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you.
Sharon Brennan Harlock, Director General Minister of Finance, Foreign Affairs. Sharon, the floor is yours.
We're not hearing the chair.
Bahamas, now, Sharon. Sharon, the floor is yours. Yes, it's your turn now, please.
Hello, I cannot hear the chair.
Yo sí te oigo a vos. Can you listen to me now, Sharon? We can listen to you. Vamos a ver si resolvemos esto.
Yo lo oigo a usted perfectamente, ministro.
Muchas gracias. Sharon, can you listen to me now? Bueno,
It
vamos.
seems that for some reason you are unable to hear the chair, but she is recognizing Sharon Brennan Hallock, Director General of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bahamas. Yeah, she cannot hear us. Marsha Cattle, Minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment from Barbados. The floor is yours.
I just heard the interpreter. Is the Bahamas being asked to take the floor?
Is that you, Sharon?
Sharon, was that you speaking?
This is Sharon Brennan Haylock, yes.
Yes. So could you please, I was asking you to take the floor before, and now that you can hear me, then you can proceed, please.
If you
I
can hear me now, please proceed, Sharon.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry for the technological problems. I can hear the interpreter, but not the chair. So thank you very much. Madam President, Excellencies, Madam Executive Secretary and colleagues, for the sake of time, I will send in my full text for the records. I'll try to be as brief as possible. We are meeting at an unprecedented time where the world has faced perhaps the most severe economic downturn in modern history as a result of the pandemic. As stated in the foreword of ECLAC's excellent Building Forward Better report, this fourth forum finds our region in a different world from that envisaged when the 2030 SDGs were formulated almost 6 years ago. Also, as we meet, the Bahamas is still rebuilding from Hurricane Dorian, now compounded by the persistent threat of the COVID-19 pandemic. The government's budget for the 2020-21 fiscal year, entitled Resilient Bahamas, a Plan for Restoration, was designed to allow the country to weather successfully the ravages of the coronavirus pandemic and to emerge stronger and more resilient. The government's plan and strategy to navigate these challenging times included provisions to protect the well-being of our citizens and residents, maintain economic stability during the COVID-19 induced crisis, and plant seeds for an accelerated recovery. To achieve these goals in an environment of fiscal constraint, we decided to focus on 5 priority areas in the plan: not to compromise on public health and safety based on a science-driven COVID response, to protect and sustain employment, not to let our citizens go hungry, to sustain the domestic economy and relieve the economic burden on citizens, and to accelerate economic and public governance reforms and prepare the country for a strong and robust rebound. Despite the challenges, we have been successful in delivering on the precepts of the plan. Based on the assumption that the COVID-19 restrictions will be gradually lifted and the rollout of the vaccination programs will take place, the world economy is expected to rebound at an estimated 5.5% growth rate in 2021 and 4.2% in 2022. The Bahamas, I'm pleased to say, received its first doses of vaccine thanks to the generosity of the government of India, 10th of March, and the first set of vaccination took place 14th of March. The national rollout of the vaccine will continue in the coming days. While this all gives us cause for hope, the socio-economic fallout in the region from the COVID-19 pandemic is likely to continue in the foreseeable future. The crisis has exposed and exacerbated existing vulnerabilities and inequalities in many areas in all countries. Economic recovery is projected to be slow, especially for those countries where tourism plays a large role in the economy. The over-reliance on a single industry and the inability to successfully absorb shocks has demonstrated the need for a more flexible and resilient economy in the Caribbean going forward. Against this backdrop, programs supported by the IFIs and the broader international community can help countries to address financing needs, adjust to exogenous shocks, and provide an anchor for strong, sustainable, and inclusive growth. The coordinated effort of the global community is needed to abate the burden of small state nations and other vulnerable economies. In addition to the suggestions we have already heard during this forum, we particularly call for equal and affordable access to the COVID vaccines. CARICOM heads of state and government have asked WHO to convene a global meeting on this topic. We ask for also the expansion of the duration and eligibility of the G20 debt service suspension initiative. Wider private sector and international financial institution consensus to facilitate financing at concessional rates to further stimulate recovery in fragile economies. We also ask for a Caribbean Climate Change Resilience Fund, a tourism fund, and a global COVID-19 recovery fund. And finally, we also ask for expansion of small and medium-sized business sector, as well as creating an environment conducive to business growth. Funding and assistance remain largely unavailable to countries such as the Bahamas because of perceived wealth that is measured by improper tools. The deleterious impact of climatic events and this current pandemic on the global economy has made it abundantly clear that the outdated methodologies of assessing a country's wealth are no longer justifiable. Priority must be given to developing a vulnerability index that will inform key policy sectors of international financial institutions and guide development assistance. Furthermore, adverse pronouncements by larger economies pertaining to offshore financial centers, especially those in small developing countries, further exacerbate economic challenges and the attainment of the SDGs. These pronouncements should not occur in the absence of consultation, transparent assessment criteria, and an opportunity to redress any grievances. We are appreciative of the recently demonstrated flexibility by the EU and various developed countries in this regard. The most impactful and long-term assistance that the United Nations can provide for its membership is to serve as an interlocutor and supreme advocate for its membership in fora where the majority is not represented. The 2030 Sustainable Development Goals remain valid in their noble objective to leave no one behind. Today, they are as more an imperative than ever. We must work together to achieve these goals. World peace and economic stability requires stability in every country. As the region moves forward, balancing the priorities of saving lives and rebuilding economies will not be without their challenges. However, we must remain proactive and steadfast in order to build forward better. Thank you, Madam President.
Sí, muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Es el turno de Brasil.
And now, Brazil, if not Chile, the Minister for Social Development of Chile, Carla Rubilar. On behalf of the government of Chile, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak at the fourth meeting of the FDS. And also greet Elisa Bárcena, Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean at ECLAC.
María del Pilar Garrido, Minister of Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica. Luis Yáñez, Secretary of ECLAC's Commission. Adriana Murillo, Ambassador of Costa Rica in Chile. Rodrigo Carazo, Permanent Representative of Costa Rica in the United Nations, and the delegates, all of the member countries of the forum. This work that we've been conducting around the 2030 agenda parts from a consensus, and this is very relevant, a consensus that is shared by all of us, that the sustainable recovery in Latin America and the Caribbean goes necessarily across the establishment of actions, social policies that are concrete in favor of the population. These options have become even more urgent now in the context of the current health crisis caused by COVID-19. That has had severe impact on the Sustainable Development Goals, and even more incredibly, has put to test the resiliency of our institutions and society as a whole. This work, more than ever, is urgent. According to the data from ECLAC, The health crisis has increased the structural gaps that we had in Latin America and the Caribbean, endangering our capacity of recovery. And the question is, what recovery do we want to have? It is true that in the horizon of this vaccination process, we want to start implement with that we have started to implement in the different countries. We're starting to see a light ahead, but we need to be clear and responsible about it. COVID-19 will continue to hit us, both from the standpoint of health of the persons, which has been our main concern in this difficult situation, as well as in the economic aspects, and particularly because after the health and economic pandemic, for a long time, we will have the social pandemic. In the case of Chile, prior to the pandemic, we had a sustained process of advancement in the different SDGs. For example, in issues such as alleviation of poverty, growth of GDP, and commitment of environmental compliance of environmental commitments that were at the core of our agenda. Yet COVID-19 had a significant impact in this process, particularly because it hit us at the core of the health, social, and economic aspect. Our country provided and rapidly projected that the impact that COVID-19 would have in some SDGs would be very hard. 3, health and well-being; 1, end of poverty; 8, decent work and economic growth. Yet, as time has passed, we saw that the impact would be even greater and that it would affect other goals, such as the case of SDG 4, quality education, gender equality, or 5 and 13, climate action. Unfortunately, we have visible now those gaps that have always been there, with the urban-rural inequality, inequality of the capital and the regions, inequality of the neighborhoods, of the possibilities of whether or not to have your own house, overcrowding, being or not part of a precarious settlement, being a woman, having a digital divide, and so many other gaps that usually, even though we fight against them, they're still there. Amongst the first recommendations we started with an emergency plan, and we've been advancing towards the step-by-step plan for Chile's recovery. But during this crisis, we've become aware that we will only leave it if we bet on a sustainable and inclusive recovery. At the end of last year, after the process of authorization and within what we believe is the right path, we've strengthened the emotional institutionality to face the agenda. We built the first national network 2030 agenda with representatives of more than 49 public institutions of the state, trying to position in the roadmap, which is ever more valid, the public definitions of the country. With the initial registry of the state initiatives associated to the agenda, we created working groups to advance in the study of the compliance of the SDGs in Chile. And all our main challenge, and this is very relevant, is to have this national strategy for the agenda's implementation. Today, one of the main challenges we have is that we hope that we continue to fight for the 2030 goals jointly with all of you to provide a better future to the new generations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister Rubilar. We now have the participation of Brazil. We have George Ferrascalas, Special Secretary of Social Articulation, the Secretary of the Government of the Republic.
Saúdo a todos, eu sou a Claudenice Custódio, eu sou diretora do secretário Canaã, da Secretaria de Governo da Presidência da República.
Good afternoon.
Participar e representar o Brasil neste importante fórum de discussão. Aproveito para destacar o excelente trabalho de análise que a CEPAL vem desenvolvendo, onde por meio dos diversos relatórios é possível ter uma visão geral dos obstáculos que, como região, teremos que superar para avançar e reconstruir melhor, reconfigurando o desenvolvimento com
development, equality and sustainability.
A sustentabilidade está se tornando
Sustainability is becoming ever more difficult in our efforts for development. So I reaffirm Brazil's commitment with the Sustainable Development Goals and with the strategy that we call Brazil Most Sustainable Agenda. We are mapping all the government actions that contribute to comply with the Sustainable Development Goals, making it possible to understand in what sectors we need to concentrate our efforts and what resources are needed to increase the capacity of our policies leading to solutions. Along those lines, we developed our federal development strategy, taking long-term actions in the public and federal institutions going from 2021 to 2031, in line with the objectives of the Sustainable Development Goals, to increase our agenda and improve the quality of the life of our population, social equality in our country. The strategy is national and international, including public ordinance, the promotion and development of infrastructures guaranteeing environmental sustainability and national integration, the promotion of sustainable development of natural resources, preserving the environment with the social and economic development, social protection, and equal opportunities in the access to quality public services, and the advance in economic growth with decent employment. From the start of the pandemic, more than 66 million Brazilians have received direct aid provided by the federal government to informal workers, individual micro-entrepreneurs, autonomous suppliers, and unemployed. The objective is to protect them financially from the crisis caused by the pandemic. If we account the number of members of a family, the benefits are more than 126 million persons, 60% of the Brazilian population. We know that we want a more inclusive, egalitarian population. So as a government, we feel at ease knowing that this difficult moment, we're doing everything in our power to help our population and assuming the responsibility we have as a nation, and we reaffirm that we're ever more searching for new mechanisms of protection to the environment, certain that there is a duty of sustainability in productive processes to be reformulated, and economic growth, not only producing environmental degradation, but to help the reduction of gases. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We now have the participation of Rodrigo in Cuba. We want to make sure we all have time, so please stick to your 5 minutes.
Excelentísima señora María del Pilar Garrido, ministra de
Mrs. Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning of Costa Rica. Your Excellency, Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, distinguished delegates and guests. I would like to thank the presentations made this morning, particularly the report on the progress and regional challenges of the 2030 agenda in the framework of the COVID-19 pandemic, presented by Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. This document is an example of the great work done by the United Nations systems on ECLAC to support the national efforts for the compliance of the objectives and the goals for the 2030 agenda, and to see the hurdles that the current circumstances have placed on the countries of Latin America. This meeting of the forum had to be celebrated in 2020 under the temporary presidency of Cuba. In the first of problems of COVID-19 with the region, ECLAC proposed to postpone it to ensure that it had the participation of everyone. Thanks to ECLAC and the government of Costa Rica, the next pro tempore, we are holding this forum virtually in an effort to advance in the implementation of the 2030 agenda, strengthen the South and triangular cooperation, and promote sustainable development, particularly in our Latin American brothers. Together in Latin America and the Caribbean, there are structural inequalities that persist, and they're worsened by the pandemic that has generated multidimensional crises whose consequences endanger the compliance of the SDGs. The forecast on the impact of the pandemic in Latin America and the Caribbean are discouraging, and they threaten to turn the 2030 agenda in a utopia. In 2020, as compared to 2019, ECLAC informed a drop in regional GDP of 7.7% and projected an increase of 2 million persons in situations of poverty. In view of this reality, we need to propose strengthened work with solidarity participation, aiming to obtain new, agreed and innovative solutions. In this context, we must denounce the blockade imposed by the United States government, a blockage that has been increased, and the current administration put a series of obstacles to the development of tourism, the flow of remittances, the marketing of fuels, and financial obstacles to exchanges from Cuba to the United States and in banking transactions. I must say that these measures directly affect the medical and food supplies to our people that has been generated by service platforms in important sectors such as tourism and medicine. And Cuba was included in an arbitrary way in the list of countries sponsoring terrorism with the only purpose of hurting our people. We want to denounce on March 12th, turned 25 years. I'm sorry, the sound is very hard for me to hear. It affected international law, affecting the internal policies of Cuba, affected by the recent activation of Article 3, had led to canceling of commercial contracts and investment projects that would help the development of our country. This policy of war from the United States government is the main obstacle for the development of Cuba and the flagrant, massive, and systematic violation of human rights of Cuba. In the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic and the adverse climatic condition, there was a drop of 11% of GDP in 2020. In spite of that, led by the National Economic and Social Development Plan articulated with the 2030 Agenda, we made advances in our commitment of leaving no one behind. For the first time this year, we will present our voluntary national report to the high-level political forum with the desire of sharing our experiences and to put and propose solutions to our problems. I'd like to specifically highlight Cuba's commitment with health and life expressed in the 4,941 collaborators that integrated 56 Cuban medical units that provided their services in 40 countries to help face the pandemic. Healthcare specialists that were also in other countries add up 30,407 Cuban collaborators fighting together in 66 countries fighting against COVID-19. None of the campaigns against us can restrict Cuba's cooperation in health, particularly in the serious health crisis faced by the world. We are developing 5 vaccine candidates. 2 are in stage 2, and 1 is produced in large scale. and they're going to clinical trial at phase 3 with a hope to contribute to the health and safety of Cuba and the world. All this has been possible thanks to the political will of our government, to the dedication of our healthcare professors, professional scientists and researchers, as well as the priority was assigned to science and innovation and the implementation of the 2030 agenda. We hope that the mechanism will be implemented to facilitate the access of Latin America and the Caribbean to the vaccines against COVID-19, and that this access be fair and equitable, aiming to guarantee the protection of everyone, particularly the most vulnerable groups. I conclude reiterating Cuba's commitment to Latin America, and particularly the Caribbean, a profound recognition to everyone that has worked in the region to overcome the difficulties posed by the pandemic. Support to Costa Rica, President Alvarado, with our best wishes to a successful exercise of the pro tempore Secretariat of ECLAC. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Minister, for your good wishes and participation. Now we will listen to Dominica. You have the floor, sir. Dominica, you have the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay. So I bring you greetings from the Prime Minister of Dominica, Honorable Dr. Roosevelt Skerrit, Government of Dominica, and of course, Cuba. Following the impact of successive disasters event on Dominica, the government vowed to the world that we would rebuild a resilient and sustainable country able to withstand future events. The development paradigm of resilience and sustainability were not only articulated by our government, they were actually institutionalized in the Prime Minister's ministerial portfolio. Hence, the Sustainable Development Goals provide both the public and private sector lens through which to translate global needs and ambitions into national development goals and priorities. Achieving the SDGs and harnessing the potential they represent is beyond the reach of any single sector or ministry. And I would cautiously say beyond any country on its own at this very time. Achieving the ambitions of the SDGs is, however, realizable through transformative and collective action. Prior to COVID-19, the attainment of Sustainable Development Goals was a challenge which has been compounded by the pandemic. Very concerning is that there remains global uncertainty regarding how long this pandemic will last, the level and extent of the damage it will inflict. Dominica registered its first case of COVID-19 on March 22nd, 2020, and immediately shifted into gear with the goal to contain its spread and reduce the possibility or the possible consequences. This ambitious goal must be assessed against the backdrop that this small island developing state was still recovering from the destruction caused by Hurricane Maria. As of March 2020, financial loss experienced by business, according to the Dominica Association of Industry and Commerce, was categorized as follows: cancellation of sales, 75%, interruption of production, 30%, logistical challenges, 35%, loss of employees, and I repeat, loss of employees, 50%. Government also recorded a primary deficit of 19.5 million, while current balances was recorded at a deficit of 19.1 million. It is important to note that revenue and grant for January 2021 plummeted 40.4% relative to what was generated, of course, in January of the previous fiscal year. As recorded, tax revenue also registered significant declines, most particularly on the tax and international trade, and of course on domestic goods. And we're talking about plummeted by almost 32 and 70% respectively. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow delegates, that was basically the situation as it relates to Dominica. Now, in pursuant of goal 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, government continues to invest heavily in its social protection programs, 2.2% of GDP, through the implementation of a wide range of social safety net and protection services programs. Among them, of course, the National Employment Program, the Education Trust Fund, Yes We Care, Public Assistance, Early Childhood, among others. These programs cover all stages of the human life cycle. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, government in collaboration with the World Food Program implemented a social cash transfer program. This, of course, was a vital component of national effort to support low-income communities and vulnerable individuals and families, targeting about 2,000 households. It must also be noted that notwithstanding the drop in revenue, government maintained all pre-COVID social safety net. In responding to goal number 8, catering for decent work and economic growth, the government stabilization and stimulus measures were being implemented in all sectors, with provision made in the annual budget for 2020-2021. Of course, this includes concessional loan facility on lending to private sector and stakeholders, and a number of people from the tourism, agriculture, manufacturing sector benefited, tax incentives to importers, completion of agro facility and artisan distillery, which cater to livelihood for small farmers, cottage industries, and our indigenous people, budget support for entrepreneurs, loss of income support, acceleration of social support program, among others. In our response, the government has been both preemptive and proactive. Consequently, I am pleased to report that as of March 12, 2021, Dominica reported 13 active cases of COVID-19. A total of 156 cases have been confirmed from March 2020 to date, of which 143 have recovered. There is at present absolutely no community spread. And even more importantly, we have recorded absolutely no death. All these have been realized because of a series of precise action taken by the government. Goal 17 of the SDGs speaks to the need for development and strengthening partnership for the goal. In continuing the focus of government, Dominica decided to strengthen and prioritize its foreign relation as it approaches towards multilateralism, as it approaches towards multilateralism continues. With a small population, limited natural resources, susceptible to external shocks, dependent on agriculture and tourism, of course, for economic sustainability, and a limited fiscal space, Dominica relies heavily on harnessing the benefit of its trusted network. This has borne fruit from time to time, and many of these areas, of course, many of which I cannot talk about because of limited time. However, I am constrained to speak strongly to proactive action of the government of Dominica to secure 70,000 doses of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine from the government of India and 20,000 doses of the Sinopharm vaccine from the government of China in February and March 2021, respectively. Our goal to inoculate no less than 70% of our population is in an effort to bring back this country to normalcy. Fellow delegates, dealing with the challenge or the challenges of COVID reality. In an effort to tackle the fragmentation of our fragile economy in the Caribbean, while pursuing the implementation of sustainable development goals as a sure way out of this crisis, I wish to put forward the following recommendations for consideration. 1, budgetary support and debt forgiveness to countries which are most at risk. 2, technical and fiscal support for the advancement of digital transformation and e-business targeting women and youth. Knowledge and technology sharing to advance e-learning, distant learning opportunities. Access to a shared labor pool for response to the pandemic. Number 5, assistance for economic diversification of small island development states, particularly those with high reliance on agriculture and tourism. And finally, resource sharing, vaccines, PPE, trained personnel, health communication, or health strategies, among others. With firm conviction and a sense of urgency in these or which these trying times necessitate, I submit that together is the only way we can get out of this crisis. We must think together. We must do together, act together if we are to survive.
Thank you very much for your participation. A continuación, Verónica Aguilar Torres.
And now, Veronica Aguilar Torres, Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Human Mobility of Ecuador. The floor is yours. 5 minutes for your intervention. Thank you, Veronica. Well, I thank ECLAC for this time for a discussion given to the government of Ecuador. My greetings to everyone. Ecuador is firmly committed to implementing the 2030 Agenda, which is a government policy since 2018, aligned with the National Development Plan for meeting its goals and targets at all levels of government with the involvement of all relevant players, such as academia, civil society organizations, and the private sector. Along the same lines, Ecuador is actively taking part in the high-level political forum, within the framework of which we have on 2 occasions presented our voluntary national report sharing progress and challenges in order to meet the 2030 Agenda, including within the context of the answers to face the COVID-19 pandemic, when recognizing actions endeavored by Ecuador in implementing the 2030 Agenda and its commitment to the presentation of national voluntary reports. The President of the Republic was one of the 24 heads of state of government invited to take part in the event the moment of SDGs within the framework of the high-level week of the UN National Assembly last September. And during this presentation, Ecuador highlighted some achievements, including the reduction of the labor income gap for between men and women that went from 23% to 15.2% from 2014 through 2019, the reduction of maternal mortality for every 100,000 live born from 49.1% in 2014 to 41.1% in 2018. The rise in health services sanitation from 85.9% in 2016 to 90.7% in 2019. The number of persons with disability in the labor systems from 2017 through 2019 went from to 70,168 people to 70,460, and the rise in population with access to housing that increased from 49.9% in 2014 to 51.2% in 2019. Unfortunately for our country, as for many in the region, the eradication of multidimensional poverty continues to be the main challenge in order to move ahead with the 2030 agenda, and that is why, in relation to SDG 1, several measures have been adopted to face the pandemic, such as the adoption of the law for the ordering of public finances, the law for humanitarian support, establishing limits for spending in public debt, and financing of 1,805 million for the concession of loans for productive reactivation, and the emerging bonus for 950,000 families in Ecuador, same as establishing social and education programs, and likewise implementing initiative Giving a Hand Without Giving Your Hand with 1 million food kits, in addition to the activation of shelters for people living in vulnerability and that required preventive isolation and techniques for the prevention of contagion. In relation to SDG 2, there was a strategy. Ecuador grows without malnutrition in order to prevent chronic child malnutrition and reduce its prevalence in girls and boys under the age of 2. In relation to SDG 4, we built and socialized a plan called We Learn Together at Home, notwithstanding which online teaching is a major challenge in Ecuador, as only 37% of households have internet connection, and 6 of every 10 children are unable to further their studies using digital platforms, a situation that is even more serious in rural areas. And also recognizing that one of the main victims of the pandemic has been women, girls, and boys, the national government, in line with SDG 5, implemented a mass strategy for information, providing special protection to more than 50,000 victims with psychological service, legal advice, and activating a free line 1-800 for emergencies of family violence. And then in relation to SDG 8, the government managed support for multilateral agencies in order to face a crisis. The Reactivate Yourself Ecuador, deferring income tax, and the value-added tax for certain small and medium-sized economic players, financing of certain loans for the entire public financing sector, private and solidarity, and the concession of funding lines, emerging ones for local governments. And in addition, Ecuador maintains its commitment to the global fight against climate change, deforestation, the loss of biodiversity, desertification, and drought via strategy plans and actions, concrete and measurable for economic, social, and progress, and with intergenerational responsibility for this. Last February, presented a strategy for climate financing, and this year we'll begin drafting its national plan for adaptation and a plan for decarbonization 2050. And also we promote the target to maintain 30% of the surface of the land in Ecuador and marine by the year 2030, and strengthening existing frameworks to combat illegal and unreported and overfishing oceans and marine scientific research. Unfortunately, this has affected the pandemic has affected our efforts to achieve sustainable development. Unfortunately, there is interruption of the video. the progress achieved over years on account of a very high economic contraction with a serious impact of a rising unemployment, decreasing poverty, and adapting the education to new teaching mechanisms. And for this, none of these measures will be sufficient without a rise in cooperation, international solidarity, and without multilateralism renewed, including, among others, they are ensuring equal access to COVID-19 vaccines, which other countries have also echoed, and full involvement of the public and private sector at international level in mobilizing resources, creating and strengthening capacities to transfer and developing technology, same as other actions that address scientific and research and innovation to address the crisis and meet the 2030 agenda. We also make a call so that the distribution of vaccines be equitable and fair among all countries and should not be concentrated in only just a few countries. I thank you for this time and once again express my gratitude. Thank you very much. And now we will be addressed by Grenada, Oliver Joseph, Minister of Foreign Affairs and International Business at CARICOM Affairs. I remind you all that you have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, colleague ministers. It is a pleasure to be here at this timely forum. The impact of COVID-19 has left lasting negative socio-economic effects that have disrupted and devastated many lives, not to mention the millions of lives that have already been lost and the millions around the globe who have lost their jobs and livelihood and depend on government stimulus packages to ease the hardship faced. I want to commence by underscoring the importance Grenada places on its relations with Latin America. Interests, mutual respect, close cooperation underpinned by a renewed focus and strengthened relationship. Colleagues, the challenges are many in education, health, human development, investment, technology, disaster risk reduction, and climate change, among others. The government of Grenada is cognizant of this and reflect these in its National Sustainable Development Plan 2020-2035. I cannot begin to underscore the importance of achieving these goals. Natural disasters, climate change, and environmental conditions of deprivation, the alleviation of poverty are among many of the issues we need to address by 2030. Given the impact of COVID-19 on our fragile economies, it has placed severe pressure on our ability to achieve those targets. In the case of Grenada, GDP declined by 12% in 2020, and recurrent revenue fell by 50%. The financing gap has widened. On this note, I take the opportunity to reiterate Grenada's commitment to tackling the phenomena that is climate change. And extremely vulnerable coastal states with open economies, we are prone to external shocks that undermine already fragile economies. We call on LAC to continue to provide support and assistance, not just with mitigation, but with building human resource capacity that may be complemented by sustainable growth and transformation. Increased resource capacity and resilient infrastructure clearly assist with risk reduction and resilience. Grenada's National Sustainable Development Plan looks at many of these issues and places emphasis on 3 development pillars: society, economy, and the environment. Underpinning this is strong, effective, and resilient governance with outcomes linked to the Sustainable Development Goals. As I recently indicated, achieving these goals is of paramount importance. Grenada is closely monitoring measures, actions, achievements through its medium-term agenda and prioritizing those positively impact on offsetting negative impact of small island developing states. We have established that of utmost importance to the Caribbean is climate change and natural disasters. Every day we speak of vulnerability and resilience, of mitigation and response. Of equal importance, however, is the management of our marine resource environment and economic development. On the question of our economic development, colleagues, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development reclassification of our status and subsequent marginalization of the quantum of development assistance to the region is clearly problematic. We urge advocacy and support by organizations such as ECLAC in the reform of these new unfair rulings and reiterate that economic data does not reflect the true nature of the vulnerability of Caribbean states. In this regard, we call on ECLAC to work more closely with its member states to reverse this situation and the constant EU blacklisting of Caribbean states. The Caribbean has consistently called for the assistance in regards to cooperation in best practices and training of the security and legal forces of the region. Colleagues, the challenge of COVID-19 has added to the threat already posed to our health system in the form of non-communicable diseases. We reiterate call for advocacy where the international financial institutions are concerned to allow us to face the development challenge posed by the pandemic. Chairs, colleagues, renewable energy should also be high on our agenda going forward. Despite the dependence on imported sources of energy and high rates of electricity due to the inability to import oil and gas at affordable prices, as small island states, we all have significant potential to generate energy through diverse sources, be it hydropower, solar, geothermal, or wind energy. Capitalization of this will contribute to a cleaner and safer environment for future generations, will lessen the negative impacts of climate change via a reduction in fossil fuels and lower energy costs. Colleagues, there is immeasurable support that can be gained from our ECLAC Caribbean partnership. ECLAC must develop new strategies to deal with challenges post-COVID. What commenced as a health crisis emerged as an economic, social, and security one. I reiterate that the definition of sustainable development we accept in Grenada is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The 17 UN Sustainable Development Goals are a plan to create a better and more sustainable future to all. Our response to the COVID challenge must therefore be collective. We remain committed to attaining the Sustainable Development Goal. We will build forward better. I thank you.
Thank you very much for your participation. Next we have in line Jamaica, Leslie Campbell, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade. The floor is yours, madam.
So, Madam Chair, Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. The COVID-19 pandemic has adversely impacted global economies as normal economic activity and trade all but grounded to a halt, resulting in drastic changes to lives and livelihoods. Small island developing states, SIDS, such as Jamaica, have been disproportionately impacted by the pandemic, with adverse impacts on human health, the economy, education, and other sectors in a context of scarce economic resources. Like other SIDS, Jamaica also has an inherent vulnerability to natural disasters due to its geography and geomorphology. The island's climate variability has manifested primarily in hydrometeorology, which are estimated more than 127 billion in damage, that's some US 870 million, and loss. Start of the sentence. Climate-related have the potential to stymie or completely reverse economic gains. Damage and losses from unseasonal rainfall in 2017, for example, amounted to some 4 billion Jamaican dollars, that's some US 28 million, or 0.2% of 2016 GDP. Recently, while battling COVID-19, Jamaica also experienced heavy rainfall from Hurricanes Zeta and Eta that resulted in extensive damage to infrastructure, productive sectors, and loss of lives, estimated to cost some 3 billion Jamaican dollars. The damage from these events triggered the first ever payout to Jamaica from the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, the CRIF, in December, in an amount of $500 million. While we face these unique challenges, Jamaica is classified as an upper middle income country, resulting in limited access to external development financing. In the context of COVID-19, our own ability to earn foreign exchange has been significantly curtailed due to the significant impact of the pandemic on sectors such as tourism. In Jamaica, for fiscal year 2020-21, a 70% contraction was recorded for the hotels and restaurants industry, which accounts for most tourism activities. Jamaica's most recent projections for growth anticipates an economic contraction of approximately 12% for this fiscal year ending March 31, 2021. If this materializes, it would be by far the worst economic contraction in Jamaica's history. Considering these circumstances, it is therefore essential, though challenging, to take deliberate action to ensure sustainable recovery from the pandemic through, inter alia, the adoption of green recovery strategies, digitalization, and effective targeted social protection. The pandemic has shown the need to have sufficient resources to deal with unexpected crisis events. After the global financial crisis, it took 4 years between 2016 and 2020 for the Jamaican economy to add 100,000 jobs. But in the first 4 months of the COVID-19 pandemic, over 130,000 jobs were lost. To mitigate the impact of the pandemic, the government's economic policy response focused on the implementation of a program with two main parts. The first, a fiscal stimulus program, sought to maintain consumption and protect enterprises from the economic crisis. And the second, an alleviation program, the COVID allocation of resources for employees care program, aimed at protecting the most vulnerable, sustaining employment, and protecting unemployed and informal workers. In total, the economic response program allocated some 25 billion Jamaican dollars, that's approximately 183 million US dollars, representing approximately 1.2% of GDP in 2019, making it the largest fiscal stimulus in Jamaica's history. The recovery process has begun, but it is recognized that strategic partnerships with our key development partners are critical at this time to effectively manage the impact of COVID-19 and support sustainable economic recovery. It is also recognized that sustainable economic recovery will require building strong links and creating a two-way transfer of knowledge between research in tertiary institutions and the marketplace to develop capacities among the public and private sectors and academia to one, identify and adopt appropriate technologies, and two, apply science and technology to economic, social, and environmental processes. Promoting access to technological solutions for all categories of our population is also critical, not only to enhancing service delivery, but also as a mechanism to deliver social protection benefits in the COVID-19 era. In conclusion, with the financing constraints faced by developing countries, both due to domestic debt constraints and in raising international finance, and the inherent vulnerabilities faced by small island developing states, it is imperative that long-term recovery efforts focus on ensuring future debt sustainability and fiscal prudence to promote resilience to future shocks while averting further increase in domestic debt ratios. The pandemic also presents an opportunity to focus stimulus spending on areas that improve progress towards the SDG goals in a green recovery plan, while also improving the social safety net infrastructure to ensure both the environment and the most vulnerable populace share in the gains of development. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A continuación tendríamos a Guatemala, Luzquela.
We will now listen to Guatemala, Telegramado, for planning of the Planning Secretary of Programming.
Okay. Vamos a pasar entonces a la participación de
We will now have Mexico, Marta Delgado Peralta, and the Secretary for Multilateral Affairs and Human Rights. Thank you very much, Marta. Good morning, everyone from all the countries, all the sectors who are with us today in this virtual session of the 4th Regional Forum. On behalf of Marcelo Ebrard, Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Mexico, it is my pleasure to send a warm welcome and greeting to my dear friend Alicia Bárcenas, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and of course to all our colleagues from Cuba under the leadership of Minister Mamierka, who have done an extraordinary work throughout these 2 years. I'd like to greet as well María del Pilar Garrido, National Planning Minister and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, and of course our Costa Rican colleagues who are taking the presidency of this forum. We congratulate you and once again stress our total support and commitment. In Mexico, we're so pleased that in spite of the times that we are facing, which are so complex, there is the willingness of the countries of the region, of multilateral agencies, the UN, civil society groupings, and other stakeholders who are interested in holding this meeting. So here we are all present in spite of the challenge that video conferences represent. Today, I saw that it was a day as today, a year ago, that we went into my office to work on the pandemic. So we have had a very intense year working on this agenda. It is an anniversary of this work in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs insofar as the Undersecretariat, which I lead. We're all currently aware of the urgent need of implementing the existing agenda of funding for development and to have plans to prevent and to learn on the emerging issues that endanger human safety, be it the pandemic or natural disasters, the effects of climate change, the challenge of human migration, humanitarian crisis faced by the countries of the world and all our regions, facing all these challenges and all these problems. We need to be very clear on how we're going to obtain this financing. This pandemic caught us unprepared. The economies that seem to be prepared for any unplanned event are still affected. And it is clear now that there's much to do in order to have comprehensive policies that would allow us to face systemic crises such as economic, social, or environmental crisis. Why am I saying this? Because many countries have not been able to obtain universal health coverage, including in it protection against financial crisis, no access to medications, equipment, vaccines for everyone, as is stated in Goal 3.8 of the 2030 Agenda. On the other hand, because in our country, or in several countries rather, we don't have guarantees to protect the labor rights of everyone, of all the workers, according to the goal 8.8 of the agenda. We have not strengthened sufficiently the capacity of the financial institutions in our countries. This is goal 8.10, nor have we been able to guarantee the effective, significant reduction of inequalities in our societies. This endangers the groups of greater vulnerability. SDG number 10 is affected. So the issue of sustainable development not only implies approaching its three dimensions, but also that we can ensure that the guarantees to each one of these dimensions be long-lasting in time. So today, the 2030 agenda is still like a valid roadmap. I have heard many interventions by Alicia, whom I deeply admire because of her clear mind and all the work she does in ECLAC. And these contributions have given way to launching the SDGs Gateway, the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean. And these collect valuable information from 33 countries that we're forming part of the region to evaluate the challenges and the opportunities towards sustainable recovery under a spirit of regional cooperation. Dr. Bárcenas constantly reminds us that we can go 10 years back if we don't have a good recovery and we don't have resilience in the three levels, social and economic, and that the 2030 agenda is more valid than ever. Mexico is presenting its third voluntary national report this year, 2021, under the coordination of the 2030 agenda headed by the Secretariat of Economy in our country. And so we deem that we will see reflected the visions of different stakeholders in the subject matter. Apart from the government views, we want to summon all the civil society, academia, private sector, all of them to reflect as to how we will comply with this agenda. We are halfway through. We're also contributing to the reflection about funding for development. On the 17th and 18th of this month, we will hold a meeting of the Friends of Monterrey meeting, which is preparatory for the Forum for Funding for Development, aiming to study different areas, inclusive recovery, green recovery, also how to attain resiliency, because for the effects of the pandemic, strengthening the multilateral response to the urgent needs imposed to us by the global economic and financial system. So that Mexico is very pleased for the entry into force of the Escazú Agreement. It is very important, April 22 in our region. It will enter into force after it was ratified by Argentina, Mexico, and many other countries of the region. We want access to information, to justice and social participation in Latin America be a fact that they start building all the institutional, legal, and cultural information scaffoldings that we need to defend them from this, to defend the human rights from this perspective.
And also meeting various SDGs linked to this purpose. And lastly, I can assure you that we will continue to work with the countries of the region. Among all, we would like to find the paths towards equitable access to vaccines against COVID-19. This has been a very relevant challenge to everyone involved with this responsibility. And I believe that there is much space for collaboration among our countries in this aspect. And Mexico is very ready to share everything that is available to us in terms of information, access, contact, or whatever. We've done this with the pro tempore chair of ALADE, has re-elected Mexico this year. And we would like to thank the organizers for this moment to once again drive forward a regional in unity and integration based on sustainability. And the chair of Costa Rica, we wish them every success in this leadership of this very important mechanism for dialogue. Thank you. Thank you, Martha. And now we will recognize Nicaragua, Paul O'Quist Kelly, Minister's Private Secretary for National Policies at the Presidency of the Republic of Nicaragua. Unfortunately, the audio is not very good. Now, yes, 1% of the population with 22% of the wealth prior to the pandemic cannot turn around the greater inequality after the pandemic. Neoliberalism had previously already lost its ability to self-proclaim and structurally redistribute wealth. Before, there was ability for self-reform, but after the very long depression that ended in 1890, antitrust and Sherman law put an end to monopolies, progressive taxation of income followed the crisis of 1907, and Social Security, among other measures, began an important redistribution after the Great Depression that began in 1929. And then after the financial crisis of 2007 and 2009 and the great subsequent recession, Basel III tried to avoid the need for bank bailout and not redistribute to achieve economic balance and social equity. The difference was the fear of the workers' movement, communists, and the left in general. After the disappearance of the Soviet world and the dissemination of globalist capitalism, neoliberalism showed that they no longer had the ability to reform itself. And without any ballast, this led to the hyper-concentration on account of market mechanisms without any government redistribution. And that is how we've reached now 1% of the population with 92% of wealth, prior to the hyper concentration that occurred during the pandemic. It is evident that there's a need for a new social contract to simultaneously address the COVID-19 pandemic and those yet to come. Achieve a society of zero net emissions by 2050 to restrict global warming to 1.5 degrees C during this century, as well as meeting the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. Nicaragua, with the leadership of President and the Vice President, is since 2007 building a new social model based on Christian values and solidarity. The main pillars are inclusion, redistribution, participation, protagonism, empowerment, and voluntary work. Inclusion is of those historically excluded by the racist, classist, and sexist oligarchy. In terms of redistribution, health and education, universal and free of charge, that represent an annual saving of $850 for a 5-member family in comparison to the recovery of costs made by previous neoliberal governments. Urban and interurban transport is subsidized, land as well as sea, which represents another saving of, for example, $520 for a 5-member family in the capital, Managua. The housing shortage is so large that it will take many years to be met, and so that the subsidy may help to at least distribute free of charge to more than 700,000 poor families so that everyone may have a good roof for their family. In 2007, half households had electricity. Now, 99% of households have electricity. I would like to present 2 more examples as well as 2 obstacles. One example is the Caribbean coast. Indigenous people and Afro-descendants, historically abandoned by the racist oligarchy, and now those regional autonomous governments are managing health and education autonomously. And the ancestral land has been legalized with 23 regional governments covering many thousand hectares and their resources. The other example is gender. Nicaragua is at 90th place in the Gender Gap Index of the World Economic Forum in Davos in 2007. And now we're in 5th place, only behind Iceland, Norway, Sweden, and others, which means that Nicaragua is the first among developing countries and, of course, among countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. Nicaragua is the first country in terms of women at cabinet level, 78.8% in Latin America and 3rd worldwide, as well as 6th in the world, 43% of women in parliament. Municipal councils, 50% male and 50% female by law, and 47% of mayors are women, as well as 51% of deputy mayors. Economically, Nicaragua, the greatest progress is being made by poor women, and that have benefited rural women, traders, artisans, among others. The 2 obstacles have to do with political interventions in sovereign states. In this century, there's been a coup or an attempted coup in Venezuela in 2002, Haiti 2004, Honduras 2009, Ecuador 2010, Paraguay 2012, Brazil 2016, Nicaragua 2018, and Bolivia in 2019. All and each one of these coup and attempted coup were against a government of the left or progressive, without exception, representing a macro intervention in Latin American politics against governments in that most further the SDGs. The second set of obstacles are unilateral, coercive, and illegal measures taken against entire countries, organizations, and individuals. Once again, in Latin America, moves against progressive left-wing governments that support SDGs. In times of a pandemic, their illegality rises to the level of crimes against humanity. It is urgent to pay heed to the call by the UN General Secretary Antonio Guterres and achieve a ceasefire worldwide in these times of emergency, ceasefire wars and armed conflict, as well as economic and political aggressions destined to destabilize countries, including unilateral, coercive, and illegal measures. We, as a species, have more important things to do, better things to do, such as the fight against pathogens, climate change, and reducing poverty and inequality by means of a new social model to realize the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much. I would like to reiterate to please keep to 5 minutes, otherwise we'll be running late. And now, Maria Inés Castillo, Minister for Social Development of Panama. Good afternoon, Your Excellency Alisa Barta, the Executive Secretary of the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, Your Excellency Maria del Pilar Garrido, Minister for National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica, Your Excellencies, Ministers and authorities, special guests, friends all. This fourth meeting, the first online of this very important forum comprising the countries of the region, occurs in the sixth year of implementing the SDG agenda, and just over a year when the world faces the worst health crisis of the last century. This is, without a doubt, a comparatively different moment to mid-last decade, with different conditions and outlooks, and far more demanding today. This third decade that we've just started is determinant to make the decisions and carry out the actions that will define not only the future and the intensity of the 2030 agenda, but something far more important, the future of millions of people that right now are suffering the consequences of a questioned development model, because each time it is proven to be less inclusive and equitable, combined with the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic that, aside from representing a risk to health and life, have sharpened and deepened so many of the issues that we were facing with more or less success. And those who've taken the worst brunt of this are those that have least benefited from development. After a year of the health crisis that is systemic and integral, the world and our region, our country, as is usual and to be expected, we are evolving in a process of adaptation to seeking to innovate and apply new and diverse forms and alternatives to interact and work and study and learn, coexist, keeping our physical distancing to allow the operation of various social spheres, but knowing that control and combating as the pandemic requires a good practice that should be highlighted in this entire recovery process is the centrality of the use of information and communication technology. In the case of Panama, control, management, and combating the pandemic is furthered by the state of Panama by designing various platforms that have successfully allowed giving efficient responses during the crisis. Aside from maintaining the interaction required for an endless number of activities, it has also been proven their potential to overcome barriers and obstacles to access and participation present before the health crisis are a key element to enhance inclusion and participation in order to build equity and deepen in a democratic society, but that depends on expanding levels of coverage and access to the most remote areas in our country. Perhaps easier because for a resilient and sustainable recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic is eradicating the disease in the short term. A firm step in that direction is a vaccination process for the population. The most difficult task will be to address all the issues that existed prior to the pandemic and that the health crisis has sharpened to the point that we are moving back in relation to topics where we've made important gains, such as poverty and unemployment. facing the socioeconomic and environmental sequels that in part we've inherited by COVID-19 have invited us to change some things. I would like to mention 5 essential ones. First, rethink as a society among all players regarding the efficacy of our development model in order to satisfy not only the needs of the population today and tomorrow, but their ability to be the basis on which various players are sustained in order to carry out or ensure the rights of the population, among others, the right to development. And second, to think about the social compact that backs our development model and take action in order to strengthen its legitimacy. And third, the task on the horizon to realistically take on this decade for action that will, to a great extent, depend on the level of social cohesion, allowing participation and articulated action by various social players for sustained recovery, guided by the 2030 agenda with its goals and targets. And fourth, the decided wager by our government to participatorily build or devise public policy based on evidence with the right approach to address what is needed by coordinated and integral action by the state institutions, the private sector, civil society, academia, and citizens. 5, strengthen mechanisms for international cooperation among our countries and from other regions in order to mutually support each other in this common challenge that we must place at the heart of our development, placing the human being at the core. And for this, we need to meet the 2030 agenda. Resilient recovery of our countries goes beyond merely defeating the COVID-19 pandemic. It has to do with making decisions and implementing intersectoral and coordinated actions to close gaps and combat poverty and inequality. The most important challenge for our recovery, and on which the meeting the SDGs depends, is our ability as a society to have social justice and protection for all women, girls, boys, adolescents, young people, elderly, people with disability, indigenous people, Afro-descendants. Well, for all citizens, but giving priority to those who, with greater disadvantages, so as not to leave anyone behind. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. With that same aspiration, we will now move to Javier Abogataz, President from the Directive Council, CEPLAN, Peru. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to be here. I will really try to update topics that have already been presented in the national reports in 2017 and 2020. Let me share this with you. I would like to say that now in March 2021, what things are being done or could be done. The first that comes to mind is that the main platform of consensus that Peru has to identify short, medium, and long-term issues is a form of national agreement, as was done in the month of May, which was the title of our report for the protection of life during the emergency and beyond. This was in 2017 because there was consensus, a commitment to protect life after the pandemic. And so that is why it is important that we reiterate this. There have been 2 more commitments, and now on March the 8th, a compact speaking of the fight against violence against women and a full enjoyment of their rights. This is the mechanism as of the Peruvian state in addition to the government in order to reach agreements. And this is working, and it is not just the government. At the session of March the 8th, Aside from the President of the Republic as head of state, the President of the Congress and the President of the Judiciary were present. That is, the three powers of the state and the representatives of the political parties. But these statements, such as the protection of life, May last year, a protection of the full rights of women, are all in contrast with the reality that combats these aspirations. Something was mentioned yesterday by the representative of young people of the Millennial Group. The recent murder of Estela Casanto in the department of Junín in Peru. These leaderships in favor of full enjoyment of life have been cut short by murders, and this has occurred recently in several parts of the country. This is a painful reality. These are in addition to the situation of COVID, such as violence against women and avoidable damage, and that should be addressed very quickly and automatically by the state, and are not, as we have seen. In terms of the early caring of health issues, such as with mental health. And this happens with this culture of privilege that looks down on others and prevents progress of our society. This reality is therefore very painful, and I will later mention a few others that affect us. Alicia Martina mentioned this in a report, useful for the construction of a better future. Not only the number of deaths, but also the loss of years. Let's reflect. What does it mean to lose, she mentioned, half a year, or an hour of life?
Or a minute of life. I believe that is what we're facing. The declaration made this commitment between society and the state last year said that no one should suffer. And we haven't been able to do that, and we will try to continue with that objective. So the report presented helps us in those attempts of using information for action, sometimes with little results. Unfortunately, I would like to mention one that we're attempting with the regional governors, with the mayors, members of civil society, to avoid damage, taking information of birth, death, migration in specific geographic areas. They mentioned in the report 2017 this topic of the need for knowledge of geographies such as that of the Amazon, the Andes, the coast, the ocean. So to continue to research, to understand those different geographic and cultural realities is a major challenge. But having data, and we do have them, to provide the information as we already have to persons at a department or local level allows us to start looking for actions. I will refer to the use of that. All this is public access. There's approximately 1,400 births a day in Peru. There were 300 deaths in 2019. Now we have double or more. So those births, deaths, migrations, and migration, you see what's happened with migrations, are totally unexpected situations that completely disbalance all the systems. So of those 1,400 births, with or without COVID, we have 80 of them every day who are born with low birth weight, less than 2.5 kilograms. Those babies are losing capacities now, not after a day or two, now. So construction starts now or it will never start. The future for those children born yesterday, they are being hurt. We have communicated this and it can be communicated. I would tell you cases, part of them appear in the report in 2019. The information is generated in the forest, where the information was sent to the provincial mayor, and he managed to locate 4 babies. Of those 4, 3 had low birth weight. He requested the parents to come, and they did counseling. That is done with a visit of risks, including COVID, and information about that for primary care. We've shared information with Colombia and Ecuador a couple of years ago on the use of administrative data for decision-making. We need to use administrative data. Of course, we have our statistics institutes, but that follow-up and those early alerts about possible damage, as we just said in the previous report, I believe those are ways in which we should learn to use and to act upon them. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias y por su consideración también con el tiempo.
Thank you so much, and thank you for your consideration with our time constraints. We now need Nana Felipe Salazar, Paraguay, Director General of Multilateral Policies with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Good afternoon. 2015, Paraguay, just as the other countries of the region, committed its efforts for a better future for the present and coming generations by the adoption of the 2030 Agenda and the 17 SDGs. Since then, the country has made efforts to attain sustainable, inclusive development, contributing to improving the well-being of all Paraguayans. The firm commitment of Paraguay with the SDGs has been materialized through great achievements that have permitted stimulating public policies and concrete actions in favor of sustainable development, particularly this decade of action that requires from the governments the necessary measures to accelerate the compliance with the SDGs. Along these lines, Paraguay has strengthened its institutional architecture to comply with the 2030 Agenda in Paraguay through the creation of the new SDG Paraguay 2030 Commission, formed by public institutions linked to the three dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social, and environmental, and represented at the highest political level in each member institution so as to facilitate and expedite decision-making and the consolidation of the commitment of the Paraguayan state to the 2030 Agenda through the representation of the three state powers in each one of the entities that form part of the SDG Commission. Likewise, we updated the National Development Plan of Paraguay, whose elaboration precedes the adoption of the 2030 Agenda, allowing for a greater degree of alignment of the national strategic objectives with the Sustainable Development Goals. We elaborated a methodological guideline of linkage of the general budget of the nation to the SDGs, which will contribute to quantify the contribution in terms of the budget of the public sector to each one of said goals, and will identify strengths, weaknesses, and challenges in budget terms. We advanced in the implementation of a system for social protection and a tool for the management of policies for social protection, which represents a major progress in comprehensive social integration and advancement of social policies for the improvement of the life of our citizens. The legislative platform, Congress 2030 Paraguay, which permits the linkage of legislative initiatives and draft bills to each one of the SDGs, constitutes another national landmark in the progress towards sustainable development. All these substantive progresses will be reflected in the second report to be submitted in the high-level political development for sustainable development of the UN. This voluntary report, which will be presented July this year, will place special emphasis on the implementation of mechanisms of multi-sectoral participation, ensuring the contribution of and participation of all the sectors of society. Notwithstanding these national efforts consistent with multilateralism and the well-being of our people, we have been faced by challenges imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic and its serious consequences in every sector of society, in its most basic and urgent needs of life itself: health, education, and technological divide, poverty, and food safety, just as employment. The high vulnerability of our countries has been exposed in spite of all the efforts of every sector to face the pandemic. The crisis was global, but its consequences will only deepen inequalities if the good intentions placed on the 2030 agenda do not receive backing or are not consistent to reality. ECLAC has told us in its report on the social situation of Latin America that the pandemic has shown and exacerbated the major structural differences of the region, and inequality has become unsustainable. So it is necessary to rebuild with equality and sustainability, targeting to the creation of a true welfare state, a task which has been unduly postponed in the region. We are aware that the pandemic showed that we need to invest more in education, health, and social protection systems to endow our citizens with sufficient tools to face the future crisis once we solve the current one. It is mandatory for our countries to build and improve economic resiliency, adopting comprehensive policies and strategies to obtain inclusive development. Fair, equitable, and timely access of vaccines is just the visible symptom of the need for a real and true change of the paradigm of the international community. It is necessary to once again underscore forcefully that no one is safe until we are all safe. It is not permissible for us to go back to historically overcome schemes of nationalistic selfishness. This is our challenge today. Paraguay bets on the COVAX mechanism, which has shown how frail it can be. And today, we are forced to knock bilateral doors with all the limitations that entails and which exposes us to serious social consequences. Paraguay makes an appeal to reaffirm the commitment of all the region and the world with cooperation and international solidarity and the strengthening of the values of multilateralism as the cornerstone of sustainable development. This crisis, far from diminishing the importance of the 2030 agenda, should highlight the imperious need to work collectively for a sustainable recovery that will allow us to reduce the profound gaps of inequity and provide special care to those who have turned out to be most vulnerable in this crisis. For all those reasons, Paraguay reaffirms its total support to sustainable development as the only way to overcome the current challenges in view of the fundamental values deep-rooted in the concept of sustainability and highlighted by the 2030 agenda: responsibility, resilience, empathy, cooperation, and solidarity amongst countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Elena. We now have the participation of Dominican Republic, Alexis Cruz, Vice Minister of Social Economic Analysis of the Ministry of Planning, Economy, and Development. Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair and colleagues from the rest of the region. Dominican Republic is aware, and unfortunately, in accordance to the data presented by the rest of the countries and the report just presented by ECLAC on the impact caused by the COVID-19 impact in our region. Before the crisis, our country had led the region in economic growth with figures higher than 5% GDP in the last 10 to 12 years. Just as a not so fast but significant drop in the incidence of monetary policy, passing from close to 40% to a little more than 20% of the population. Nevertheless, the pandemic came and it showed us that we were not as efficient in harnessing these favorable times to truly close the social and economic gaps in our population. This catastrophe has shown the inefficiencies and inequalities that persist with more than half of the population with vulnerable or informal employment, more than half the household that even though they have water and sanitation, do not receive water only 3 days a week, amongst other realities. The main message we understand is the need to improve the capacity to plan and prevent that allows us to face such unexpected crises as this one without increasing inequality further in our populations. aware of this reality. The Dominican state is trying to close gap, territorial or according to the vulnerabilities of the population. The principle of management is that development must occur where people live. So with that as a North, Dominican Republic has authorized 82 of the 100, has obtained 82 of the 169 targets around the 5 accelerators or catalysts that were defined for the implementation of the agenda in the country. That is multidimensional poverty, competitiveness and employment, production and sustainable development, capacity building, and increasing resilience of our population in view of climate change. This also goes hand in hand with what the ECLAC report said, that our region is responsible for less than 1% of the impact upon climate change. Yet, in the case of Dominican Republic, it is one of the 10 countries that is most prone to suffer from the catastrophes coming from climate change. Something else where the 82 targets were prioritized are the specific objectives of our 2030 national development strategies. This puts us in an advanced position in terms of having the information necessary to focus territorially as well as in population terms the actions to attain sustainable development. These definitions, even if they were done before the pandemic, instead of losing validity, they are even more valid because they touch on aspects that are quite central and which have been impacted by the COVID pandemic. Also, these goals have been integrated to the guidelines of planning, ruling of the present government, not only putting them in line with the government program, but also creating policy guidelines such as that of sustainable production and consumption, which were prioritized for the 4-year period. The SDGs now are an element that cannot be outside, but inside the institutions to ensure that the actions that we undertake truly should lead us to sustainable development. On the other hand, just as the president of Costa Rica said this morning, we must not fall into the temptation that due to despair or the economic reactivation, we may launch to a desperate attempt of going back to normalcy at any price without a careful analysis between the short-term benefits and need to ensure a good environment for development. With all that, we've been working in the design of a recovery strategy of the social and economic impacts of COVID that has 5 central axes duly articulated with the accelerators I just mentioned: social protection, reduction of the inequality gaps, social recovery, influential and transforming, economic sustainable recovery for change, environmental sustainability and risk reduction to learn from the crisis, and the governance and digital transformation for resilience. This strategy draws a roadmap with recommendations of topics that are contained in the policies prioritized of the government plan, the 2020 to 2024 plan, and the government of Dominican Republic is planning our own aspects for the post-pandemic recovery. Likewise, these topics are duly in line with the instruments of a longer-term development, that is national development strategy, and what brings us together prioritized goals for sustainable development at the national level. The topics, the sectors, the stakeholder articulation notes and spaces of dialogue fostered by a comprehensive approach for sustainable development in our country are the fundamental aspects that will put our nation in a better condition to recover from the crisis and to build better than we did before the path to sustainable development. Thank you very much. Thank you. Always under the parameter report and the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Saint Kitts and Nevis, the floor is yours.
Chris. Good afternoon, Your Excellencies. It is a pleasure to join you at this important forum, which is more critical at this juncture than it has ever been before. As members within the global community, we gave our commitment to the achievement of the Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which prioritize our social, economic, and environmental issues, which require focus and immediate interventions in order to build resilience. The St. Kitts and Nevis has continued to make substantial investments across sectors captured within the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, such as 1, effective health services, 2, the provision of quality education, 3, the reduction of inequalities, 4, the provision of peace and justice and strong institutions, 5, climate action, which includes clean water and sanitation, renewable energy and industry innovation, and 6, no poverty. The need for inclusive national development agendas in order to make progress in the achievement of the SDGs became more obvious as we faced the impact of COVID-19 pandemic, which began affecting our region just over 1 year ago. This has not been the first crisis faced by the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. However, the magnitude of the impact transcended not only national borders, but fundamentally changed how we interact within our countries and communities, threatening both lives and livelihoods. As we continue to take stock of the real impact on our communities, let us not lose sight of the need to foster an economic recovery that is resilient. Let us not return to the business as usual model, which is environmentally destructive, thereby eroding the hard-earned achievements made over successive decades. This period of recovery must be supported by investment and behavioral changes that will reduce the risk of future natural or man-made shocks and improve resilience across all sectors when or if such events occur. The impact of the health crisis we are experiencing will pale in comparison if the effects of climate change are not addressed. It cannot be overlooked that reduced rainfall, prolonged dry periods, rising sea levels which cause saltwater intrusion in coastal aquifers, biodiversity loss, and the degradation of our marine environment will have a profound effect on the survival and health of our communities if left unabated. The government of St. Kitts and Nevis has long established a people-centric approach to its development agenda. Therefore, as we aim to build back better, post-COVID-19, our new National Development Plan will build on the successes of the previous development plan and be informed by nationally determined contributions, the National Climate Adaptation Strategy, the National Climate Change Policy, the Sustainable Development Goals, the Sendai Framework, and the Samoa Pathway. Priority will be given to critical areas such as strengthening resilience to climate change, alignment of the development trajectory to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, integration of technological and process innovations to enable business continuity in both the public and private sectors, the integration of sustainable approaches in infrastructural design and implementation, strengthening of our health system, and the provision of continuous education and reskilling of our human resource to address the evolving labor market and global challenges. In order to ensure the gains envisioned are achieved, we again call for the support of the international community in the utilization of the Vulnerability Index, which remains the most appropriate metric by which to truly appreciate the fragility of small island developing states such as St. Kitts and Nevis. This opportunity is also used to implore you, my esteemed colleagues, to use your influence to ensure that Latin America and the Caribbean are not left behind in the distribution of vaccines, as this too will have a profound impact on our resilient recovery process. Let us all be guided by the words of New York Times best-selling author Sharon Salzberg. Resilience is based on compassion for ourselves as well as compassion for others. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, So now, a continuación tendremos la participación de Uruguay, de Ricardo González Arena, director
We now
general.
have the participation of Ricardo González Arena from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Uruguay. Madam Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Alicia Bárcena, the Secretary General, Deputy Secretary General of UN, President of ECOSOC, President of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado, representative of the member states of the private sector and civil society.
It is an honor for Uruguay to take part in this regional instance when we address the follow-up of one of the current pillars, the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals within the regional context of Latin America and the Caribbean. And we understand that the challenges associated with the COVID-19 pandemic means that this sort of exchange about something that is so urgent and timely. And so, first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this event, and especially Costa Rica, the country that it has the temporary chair of the ECLAC. And so, ladies and gentlemen, Uruguay gives priority to the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs because it's multinational, cross-cutting, integral, of key to our development, leaving no one behind. And so in this sense, it also encourages joint actions to ensure the financing of the various initiatives, the aiming towards the success of the agenda and essentially the Addis Ababa action agenda. To a great extent, Uruguay's commitment is reflected in its presentation of voluntary reports. And this year, just over a year of having taken on the new government in Uruguay, the country will be presenting its fourth voluntary report, which means that the country has wagered on the achievement of SDGs and that has been very ambitious in terms of implementing policies which in our country are a government strategy. Despite the urgencies and the challenges linked to the pandemic that have affected the entire world, and especially Latin America and the Caribbean, a region that already had structural gaps and high levels of inequality, Uruguay has made major efforts to offset the impact of the crisis and people. The country's response to the pandemic has been interdisciplinary, social, economic, epidemiological monitoring with a scientific advisory group and focused on responsible use of freedom by our citizens, generosity and others, which in addition to a health system that is very strong and resilient has allowed us to resume our working activities, education and cultural activities in a very short time. In order to provide financial resources to sustain this effort, especially the measures adopted in various fields, working, the economy and social, the coronavirus fund was established, which is for the entire country, within the context of the health crisis, with resources coming from state banks, state companies, and also contributions by civil servants and political authorities with high incomes. So, the idea is to ensure citizen access to a quality public health, a system that in any case should have adapt on the way to offset the impact on the labor market with the diversification of alternatives such as the insurance for medical leave and others to ensure everyone is able to overcome the crisis in all sectors of activity. Uruguay made significant investments to offset the impact of the crisis and ensure a sustainable development. Within this framework, SDGs have been an undisputed manner because they allow us to optimize limited resources by making cross-cutting proposals, addressing several issues at a time, and also align with the needs presented by COVID-19. For Uruguay, the 2030 Agenda and recovery strategies are all supplementary and must be integrated. We understand that the two aim towards the same and should not be applied separately. In view of the relevance of 2019, not cancelling out the results that we have achieved so far, and that countries of the region should recover from the pandemic as soon as possible, we welcome the report on the regional progress and challenges of the SDGs in Latin America and the Caribbean within the framework of the COVID-19 pandemic. We understand that the recommendations are very timely and address several essential aspects for recovery in the region. Before ending, Uruguay would like to once again thank ECLAC and the Executive Secretary for their support given to the concept of development in transition, promoting multidimensional development without any distinctions for countries such as ours. A classification based only on income per capita is difficult because it ignores structural gaps which are persistent and restricts our access to financing and international cooperation. We understand that the way out of this crisis linked to COVID-19 and strengthening actions to achieve the 2030 Agenda and SDGs should all take into account these differences and the different realities in different countries. We are convinced that ECLAC will continue to give voice to regional specificities within the framework of the UN. Thank you. Thank you. Venezuela now has the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. Different governments, our greetings to the organizers in the case of Costa Rica, and of course our greetings to the Executive Secretary of ECLAC for highest scientific rigor and her courage in putting a finger on the issue of inequality and what it means with regard to the pandemic, is having access to vaccines. In the case of SDGs, we're talking about a structural issue for the entire planet. And of course, we will also be talking about resilience and impacts that could occur in the case of COVID-19. Nevertheless, it is very important, and we would like to point this out, the relevance that we should not forget, that we should not be affected by amnesia as a society, humanity, in terms of very serious things that have happened. Situations when, in full attack, in full pandemic, there were international aggressions, economic wars, trade wars, linked precisely, simultaneously to the development of the pandemic. WHO, the UN organization, was attacked from the viewpoint of income, from the viewpoint of their structure in the midst of the pandemic. And this somehow, my colleagues, must put us on warning regarding the international system, regarding the rigor that should respect the fundamental principles of the UN system, and that we should strictly keep to the UN system. There is no empire of force that may be above the UN system. And an essential topic here has been how our international system is able to be attacked during such a difficult time. In the case of the vaccine, this is another expression of the same thing. Structural issues that exist worldwide and show that it is necessary to have urgent democratization and backing the UN system. Allow me to also refer to other things that have occurred in the midst of the pandemic. Aggression against countries. For example, Venezuela, in the midst of the pandemic, an invasion of our territory. We were just days before the pandemic, and they tried to entering our coast to destabilize the legally formed government in our country. You're not even saying, let's get the pandemic over and then further our political interests. But no, all circumstances were used to continue to attack our country. And ECLAC should bear this in mind. In recent years, our country's revenues have been reduced to 1%. We've lost 99% of our income, our revenues in Venezuela. That is, of $56 billion that we used to receive every month. Today, we receive less than $740 million a year. At the same time, international financing by more than 2,000%, with our finances have come down. A blockade of more than $5 billion in international resources and accounts that have been closed and that could have been used to address the pandemic. Instead of that, their money is there blocked. And also, there's been a tenacious blockade from the economic financial viewpoint against Venezuela, and has led to increase import costs tremendously. This aggression against our country, we're going to find a way to overcome it, but this has led to regional initiatives, support for development, as the case of Caribe, which is based on other alternatives. And at the same time that I guess Venezuela has been attacked, we have said, we have always seconded the voice of the United Nations, the voice of ECLAC, and that is why we fully adopt the UN Sustainable Development Goals to our National Development Plan. Each SDG has been fully included in our development plan. I would also like to refer to other contributions to the discussion. Probably it is necessary to make the most of the pandemic, of this tremendous difficulty that the pandemic has implied worldwide, to see that the key lies in not putting back, in not putting off, in not changing one SDG. These goals set by the UN are the key, the real possibility to move ahead. We cannot say that due to the lack of financing, we will not aim to meet the SDGs. No, our only chance of facing the pandemic and post-pandemic period is to go after the Sustainable Development Goals. And so I would like to make an invitation to review the SDGs and find those that are structural from the viewpoint of the asymmetries that we're seeing in society today. If we find an SDG and that is structural, we will be able to find firm elements with which to move ahead. Allow me to say something about this. Part of the Sustainable Development Goals have to do with paying attention to those elements that from the viewpoint of the society are reproduced. Youth is not a matter of marketing. It's not something just to be joyful about at international events. No, this is something that must be used to resolve inequalities that exist in societies today. We have found a key, for example, get SDGs to not be just another thing, but that are brought down a territorial level in a country. So in our country, we have given priority to areas and communities that have greater difficulties, precisely sharpened from on account of the economic war against our countries. We have focused what can be done from the viewpoint of the government.
Experience such a, for example, club that they might not know at international level what is in view of the economic and financial blockade and the distortions of the market. A prediction was caused from the standpoint of food of our population. We've invested major resources to go home by home, not with the market laws, but household by household. That was what those who attacked our economy pretended to remove from our population. Another policy deals with the mission of living Venezuela, a policy where three on the indicators of structural poverty are mentioned, which are access to housing, access to material conditions, the issue of overcrowding. Attacking a policy such as the Great Housing Mission of Venezuela has permitted in the last 6 years 3.4 million houses have been given in our country, and that permits attacking fundamental elements. That has happened in the midst of the pandemic. In the midst of the pandemic, we have seen how the SDGs are conversely like a lifesaver to go over the structural roots of the problems and thus having greater efficiency from the standpoint of public policies. But we need to say the following. We will try to share with our colleagues of ECLAC the housing policies. We've had to invest additional to the original resources that we needed to invest. We've had to invest $13 billion additional dollars than the original ones. You know what that means, dear colleague Alicia Bárcena? That means that instead of having built 3.5 million houses, we could have done 7 million houses. What those 3.5 million houses took away from us is the economic war. So we could have done better. The policy of protection of food in our schools to guarantee that children can go to school under any circumstance, of providing the children with uniforms and shoes to go to school. We've had to invest $12 billion that we've had to invest additionally. There's been a sizable reduction of income, which has led us to having to prioritize a social agenda where we have more than 76% of the total of resources invested by our country dedicated absolutely to social protection of our peoples. What do we mean by that? We mean that SDGs organize public policies of the states. And as organizers of public policies of the states, we cannot delay not one of them. Conversely, we need to go faster with them. And a fundamental topic is to assume this year, 2021, we must have a more aggressive agenda on the SDGs precisely to advance with greater strength. There are some topics that we would like to propose and warn. When we made the denunciation on the access to vaccine expressed by Alicia Bárcena, we endorsed that accusation. We'd like to make this public. Venezuela has total resources to vaccinate 100% of its population. We requested the UN system to help us to unlock the resources found in accounts of the United States, England, and Europe in order to pay for the 100% of those bills dealing with the vaccines, and even to foster that solidarity agenda that is mentioned now. Some additional topics that we foresee. If we believe that there have been problems with the vaccines, what to think of what will happen in the process of reorganization and expansion of the economy? What will happen with the supply for the productive system? What will happen with the food at the level of international auction of products and its increases in prices? Once again, we invite that it be a CLAC. The UN system itself will organize a supply bank from the productive standpoint, and a consumption one on the food safety of the nations, and that the countries may go to the UN system to access those resources that will feed the economy and the dynamics inside our country, that it should not happen as it happened with the vaccines, that it should be like an organizing system like the UN that will put up order on those horrible policies that have been put against a terrible international market that gives preference to some countries over others. Second proposal, a food bank that can remain inside the UN system, and fundamentally the need of a monetary fund for the SDGs. This policy must be fundamental from the standpoint of having balance, of having order. And I will dare mention the following topic: a sovereign fund, autonomous of the UN system, not of sponsors, autonomous from the UN, so that the UN can be the one firmly expressing the policies of aid on the SDGs without the interference of any country. Colleagues, dear, thank you for this opportunity and a firm position in Venezuela of how the SDGs, human rights are fundamental pillars and the only real possibility to organize a fair, humane world after the pandemic. Thank you very much. We will now give the floor to Fernando Quiroga, Coordinator of Social Policies of Argentina. Thank you, Maria Pilar. It's a pleasure to participate. Greetings to Alicia Barson and all the colleagues from the countries of the region. I bring the greetings of the President of the National Council of Social Policies, Victoria Zapaz, who, because of issues of the agenda, she will be participating in the closing of this important forum that is done virtually, but we hope soon, and with the vaccine and with the advances that we may have based on international cooperation, that we may all meet again presentially. First of all, Argentina ratifies very clearly its commitment to the 2030 agenda, understanding it as a global development agenda, an agenda implying a world consensus, an agenda that covers all the dimensions of development strongly. And Argentina understands the 2030 agenda as a foundational part of its international policies, with clear aspects such as multilateralism and the South-South cooperation, unrestricted respect to public law, understanding specifically non-interference in internal affairs and other aspects linked to international law, also regional integration amongst other issues where, based on the conception of international solidarity, Argentina builds its relationships in a world that demands ever more, very strongly, a common perspective of partnerships, of collective construction of an international and regional agenda that will, in final, benefit our peoples and improve our quality of life. As you know, Argentina presented its second national voluntary report to the UN in the high-level political forum July last year, the last session, where we analyzed the period of the last 2 years up to December 2019. President Mauricio Macri, where we found a series of social, economic, and environmental elements that were quite deteriorated, showing some stagnation and many steps back, in particular in issues of social inclusion and economic development, and a poor distribution of economic growth. So Argentina presented that report July last year, and since then, it is building its new matrix, SDG Argentina, of goals and indicators of public policies and the linkage to the budget, to have the report for next year that we will present with clearer figures and with the scheme of measurement that should be more real and true to reality. We also say in Argentina that the 2030 agenda cannot be circumscribed to follow-up of goals and indicators and public policies to be associated to those goals. But the 2030 agenda needs to be concreted. My colleagues who preceded me have stated this. The agenda is a live agenda that needs to be adapted to the reality of each people and situation, but it has to transform. It has to imply public policies that have an impact upon the lives of our people and transform reality to benefit the quality of life of the communities, particularly of those who have some degree of vulnerability, of course, respecting the environment and in an inclusive way. Argentina also reivindicates the territorial character of the 2030 agenda. It has been said here minutes ago. We perfectly well understand the concept of the localization of 2030 agenda in terms of local adaptation in each local municipal government of the country, but we prefer to replace that concept of localization. It's fine, but we prefer to call it territorialization of the 2030 agenda, We talk about the territorialization of the SDGs in every place in the Republic of Argentina, which means for us a set of articulated public policies that will definitely have an impact and transform reality. That to us is what territorialization means. It's a multi-level agenda, so Argentina works from the national state in the definition of public policies and articulation with all the ministries, but it also does it with all the federal states. Remember, Argentina is a federal nation with 24 federal states, and together we form a network, a federal network of SDGs to work in the construction of responses, tools, and mechanisms that improve the capacities of management of the Argentinian federal states and also the municipalities. Argentina also understands that it's a multi-sectoral activities, so we work with all the United Nations system in Argentina, which generates a tremendous support from the resident representatives to everyone. But we firmly believe in the public-private partnership. You know that our President Alberto Fernandez, when he took office in December 2019, went to launch of the program Argentina Against Hunger. We received a battered Argentina with much exclusion, high indices of poverty, and people who had fallen into food uncertainty. That was the diagnosis of our president, and starting then, he designed that program, which basically implies generating all the tools so that everyone should have a plate of a good, well-balanced meal at home. So in that program, we incorporated not only all the provincial states, but the unions, the social organizations to get support so as to all fight against food unsafety. But that model of intervention wasn't only in Argentina Against Hunger, but it's a vocation that Argentina has in a permanent way for all the topics related to sustainable development, both for climate or gender or sustainable communities and all the issues of the 2030 agenda. Argentina claims that the state is the main player in development and has exclusive responsibility, is the one that needs to advance to eliminating inequalities in our people. We have had that clear within the COVID pandemic. If the states do not defend the basic and elemental rights of our people, the market cannot solve it. That has been seen all around the world. In Argentina, we clearly saw how the state, thanks to its public health system, very strongly was the main player guaranteeing, in this case, life and all the other rights related to the 2030 agenda that we will all agree that it is a human rights agenda. So during the COVID pandemic, and we're going to the specific topic related to resiliency of this opening panel, Argentina not only adopted measures linked to health, increasing the budget of health, and of course, worrying about the vaccines and all the contracts that Argentina obtained to guarantee the vaccine to all its population, but we took effective, concrete measures related to social inclusion and protection of employment. It also benefited the private sector. Policies such as emergency financial assistance with the government gave help to 9 million workers that were not formal in Argentina. And for 3 months, we've been able to provide support to help them with the minimum needs. And the contributions for work and production, the state also financed almost 3 million workers of the private sector with 2 minimal wages so that they could support the status of worker without having to be laid off. Very clear, strong issues that show that in a context of pandemic, the role of the state as an active player is central. But jointly with that, we believe, as we said a while ago, we believe in the public-private articulation. We must all contribute towards development. I would like to not to abuse of your time, but just to say that resilience that we understand that we need to generate based on the pandemic that affected the whole world, our region, and our countries in general. For Argentina, we also add not only with the situation, the condition of the country that we inherited in 2019, but with the great level of debt that we have with the IMF. Foreign debt, we understand, is a conditioning factor for development. We need to generate the sovereign mechanisms of cooperation, international solidarity to advance in the debt restructuring. Let it not be at the expense of the hunger and need of our people, but conversely, to guarantee our sovereignty, our development with social inclusion. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Argentina. We will now have the participation of Manuel Alonso from the Planning and Programming Secretariat from Guatemala. Thank you, Minister, National Planning of Costa Rica, Maria del Pilar. Mrs. Alicia Bárcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and authorities. Pandemic, no doubt, showed social economic inequality experienced by the population of several of our countries. Guatemala was no exception, even though the government policies foresaw stable scenarios. We could identify that of a total of 50 goals established in the general policies of the government, 42% could suffer the greatest impact. Basically, those goals in the economic and social development arena. This situation forced us to implement early on strategies for containment and mitigation. The impacts coming from the World Health Crisis and the Plan of Economic Recovery to Guatemala, both instruments to coordinate actions aiming to have resilient recovery to counteract the negative effects on economic activity and to leverage an environment of peace, safety, and coexistence. As a result of those actions, in 2020, there was economic growth, negative growth of 1.5%. That was less than initially estimated, that was 3.5%, given the incidence foreseen in the social and economic goals. Addition, 2030, we saw an increase in the public budget of 66.7% as a result of a counter-cyclic policy implemented by the government. Family remittances grew 5.7% and helped to counteract the effects affecting demand as a consequence of COVID. The international monetary reserves grew at 23%, and at the end of the year 2020, we saw that 24% of the goals had advanced, and 42% of the goals were met. All accounts shows a prudent macroeconomic and fiscal management that permitted Guatemala to be resilient and stable in view of the pandemic. Study organized by ECLAC indicate that the Guatemalan economy was the least affected in the region, whilst other countries showed drops of 5%.
In this scenario, for this year, we see a recovery of economic growth of about 3.5%, considering that economic growth is necessary to resolve development issues. We have decided that exports are essential. Micro enterprises, in the case of exports, aside from creating jobs, are an important source of revenues for the country. Today, they represent about 25%. Textiles, fruit, vegetables, services, and others. In Guatemala, in 2021, we believe that these exports will grow about 9%. We should say that in 2020, the value of exports grew 13%. So by 2021, with the support of these three drivers, should have a positive impact. In the case of micro, small, and medium enterprises, they are one of the main sources of employment in the country: trade, services, manufacturing, and farming. For their part, sustainable tourism has tremendous potential for economic growth. The vision of the government is to continue reconstructing and economic recovery, for which there are more than 100 infrastructure projects planned, as well as others improving productivity, extending piers, railways, and others that for many years have been unusable. Another priority is promoting the health of our citizens, and so it is foreseen that more hospitals will be built to improve care. It is important to highlight that although we've been affected by the health crisis, it was possible to reduce its impact by implementing programs for emergencies and economic recovery in the short term, and we've laid the grounds to begin the road to recovery and return to normality. Unfortunately, the audio is very poor. This has resulted in the guidelines, national priorities, and sustainable development goals. Lastly, in view of the uncertainty created by the pandemic, we believe it is important to think not only in redefining strategies, but enhancing these so that things are planned and implemented efficiently in order to achieve these aims. Thank you. Thank you. And so we complete the list of presentations by member states. And now we will move on to the associate members. First of all, the representative of Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Mr. Carlos Alvarado, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, Maria del Pilar Garrido, Minister National Planning and Economy in Costa Rica, ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address you on behalf of France on the occasion of this forum of the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development 2021. I would like to first underscore the relevance of this to France and, of course, the European Union and their relationship with Latin America, and underscore that France was the first country to adopt the green budget in September 2020. This was an innovation, and which meant that each expenditure under this law and the French post-COVID-19 recovery plan will be assessed based on their impact on 6 aims linked to sustainable development. We also need to underscore the law on energy transition for green growth adopted in 2015, whereby we committed to eradicating the carbon footprint by 2050 within the framework of efforts made by the EU and the Paris Agreement that you are all familiar with. I must also say that we are today in the French Parliament in the process of adopting a new law on cooperation and development for solidarity, cooperation, and the reduction of inequalities around the world, which will be a very important milestone since we will have more concentrated cooperation, more effective, and more in relation to world interests and the fight against inequality, and of course in relation to energy transition, a total modernization of our total policy in helping development. I would also like to point out that we are partnering in relation to sustainable development with the private players and NGOs in a more efficient way with different initiatives. In terms of the European Union, I would like to underscore what is very relevant, and that is that the Union, with a new president of the European Commission and a new European Commission, has committed fully to the fight against climate change with new goals. The European Union has set to reduce its emissions of greenhouse gases by at least 40% by 2030. And the Commission would also like to raise the ambitions with the Green Compact. I say this has to do with a numerical transition. Energy transition is a priority for the EU, and this too will be given priority in our relations with the rest of the world and, of course, Latin America. Regarding the same issue, President Manuel Macron has engaged in terms of financing of the fight against climate change, as in the One Planet Summit, the first held in 2017, and last January the 11th, we have held a fourth summit on this same matter to mobilize public and private actors to finance the energy transition. And as you know, we've held a summit with the UN in December 2020, the climate summit. For us, COP26 is a key moment for these efforts at international level, and 2020 and 2021, despite the pandemic, are key years to raise our ambitions of all countries and our contributions at national level. I would not like to take up much time, merely to recall that our challenge in Europe, Latin America, and the rest of the world is to, in 2021, to begin our economic and social recovery process and with our energy transition towards a model of sustainable development. This is a milestone because we're changing our parameters and the world at the same time. To conclude, I would like to add that in terms of European countries, there's a will to strengthen political dialogue with the countries, above all of Latin America, with regard to these matters. We've held a meeting in July among the ministers of foreign affairs of the European Union and Latin America, we have many things in common, and especially in terms of these matters related to sustainable development, we can do more together. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, señor embajador.
Thank you, Ambassador. In this spirit, we will now be addressed by Angela Kyle Hodge, Minister of Economic Development, Investment, Commerce, Information Technology, and Natural Resources. The floor is yours.
Angela. Kyle Hodge. Bueno, vamos a continuar entonces. Vamos a ir con Bermuda.
Well, in that case, we will continue. We will proceed with Bermuda. Walter Roba, Deputy Premier and Minister of Home Affairs of Bermuda.
Bermuda. Okay, so now we have Curaçao, Vanessa Torre, Director of Foreign Economic Cooperation, Minister of Economic Development. Vanessa?
Curaçao, Vanessa Torre.
Everyone, Madam Chair, Government of Costa Rica, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I salute you on behalf of the government and people of Curaçao. After a year in a survival mode due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Curaçao is gradually reopening its borders. Even though the pandemic is still threatening us and will not go away soon enough, we are at a point where we need to take next steps. So our next step is to continue with the vaccination of our people and finish as soon as possible, and to implement medium and long-term strategies in order to stimulate sustainable economic development for a newly revised road to recovery. Where do we want to be? We want to become a nation with a vibrant, innovative, and sustainable economy, recognized globally as a premier place to live, learn, play, work, and do business. In essence, to iconify Curaçao as connected, sustainable, hospitable, and innovative, with the ultimate goal being to provide meaningful employment for the population. An ambitious target was set to not only prevent job loss, but to create 15,000 new jobs in the period leading up to 2026. In order to achieve this ambitious goal and diversify our economy, we are in the position of stimulating new economic activities in the area of exports and also sustainability. So in short, our aim for the future is dynamic growth on a sustainable basis, resulting in a balance between the economic, social, and ecological dimension. As a small island and developing state in the Caribbean, we face specific challenges and need to take several risks into account with respect to vulnerability when planning for sustainable development and for becoming resilient. Curaçao, as many SIDS, suffered a great impact due to the COVID-19 pandemic. As many other SIDS, Curaçao's tourism industry, as one of the most thriving industries, came to a total standstill in 2020. This affected many segments of the economy which are directly or indirectly dependent on a thriving tourism market. The current government finances are facing hard time, as many other developing countries are in these times. In these demanding times, we have to join forces and work together to confront our challenges. For collaboration, support, and knowledge and capacity exchange, but also financial support is something that is much needed. Curaçao, as part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, received financial support in the form of a loan for social support and for support to the local SMEs and enterprises in order to maintain decent work and foster little by little economic growth. With this support, Curaçao is gradually building forward to alleviate the situation for the short term, combined with Curaçao's own effort to finance rapidly the emerged reality of a socio-economic deficit created by the pandemic. Precisely during this time, Curaçao has aspired to try for more diversification in its economy, working on reducing vulnerabilities which threaten the health of the economy and the well-being of the citizens. Embracing technology has been one of the key characteristics in all of the efforts done by Curaçao to keep advancing on several areas. Regarding specifically the SDG implementation process, the current pandemic pushed us into the virtual reality, and in doing so, the National SDG Commission of Curaçao managed to organize our first SDG Action Week meeting virtual with a wide variety of stakeholders with range of local and international speakers. Additionally, through small working groups, Curaçao is working on a national dashboard tasked with programming a reporting tool on national statistics that include national targets to achieve the SDGs, the priority SDG goals, and social economic indicators. Curaçao, together with Grenada and Bonaire, are the only Caribbean countries in the local 2030 Islands Network. This Islands Network is the world's first global island-led network devoted to advancing the UN Sustainable Development Goals through locally driven, culturally informed solutions. The Local 2030 Island Network is a network and platform that supports the on-the-ground delivery of the SDGs with a focus on those furthest behind. It is a convergence point between local and regional governments and their associations, national governments, businesses, community-based organizations, and other local actors, and the United Nations system. During 2020, the Local 2030 Islands Network, in coordination with other international island organizations and with the support of, amongst others, the UN Foundation, created a virtual platform as a response to connect island communities and colleagues working on various dimensions of sustainable development as they meet urgent challenges posed by COVID-19. These have been identified and discussed. Themes that have been identified and discussed include maintaining agricultural activities, managing impacts and response to tourism, managing movement of residents, visitors, and second home owners, and managing energy resources. Curaçao continues to develop other ways and thinking and embrace the new global trends, developments, and initiatives that will develop our economy in a resilient and sustainable way. We recently launched a program for remote workers, digital nomads, hibernators, and investors. We are currently developing a national export strategy with the technical support of the UN and WTO Technical Agency International Trade Center. The National Export Strategy for Curaçao will build the necessary resilience in grain, sustainability, and improved diversification. The focus is on services-oriented sectors while tackling the areas that need to improve the competitiveness and investment climate. To facilitate access to markets, Curaçao is in negotiations of partial scope agreements with Colombia and the Dominican Republic, and we have initiated talks with Trinidad and Tobago and Suriname. Other countries will follow gradually. In all its efforts, Curaçao has continued to focus on its priority SDGs, being SDG 1, 3, 4, 7, and 8. These priority SDGs are the drivers for policy plans and programs. This does not mean that the other SDGs will not be incorporated, but they will be incorporated gradually. For example, we have a climate change policy assessment, which is SDG 13, and we developed a water policy, which is SDG 6. We are moving ahead to a new era, a new normal, and new ways of working and doing things. It is inevitable that some changes will take place, or we are forced to make these changes. Change will take time, but in the end, by continuing to adhere to the principles of the 2030 Agenda, universality, integration, and leaving no one behind. In conclusion, sustainable economic development is a moral obligation we have towards our children and grandchildren. It is about the right mindset, about leadership, and about creating a culture that will lead to innovation, job creation, and well-being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vanessa. And now we move on to Islas Vírgenes Británicas with Andrew Fayer, Premier and Minister of Finance.
Thank you so much. Good day. God's blessings to all. His Excellency Maria del Pilar Garrido, Minister of National Planning and Economic Policy of Costa Rica. Her Excellency Alicia Barcina, Executive Secretary, ECLAC. Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and God's blessings to all. The British Virgin Islands is very grateful for the opportunity to make a statement in this dialogue on post-pandemic recovery and achieving the 2030 agenda. I would like to begin by thanking the Republic of Costa Rica in their capacity as chair of ECLAC and this forum, along with my dear friend, ECLAC Executive Secretary Alicia Barcina, for supporting and facilitating the invitation of all 14 associate member countries of ECLAC to attend this meeting for the very first time. I salute His Excellency Carlos Alvarado, President of the Republic of Costa Rica, his ministers, ambassadors, and officials for the genuine effort that has been made to include the associate members in the regional framework for the sustainable development of Latin America and the Caribbean. Recognition that the associate members are very much a part of this region is very welcome and also our need for support. Toward this end, and with the full support and participation of the government of Costa Rica and Executive Secretary Alicia Barcina, we yesterday held the first ever high-level meeting on the challenges of the associate members of ECLAC in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. I had the distinct privilege of chairing this special meeting in my capacity as Vice Chair of the Caribbean Development and Cooperation Committee, CDCC. The Prime Ministers, Premiers, and other representatives from 13 associate member countries shared with the Chair and Executive Secretary the very real challenges we face as a group of primarily small island developing states, particularly as it concerns administrative capacity, policy expertise, technology transfer, and financial resources. These challenges have only been compounded by the COVID-19 crisis and the climate emergency, both of which have only served to make us more vulnerable. The associate members of ECLAC also had the benefit of engagement with colleagues from the UN system and regional organizations such as CARICOM, OECS, and Association of Caribbean States. The various representatives presented on the support they are providing to associate members, particularly in the context of the pandemic and recovery from the hurricanes of September 2017. Participants agree that the associate members of ECLAC and their development partners require further dialogue on achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and that a follow-up meeting should take place in 2021. This proposal was met with support from the Republic of Costa Rica, for which we are very, very appreciative. Excellencies, I urge the continued mainstreaming of the associate members of ECLAC into the regional framework of sustainable development in Latin America and the Caribbean. They are a part of the region who still require support as we all strive to reposition our societies as we recover from COVID-19 to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. While the pandemic has been a setback to the 2030 Agenda, I firmly believe that this is a time to strengthen our resolve and to work even harder to defeat COVID-19 and promote sustainable development, green growth, and climate resilience. Finally, in the case of post-pandemic recovery in the British Virgin Islands, I'm pleased to report that after a year of tireless effort and expense, we are now down to 0 active cases of COVID-19, thank God. However, we are not out of the woods yet, and it has come at a great cost to the economy and society. GDP contracted by 18% in 2020, leaving many unemployed. My administration rolled out an economic stimulus package after the onset of the pandemic in order to provide economic and social support to those affected. Today, we continue to assist the vulnerable with social assistance and to provide financial support to struggling businesses. Our inclusion in the UN's COVID-19 multi-country response plan for the Eastern Caribbean has been a tremendous help, which has provided us with vital technical and financial assistance to promote social protection and economic resilience. In the tourism sector, the British Virgin Islands reopened for business on 1st December 2020, but recovery remains at the very early stages after a border closure of 9 months. I'm confident, however, that with the ongoing rollout of our COVID-19 vaccination program and robust public health measures, the economy will rebound as the risk of an outbreak significantly decreases. We estimate that the tourism sector and wider economy will make a modest recovery within the next 12 to 18 months. With this in view, we are proceeding with the development of a post-hurricane national sustainable development plan that is currently in the public consultation process. LAC has generously provided the consultant that is leading the process. Honorable Dr. June Suma, former Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. I thank LAC for this assistance. The British Virgin Islands are also receiving robust support from UNDP and the Resident Coordinator's Office for the Eastern Caribbean as our key sustainable development and hurricane recovery partners. In closing, I again wish to express the British Virgin Islands its sincere gratitude for the opportunity to participate in this forum, and I commend the Republic of Costa Rica for its leadership, including the government's position as co-chair of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People. I thank you.
Muchas gracias. A
Thank you so much. We will now have the presentation of some videos with the intervention of Ernesto Orlando Páez, Minister of Sustainable Development, Climate Change and Disaster Risk Management. I ask the colleagues to please help us with the videos.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to be here today at the fourth meeting of the Forum of the Countries of Latin America and the Caribbean on Sustainable Development. I take this opportunity to thank the chair of the forum, Alicia Barcena, for the opportunity to participate at this important event and present Belize's progress and ongoing challenges in the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, and to engage in discussions focused on identifying common solutions to return to a path of sustainable growth and development post-COVID-19. Esteemed participants, like other SIDS, Belize is a country with a small economy, highly vulnerable to external shocks such as commodity price variation, adverse climate-related occurrences like hurricanes and droughts, and changes in the economic performance of its major trading partners. Our jewel is built primarily on the use of its natural resources. Hence, its key economic drivers include agriculture, fisheries, forestry, energy, tourism, and other extractive sectors. The tourism industry plays a significant role in our economy as a large employer and source for foreign exchange, contributing an average of 64.2% of GDP between 2008 to 2019. In responding to the COVID-19 pandemic, the government of Belize imposed strict containment measures, from complete shutdown of its borders and state of emergencies, which restricted movement to essential travel and essential businesses like medical and security services, food production, to behavioral adjustments like social distancing, distance learning, e-commerce, curfews, restrictions on movement, mask wearing, hygienic practices that have been recommended to contain the spread of the virus. While the restrictions afforded a massive reduction in positive cases from an average 186 positive cases and 20.2% positivity rate in December 2020 to a low of 3 per day and a positivity rate below 4% in the first weeks of March 2021, these actions contributed to significant contractions in economic activity related to consumption, investment, employment, government revenue and expenditure, and trade, leading to a public debt of 134% of GDP. In November 2020, Belize experienced a new government that immediately embarked in devising a national plan to mitigate the socio-economic impacts of the pandemic in the immediate to medium term, while keeping in sight the country's long-term sustainable development plan, Horizon 2030. As a first measure, the government of Belize reviewed, strengthened, and where possible, expanded its social programs targeting the most vulnerable and those left furthest behind. This also occurred at the heels of the devastation by extreme flooding occasioned by Hurricanes Eta and Iota, where estimates of losses are around $120 million. Simultaneously, the government put into action its Plan Belize and commissioned an economic recovery task force to explore short-term solutions focused on rebounding the country's economy and create jobs. 5 key areas of interest have been prioritized, including the agro-manufacturing and energy sectors, retail and distribution, BPOs, banking and international financial sector, and tourism and real estate. In the medium to long term, my government intends to, among other things, expand and modernize the agriculture sector, advance hemp production, promote the blue and green economies in areas such as carbon capture, and support value added in the extractive sectors. Agriculture resilience will be fomented by regenerative agriculture systems, including agroforestry and silvopastoral systems. We embrace the concepts of sustainable consumption and production, SDG 12, and its allied circular economy. But like other developing countries, we must address salient issues of financing and capacity building and the creation of sustainable livelihood alternatives. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Belize believes in the founding principle upon which our country was created and is expressed in our constitution, which calls on Belizeans to respect the principles of social justice and therefore believe that the operation of the economic system must result in the material resources of the community being so distributed as to subserve the common good, that there should be adequate means of livelihood for all, that labor should not be exploited or forced by economic necessity to operate in inhumane conditions, but that there should be opportunity for advancement on the basis of recognition of merit, ability, and integrity, that equal protection should be given to children regardless of their social status, and that a just system should be ensured to provide for education and health on the basis of equality. Upon this backdrop, Belize is taking 3 steps to social economic recovery and achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, including development of a second medium-term sustainable development strategy and action plan that will encourage digital innovation, inclusivity of youth and other marginalized, public-private partnership, gender equality, and social justice, capacity building through strong collaboration, meaningful partnerships, and specialized workforce relevant to the country's needs and priorities, and seek and allocate adequate financial and human resource availability that will see this plan into fruition. The protection of our poor and most vulnerable groups is a high development priority for Belize, and only with true planning and good governance will we ensure that those currently left behind reach their full potential. In closing, while Belize has advanced in establishing a proper foundation through policy and legislative framework, it has several challenges. These include limited human and financial resources, alignment of national budgets with the SDGs, low availability of skills in data management, and challenges in coordination between and among government agencies and non-state actors. The new administration and government has signaled its strong commitment to achieving the Agenda 2030 by creating a Ministry of Sustainable Development, which will house a Department of Sustainable Development that will serve as the nexus coordinating the activities aimed at achieving the goals and hence addressing the challenges aforementioned. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Belize. We will now listen to the video from Colombia, Daniel Gomez, Director of the National Planning Department.
Voy a hacer un recuento entonces de algo.
I will make a summary of some of the main topics of Colombia's agenda relating to the 2030 agenda that will be critical for us to leave the pandemic, but also to continue along that path of sustainable long-term development, all-inclusive, very rigid reactivation policy. The first thing is to recall Colombia's commitment with the nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement that we announced last year that reaches 51% for 2030. This goal of mitigation is in line with our commitment to reach carbon neutrality by 2050. Other priorities of Colombian environmental topics, of course, are to continue to implement the policy of green growth of 2018. Recently, we approved the policy against deforestation. We are working on a policy of climate variability and a policy of the national system of protected areas. All those policies are articulated to truly strengthen our response of climate change. We're committed to the adoption of a new global compact for diversity. Under the UN, we are stimulating the use of renewable energies. And to mention that 2 years ago, Colombia only had 50 megas installed capacity of renewable energy. We will advance, and we are advancing the construction of 2,500 megas, basically of wind energy and photovoltaic energy. And of course, we want to consolidate this effort with energy transition policy. The policies of circular economy, we just approved the policy of circular economy of the water. Water is another very important resource which is affected under all these circumstances of climate change. We have a national strategy of circular economy, and we are, of course, implementing it intersectorally. We want to emphasize that in Colombia, climate policies are overarching, not just of a single sector. In health and social issues, the pandemic had a major impact, of course, in poverty, vulnerability, health. We needed to respond very rapidly to them. One, by strengthening the capacities of the healthcare system with an investment of close to 21 billion pesos. Additionally, we implemented measures to reduce and absorb the shock of income in the households. We created the Solidarity Income Program that aimed to support the income of the households in extreme poverty and vulnerable homes. This was leveraged, of course, by our tools of focusing, and it also involved close work with the private sector, with civil society. We implemented and escalated the compensation of VAT, a mechanism to correct the regressiveness of the VAT tax, but additionally, in order to rapidly respond to the condition of the pandemic, supporting the household incomes. We approved the bylaw of temporary protection for Venezuelan migrants. That measure aims to protect the migrant population which are in conditions of vulnerability, and is consistent with the policy of the government from the beginning of the mandate, with a policy for migrants, with the vision of the National Development Plan. The third point I wanted to mention is the topic of vaccines and immunizations. Vaccines against COVID-19 are the main tool at a global level to overcome the pandemic and achieve sustainable reactivation, which is all inclusive. We want to make an appeal for the implementation of the commitments stemming from the resolution WHA 73.1 of response to COVID-19 adopted by the World Health Assembly May 2020, and resolution 74.306 of comprehensive response to coronavirus adopted by the General Assembly of the United Nations in September 2020. The function of immunization, extensive immunization against COVID, the world policy to stop the pandemic is fundamental. Colombia is committed to this purpose with a vaccination plan that has 5 stages started February 17 with epidemiologic criteria, and also with an implementation and logistic design in order to ensure reaching those vulnerable, leaving no one behind, facilitating the vaccination program, particularly in distant areas of the country. Colombia already guaranteed 61.5 million doses for 35.2 million persons in Colombia through the multilateral mechanism COVAX and through bilateral negotiations.
Lastly, the statute for temporary protection of migrants also seeks to cover the migrant population. And for this, we require support by the international community to respond to this commitment that we've taken on with our migrant population, especially vaccination, that they will have to imply overcoming important challenges in terms of supply, logistics. We're totally committed to this, but we would like to request help by our partners, ECLAC, to work jointly on mechanisms to ensure the vaccination of Venezuelan migrants throughout the Americas and especially in our country. International cooperation and solidarity. And to conclude, I believe that we have seen that multilateralism and global commitment to multilateralism are essential in order to respond to world crises such as COVID, climate change, and all of these challenges that will be coming in future. The benefits of multilateralism as an institutional framework to promote cooperation among countries and to respond in an orderly fashion based on cooperation to global challenges are essential. And in this, the government of Colombia would like to call to intensify international cooperation, solidarity, to contain, mitigate, and overcome the pandemic, and also to respond to all these challenges facing developing countries in order to overcome the COVID-19 situation last year within the framework of a long-term agenda such as the 2030 agenda, also with multilateralism, a commitment to opening markets and a free flow of ideas, of people, of goods and services and investment, and which is the most effective way to achieve a global provision of goods, including the vaccines, and in future achieve shared prosperity based on mutual exchange and voluntary cooperation and international and exchange of wealth among our countries. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now we will be watching the video from El Salvador by Alejandra Gil Tinoco, Minister of Foreign Affairs. Dear everyone, 1 year has gone by since the COVID-19 pandemic obliged us to rethink, among other things, medical care that we provide in our countries. The government of President Nayib Bukele, right from day one, laid out the country's road ahead and adopted measures recognized by the international community. El Salvador at all times placed the life of Salvadorians first and gave priority to safeguard their food by delivering health emergency packages. Likewise, economic relief such as deferred payment of utility services and taxes and a $300 cash bonus for the most vulnerable families to encourage the trade facilitation plan that has reduced our costs and increased our competitiveness and reducing red tape. We also have plans for making the most of existing trade agreements, and which has enhanced relations with our main trade partners. We also passed a law creating a trust fund for the recovery of Salvadorian enterprises, and which includes support for payroll payments of micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. Also, soft loans have been given for the formal and informal sectors, totaling $400 million in January this year, representing a major backing for these sectors so badly hit over the last year. Albeit we still do not have clear details of social and political affectations brought about by the pandemic, we are aware of the responsibility that falls on all leaders around the world that should ensure a better tomorrow for everyone. Despite the optimism of the COVID-19 vaccine, our road to recovery for post-pandemic is still a giant task in process and implies a tremendous effort by everyone. Recovery goes beyond the indexes that we want to improve. With the adoption of the 2030 agenda, we recognize a new reality, integrally linking three major dimensions: what is social, the economy, and the environment. Bearing this in mind, we've made efforts to improve life conditions of people beyond their mere survival. The national health system, we've increased coverage and established a new standard of service. And this has implied a milestone in our country, since we've had to efficiently care for people during the health crisis and also improve our ability to care, coverage, and equipment of these centers. I would like to highlight here the construction of the El Salvador Hospital, a benchmark in the region in terms of the pandemic, and that reflects the level of commitment and efficacy of our management for coming years. And also, since February 2021, the government of El Salvador began a vaccination process throughout the country, ensuring the logistics by establishing 162 vaccination centers. So far, priority has been given to first-line medical staff, and we are committed so that everyone who wishes to have a vaccine may do so free of charge and on a voluntary basis. At the same time, we've extended efforts to coordinate all the way from central to local governments, caring for people living in vulnerable situations. We're committed to not leaving anyone behind. Nothing of what we've done so far could be possible if this were a merely individual effort. For El Salvador, the achievements are also a collective achievement, in that partnerships have been clear and determinate in terms of a timely response to the crisis, as well as moving ahead in search of a new, better future, sustainable future, resilient, in line with what is determined in the 2030 agenda. And so today, more than ever before, within the framework of the Decade for Action of the agenda, and the ensuring the means for implementation, we reaffirm the relevance of instruments such as the Addis Ababa Action Agenda, Financing for Development. It is imperative to have the resources to bring us closer to achieving sustainable development in tune with the Paris Agreement on climate change, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and other multilateral agreements which are key to our region, such as the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration. Friends, global solidarity that we've seen flourish in recent months should not be something fortuitous. On the contrary, I foster this space to encourage us all to reflect on how the pandemic has deepened inequalities in our societies. And therefore, as El Salvador has done in the past, I allow myself to repeat and urge the need for a better country rating, and recognizing that maintaining GDP as determinant to determine our well-being is far from the multidimensional approach that we aspire to use to understand reality. Resilient and sustainable recovery will only be possible together. As a Latin American and Caribbean state, as countries members of the UN system, we have a challenge that will be crucial to move ahead with hand in hand together as we've done so far. Thank you very much. God bless you all. Thank you. And now we will move on to St. Lucia. Gail Rigobert, Minister of Education, Innovation, Gender Relations, and Sustainable Development.
The sustainable growth and development of the Caribbean region has been an ever-present ambition of Caribbean leaders. Over the years, our nations have sought to achieve this by engaging in numerous social and educational projects to not only develop our infrastructure and economies, but also the minds of our people. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit our nations hard, with the realization that greater efforts are required. We must look to our natural resources, innovation, and diversification for sustainability. St. Lucia, along with its neighboring Caribbean islands, has especially felt the impacts of the pandemic on our tourism industry, almost crippling our economy with its concomitant rippling effects. Without the resilience of our people and the trust in our biodiversity and natural resources to build our immunity against the virus, hope would have been lost. It is even more evident now that our biodiversity and ecosystems present prospects for the sustainable recovery of our nations. There are possibilities through the nurturing, strengthening, and protecting of our green and blue economies. We must continue to promote innovation and science and technology. We must create opportunities for our nations and chart a path of recovery that will not only ease the minds of this generation, but provide stability for tomorrow. We must understand that we cannot choose between addressing climate change and dealing with the impacts of the pandemic, and that we must find solutions that address both effectively. As the minister with responsibility for education, innovation, gender relations, and the environmental dimension of sustainable development, I see the importance of the balancing act required for sustainability. And with the youth being increasingly impacted through the virtual medium being used by schools, technological and financial inequalities among our youth are even more apparent for a small country like St. Lucia that has achieved universal primary school education as presented in our 2019 VNR presentation. We must do all we can to ensure that our youth are minimally impacted and do not lose the opportunities that we previously took for granted. As a region, let us unite to ensure that our children become more resilient to combat future pandemics and global crises by harnessing our environmental resources. Join hands with us and invest in shared technological advancements and techniques to assist our countries in a post-COVID-19 world, which will even more heavily depend on science and technology. We must look to changing our consumption patterns, reduce our dependence on plastic, to fight our ever-growing plastic pollution impacting our environment, and also to look towards sustainable production to eliminate food security challenges and promote a responsible circular economy. I thank you. The sustainable growth and development of the Caribbean.
And so we conclude this segment and merely a few reflections. We've been hearing so many interventions by the various authorities that we are honored to share this forum with, and we've reached the fundamental conclusion that when we speak of resilient and sustainable recovery, we're also talking of social inclusion, of human rights, of implementing the 2030 agenda, of new mechanisms of funding, and we're also talking about seeing the territories with other eyes to ensure the full economic reactivation. making the most of opportunities and doing so in the most intelligent way possible with all the technology tools that allow this. But we're also speaking of rethinking our productive matrix, strengthening economic activities that today give us income, but also to make them more sophisticated to ensure the transformation of our productive matrix to capitalize on activities that may ensure that we will move ahead in our aspirations of reducing carbon emissions, having social development, and also making the most of all the advantages provided by new potential activities towards the future linked to more technology-intensive activities, R&D, and knowledge, modern services, the orange economy, or knowledge economy. We're also saying that COVID must serve to speed up and move ahead in an appropriate manner in relation to implementing this agenda and our aspirations to ensure sustainability. I thank all the remarks made by different countries who have contributed to enrich this discussion, and also the document made available by ECLAC in order to have a common framework for thought. I would now like to invite the representative of Santa Castaneda, representative of the civil society, Latin American women of Latin America and the Caribbean, to comment on the meeting held yesterday. Thank you, Madam Chair. Maria Velar Garrido, Minister for National Planning and Economic Policy, Costa Rica. Alicia Barson, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Ladies and gentlemen, delegates of governments of Latin America and the Caribbean. The mechanism for participation of the civil society in the regional meeting of Latin America and the Caribbean on sustainable development is a space for dialogue between government representatives and the civil society that we consider should be maintained and deepened, above all within the framework of the very serious situation created by the pandemic that has departed the region from meeting these SDGs. 5 years after passing the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, our region shows a sharp economic stagnation aggravated by the COVID-19 pandemic, and that created the worst economic, social, and productive crisis of the last 120 years, marked by the exorbitant rise in poverty, structural inequality, and gaps within countries and among nations. The regressive reduction of income, simultaneously the drop in GDP, increased foreign debt, dismantling of public services and their privatization, coexisting with very high levels of corruption within an entire surroundings of impunity, violations of human rights, authoritarian trends, persecution and criminalizations of human rights advocates, defending all types of rights, the repression and criminalization of citizen protests, as well as the process of affair promoting the polarization and political violence. Neoliberal policies adopted by the majority of our countries hinder the achievement of the SDGs. And so therefore today it is even more urgent to implement a radical change in action by governments and putting in motion a new social contract. This is an opportunity for governments, together with the civil society, consider the necessary changes to prevent the deterioration of the planet and recognize the need to protect life and guarantee human rights and state policies. The civil society organizations of Latin America and the Caribbean, and through the mechanism for participation in the Forum for Social Development and a contribution of the forum held yesterday, March 15, with the participation of more than 250 civil society organizations from the region, we're hoping, based on horizontal and transparent dialogue, such as the one that we started with the support by the government of Costa Rica, to achieve a better accountability and democratic appropriation of the 2030 Agenda, to put in motion the necessary political and social transformations and changes in the development paradigm, which is a starting point for sustained development. In this context, we would like to reiterate a few key points, some needs. First, strengthening of our democratic systems and addressing the coronavirus crisis from a human rights-based approach, establishing economic policies that are progressive with systems that guarantee prevention without deepening the economic deterioration of the countries of the region, and incorporating the various organizations and social movements, unions, and non-governmental associations. This includes policies and programs that ensure the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. 90% of these vaccines were distributed among the 10 wealthier countries of the planet, and many countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have not yet received a single dose. The response to COVID-19 by the World Health Organization has not given effective responses to the most vulnerable countries. And second, the realization of reforms to fiscal systems that ensure redistributive justice and that have mechanisms to avoid evasion and avoidance and capital flights, and that imposes facilities for financial transactions and trade, as well as ways of facing foreign crises. Third, decent work and unmet demand. ILO has described the unemployment crisis in the region as a tragedy. 34 million jobs lost in 2020. Resolving this crisis requires commitments to strengthening cooperativism, promoting decent work, as well as policies for social protection in order to avoid unemployment, reducing informality and labor precariousness, and the bankruptcy of small and medium-sized enterprises, and having mechanisms to ensure a minimum income to one of the most vulnerable families today more than ever before, not leaving anyone behind. And a new social compact, as the ILO has said, depends on achieving a development model that contains us all and that aspires and builds towards a world with social justice. Fourth, despite the evidence of the rising violence, especially towards women, girls, and young people within the context of COVID-19, most governments have not adopted significant measures in order to face and promote enabling spaces for social participation. It is urgent to protect, promote, and respect, as well as ensure a life free of violence, sanctioning and effective compliance of laws and policies to respond to the needs of groups that are living in vulnerability, and ensure the eradication of all types of forms of violence and discrimination.
Fifth, to ensure the human rights of all individuals who are in vulnerable circumstances during COVID-19. We have seen violation of a vast array of rights, including the rights to land, territory, and a life free of violence. It is of tremendous concern that the impunity of the individuals who are responsible for these violations remain unpunished. We send our greetings and respect as well to the senior citizens, girls, boys, adolescents, young people, and the individuals with disabilities, Afro-descendants, migrants, informal workers, those who are sex workers as well, individuals who are affected with HIV, as well as LGBTQ communities. Six, the protection of those who care for the earth, defenders of human rights, and journalists. It is of concern to see the situation in terms of the increasing criminalization and persecution of fundamental rights that they seek to exercise, a situation that has been worsened in the pandemic. The region, including Brazil, Honduras, Guatemala, and others, are the nations that have the greatest number of murders in 2019, according to Global Witness. We also call attention to the continuing closing out of opportunities for civil expression, the lack of participation and civil expression. A special mention should be made in the case of Brazil as a result of systematic violations of human rights, particularly attacks on individuals' land, particularly those of Native communities, and the risks that are posed to them. Seventh, with regard to human rights, we need to take specific actions with regard to disaggregated statistics to ensure an intercultural approach, as well as programs to reduce inequalities. 8, the implementation of public policies with a view toward ensuring health and education, which of course have been hard hit during the pandemic as well, not just as a result of the collapse of systems, but also as a lack of financing that has been in place for many years. In the case of the pandemic, we have only seen improvement in cases of COVID-19 health care, and other forms of health care have been left by the wayside. In this regard, some of the aspects that need to be strengthened include the legal interruption of pregnancy and an overarching respect for human rights, contraception, and other forms of protection. There is also 46% of girls, boys, and adolescents across the region who have major issues to continue their education as a result of a lack of access to the internet. That was 8, 9. Recognizing our states as lay nations, we need to ensure that those who encourage hate and discrimination and encourage the presence of religious beliefs that deny science should not propagate. 10, South-South cooperation, and among the mid-level countries, particularly the need for official support for measures such as special conditions for all individuals. The ratification of international instruments, such as the Inter-American Convention on the Protection of Elder Persons, programs within the OAS to support labor, as well as fundamental ILO agreements such as 169 and the agreements from the World Food Program. And fundamental aspects such as the International Year for Afro-Descendants are of the utmost importance, including access to information, access to justice in environmental matters in Latin America, the Caribbean, and the Declaration of the Worldwide Forum of 2015 that addresses the Youth Forum from 2015 and 19. Lastly, protection of our rights are fundamentally require additional protection in terms of deforestation, contamination of our sea and air space. Particular accent needs to be placed on Latin America and the Caribbean, that in addition to the natural disasters they are confronting as a result of COVID, additional precariousness. The situation across the region is of the utmost importance, and it suggests that in this 4th forum, we hope to talk about our reports, our concerns, and our solutions. We look forward to engaging in that conversation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandra. Let me now recognize the Vice Chancellor. Thank you for joining us again from the interpreter sound at origin in Costa Rica is particularly wanting. Thank you very much, and we would like to congratulate you for this excellent moderation. Congratulations and thank you. This has been a very fruitful dialogue with tremendous information and a very fruitful conversation. I want to again thank everyone who has participated in this event and Minister Garrido for this very productive and important conversation. At this point, would like to recognize Jan Carles, regional representative for the Caribbean, who will be moderating our next panel. This important panel, of course, refers to building a better future in the Caribbean, which is of the utmost importance in the 2030 agenda in a post-COVID world. It is a topic that is very important to Costa Rica as pro tempore chair. We have followed with interest everything that is being done at ECLAC and throughout the Caribbean in terms of Caribbean First. This is a region we believe and know that is has particular richness, not only in its people, but in its seas and its land, and the entire ecosystem, of course, which is so important, not just to the region, but also to the world. So Diane, welcome, and thank you for joining us today. Welcome.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. It is my pleasure and my privilege to serve as moderator of this discussion this afternoon. And as the title of our panel suggests, we have assembled a distinguished group of Caribbean leaders and experts to share their perspectives on the critical issues that we must keep in view, that we will need to have addressed if our sustainable development aspirations are not seriously undermined and delayed by the impact of COVID-19 in this sub-region. This afternoon, we begin that look forward, giving consideration to strategies for recovery and for resilience, even as we share experiences and success stories on those initiatives across critical sectors that have worked, that have enabled us to cope with the many challenges laid bare by this pandemic. We will begin our discussion this afternoon with opening remarks from the Executive Secretary of ECLAC and the Chair of the Commission. It is therefore my pleasure to first give the floor to Executive Secretary Alicia Bastiner. Madam Executive Secretary, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends. I'm very pleased to be this afternoon with you in this very interesting panel on building forward better in the Caribbean post-COVID-19, critical issues to keep the 2030 agenda in sight. I really want to welcome Marcia Cadell, Minister of Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados, Dean Jonas, Minister of Social Transformation and the Blue Economy of Antigua and Barbuda, Carrie Grenade, Macroeconomic Advisor, Minister of Finance, Planning and Economic Development of Grenada, Andrew Lee, Acting Director General of E-Learning in Jamaica, CO, Terry Ans, founder and convener of the CEDAW Committee of Trinidad and Tobago. What a pleasure. And I want to also welcome Roshan Parashuram of the Ministry of Health of Trinidad and Tobago, Chief Medical Officer. And of course, I want to greet my very dear colleague, Birgit Gestenberg, United Nations Resident Coordinator in Belize and El Salvador. And of course, you, Diane Quarles, my esteemed colleague in Port of Spain. I'm so very pleased to join you for our Forum's Caribbean panel, because I'm sure many of you will recall that it was at the meeting of this forum 4 years ago that we launched the Caribbean First initiative to draw attention to the particular challenges that the small island developing states of the Caribbean face. It is a strategy intended to ensure that we put urgency and timely attention to the needs of this subregion. It is a call for solidarity from the wider membership of our region, but also of the wider membership of the world in support of our small states in the Caribbean, because small states are struggling to cope with the obstacles to their development defined by their small size, capacity, vulnerability, insularity. So this afternoon, we turn the spotlight on the impact that COVID-19 is having on the Caribbean, on countries already acknowledged as high vulnerable to external economic and environmental shocks, on countries already shouldering a heavy debt burden, on tourism-dependent economies brought to the brink of collapse because the measures implemented to prevent the spread of the disease has stifled tourism and service industries across the sub-region. So while the safety measures have been mostly effective, and I want to congratulate the countries of the Caribbean because you have done a tremendous effort to keep death rates low, and they have exacted a heavy toll on the, but they have exacted a heavy toll on the economic, social, and psychological well-being of all citizens. And now, as vaccines are slowly becoming available, we have all begun to look with cautious optimism to the day when we can restore some degrees of normalcy to our lives and our livelihoods. But we are not there yet, you know. For the time being, we still need to put our heads together to see how best we cope with the devastating impact of this pandemic without falling through the floor. We must begin to consider how to reignite the engine of growth and recover jobs in the Caribbean post-COVID-19. We need to explore what options exist for financial support to prevent a spiral of deepening debt, from which recovery will be frighteningly steep. We need to see how we safeguard the welfare of women and children who have been disproportionately affected by the lockdown, the closures of schools, and the loss of jobs in the informal economy in particular, where women workers predominate. In fact, more than half of all Caribbean women work in those sectors, precisely those that have been hardly hit by job and income losses. Strategies for recovery must give particular attention to these circumstances if we are to avoid aggravating the reality of highly feminized poverty in the Caribbean. Attention to post-COVID-19 recovery offers an opportunity for the Caribbean to map a new path towards the achievement of its sustainable development goals, to shape a renewed strategy to strengthen the resilience of this most vulnerable subregion by building forward better. This phrase, building forward better, comes from the Caribbean. And we borrow your phrase to put it as a title of our document of this forum. We should seize this opportunity to address both new and long-standing issues that continue to compromise the development trajectory of these states. Attention, I am thinking of the need for broad investment in technology to facilitate education system reform. Developing superior skills in the workforce will also demand a different approach to education and training, which should prioritize the building of functional skills, including information communication technology skills, and that incorporates experiential learning opportunities. Therefore, in the reshaped learning environment that COVID-19 has created, ICT devices and internet connectivity have become essential. These are issues urgently to address if we are to avoid a further widening of the skills gap between the rich and the poor households. Finally, we need to be thinking on how we tackle persistent inequality, how to promote women's empowerment, and in the Caribbean, innovative strategies for effective management of non-communicable diseases still is very, very important. These are just a few of the issues and challenges that may well be raised by the panel of our distinguished speakers today. And because I think that the orientation should be, how do we build forward better? But the other thing is, how do we address the critical issues that we are facing today to ensure that the Caribbean stays the course towards achieving the objectives of Agenda 2030. I want to thank you all for agreeing to share your vision and your passion for Caribbean development with us. There can be no more urgent an agenda for the future of your subregion than the topic we have before us. I look forward to hearing your contributions, as well as those of the Caribbean delegations participating in this session. And I also want to take the opportunity to pay tribute to the dynamic, committed leadership of Costa Rica, and in the person of my dear friend, Cristian Guillermet Fernandez, Deputy Minister for Multilateral Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship, who by his presence here is demonstrating solidarity, support for the Caribbean's development aspiration. And this is exactly the reason why we give this very important space in the program of the forum to spotlight the needs of this sub-region. Let me thank you again for your participation, and let us not forget that financing for development is one of the key priorities for the Caribbean. The alleviation of debt. We have been struggling for that. We are an advocate of the Caribbean to address the problems that you are facing in terms of a high debt, high vulnerability, and of course, how do we build forward better? So it's my hope that this exchange may become very productive ideas on how we can attain Agenda 2030. And of course, how can ECLAC help, assist? And so I'm very much looking forward to the presentation with Caribbean flavor that will end our session this afternoon. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Alicia. And it is now my pleasure to offer the floor to the Chair of the Commission, His Excellency Christian Guillermet Fernandez, Deputy Minister of Multilateral Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. Excellency, you have the floor.
Muchísimas gracias, Diane. Me siento muy honrado.
Very much. Yeah, I am very proud and pleased to have the opportunity to represent Rodolfo Solano, the Foreign Minister, today at such an important event. As already mentioned by ECLAC's Executive Secretary, my dear friend Alicia Bárcena, this event is crucial and it is fundamental to be able to address the specificities of the Caribbean on our regional agenda, to focus on their strengths and weaknesses and how we can all buoy them up together. So dear panelists, dear Executive Secretary Alicia Bárcena, honorable ministers, Ms. Diane Carlex, head of ECLAC's Sub-Regional Office for the Caribbean, distinguished Ambassador Murillo Carazo in Santiago and New York, respectively, dear friends, warm greetings from San Jose, Costa Rica. Dear friends, dear participants, all of you, it is such an honor for me to share with you this discussion today as pro tempore chair. Now, for Costa Rica, this event is key for other reasons. Costa Rica has faced so many challenges as a result of the current context. The Caribbean across the board has, and Costa Rica is committed to coming up with solutions. And together as a region, we may push forward toward sustainable and inclusive recovery post-COVID-19. And that is why we are very pleased to be here at this fourth forum, Latin America and the Caribbean for Sustainable Development, because this has provided us with an opportunity to identify what we can do next and reach a consensus in order to have a better, brighter future. We know that today's current health and environmental and climate change crises and the ocean degradation, all of these aspects are interconnected. We live in one single world, and the pandemic that we have experienced has once again been called just a test run for future devastating events. We know that I am referring to the climate crisis. Now, the way in which we have interacted with nature has truly reached a limit. Nature has said no more, and we need to listen. Structural problems, issues that have prevailed for a long time over the region have simply been exacerbated by the pandemic. We have seen that the nature has come out with greater force, and this has had a direct impact on economic growth, resulting in greater vulnerability and directly impacting individuals' safety and security. Now, all of the disasters and crises that we have experienced, well, let's not forget that there's a human side, a human face to all of this. And unfortunately, the human side, the human face comes in the shape of vulnerable individuals, women, boys, girls, the elderly. COVID has not just worsened this situation by directly affecting the social protection systems and other aspects and exacerbating public debt and inequality, causing constraints for the governments to come up with solutions. We know that in the middle income countries, the situation is also quite complex with regard to access to funding and financing. We have seen that this is increasingly more difficult for us to find ways to resolve our social requirements and needs.
Por este motivo,
For
como
that
PT,
reason,
fomentando la discusión y los
PPT, we have been encouraging a discussion and a consensus with regard to the response that our region needs to rise to the occasion. So in that regard, we would like to welcome innovative financing mechanisms as an initiative for the Caribbean. For example, debt switch for climate change aspects, the fund for climate resilience for the Caribbean, and other clauses related to certain events such as pandemics or hurricanes, clauses in the debt, so that we can provide some sort of relief to the small island economies. As a result, as a country that has also faced many of the challenges already listed off, we are firmly convinced that the challenges we face today will only be appropriately addressed by applying transformative solutions. The greening of our economies truly needs to be the chart that we follow to move forward today as a region. Nature-based solutions are essential if we are to meet our objective. And they're also critical that in order to allow economies to become more consolidated in this critical model based on consumption. Now, nature-based solutions are not only a way to consolidate an innovative and transformative consumption and production model, but also they are a good business opportunity. You can actually earn money. You can turn our economies into something different by applying these tools. So Costa Rica, and we've repeated this on many occasions, Costa Rica is encouraging this coalition for nature and individuals, and the goal is to secure protection of 30% of the planet by 2030. In other words, our goal is for the states facing climate change related challenges and natural disaster challenges, and also countries that are working under the same objective of dealing with this. We are part of a long list of countries that have already committed to this global initiative that will aim to address global warming and the loss of biodiversity. Likewise, we also welcome a strategic approach that takes into consideration the various specificities of the Caribbean region in order to work toward meeting the Sustainable Development Goals by working with green and blue economies and in creative industries that provide sustainable energy solutions as well as sustainable use of our resources. This undoubtedly would allow for greater participation of these economies in the global value chains. At the same time, it is essential to foster greater ties with the rest of the region in terms of trade and investment, and to further develop strategic partnerships, and to focus on the South-South collaboration and triangular cooperation, because this will make us all stronger. All of these initiatives are aspects that we have discussed and mentioned in the past. It is now time to make them operational, and that's why Costa Rica agrees with and shares the commitment of the Caribbean states to focus on the environmental aspect of the Caribbean Sea and to foster sustainable development. This Caribbean Sea binds us and unites us all. It's a common source for today's wealth and future wealth of our people, as long as we know how to preserve and conserve this sea. So it is urgent for us as an international community, and specifically in this context as the Latin American and Caribbean region, to identify and capitalize on opportunities that are focused on securing stability that involves growth, equity, and environmental sustainability in the Caribbean, with a view to having a more equal and inclusive region. Therefore, once again, we would like to celebrate the initiative called Caribbean First, launched by ECLAC, that will pull together all the various efforts aimed at collectively building a better future. Thank you very much. Thank you, Diane.
Very much, Chair, and allow me to join my Executive Secretary in expressing appreciation to you and to Costa Rica for your dynamic leadership of the Commission, and particularly for the special consideration and accommodation that you give to Caribbean concerns, for we truly are interconnected. Without further ado, allow me to recognize again, because the Executive Secretary already did so, allow me to recognize the members of my distinguished panel this afternoon. I have Minister Marsha Cadell, Minister Dean Jonas, Dr. Roshan Parasram, Dr. Carrie Grenard, Mr. Andrew Lee, Ms. Terry Ince, and my good friend and colleague, Ms. Brigitte Gustenberg. I want to thank you all for your participation this afternoon. Please be reminded that you have up to 8 minutes for your contribution. I am going to try to see if I can hold you to that. Nevertheless, we are really looking forward to your rich contributions to our debate this afternoon. Let me introduce the first panelist, Marsha Cadell. Our first panelist, the Honorable Marsha Cadell, distinguished economist and minister in the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados, with portfolio focus on financing for development, macro-fiscal governance, inequality, social protection, and labor. Her early career saw her giving special attention to financing sustainable development in small island developing states. So Minister Cadell is especially well placed to start our discussion this afternoon, addressing the economic fallout brought by COVID-19, the devastating impact, in particular, on tourism-dependent economies. We look forward to hearing the nature of Barbados' response to safeguarding solvency, to what plans to reignite growth and to promote economic diversification in these challenging economic times. Minister Cadell, such a pleasure to have you. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Diane. It's always a pleasure to be among Caribbean brothers and sisters, and as well as the wider Latin American and Caribbean grouping. I have to acknowledge my fellow distinguished panelists. In particular, I have to acknowledge as well the Secretary General, who I have to say always continues to give a particular spotlight to the Caribbean region, for which we are very grateful. Please do allow me to especially acknowledge my good former colleague and friend on the panel with me, Carrie Grenade. We've talked about these issues at length over lunch when we used to work together, and now we're here in a different forum. It's wonderful to be here. Now, Dan, you always challenge us with these timed interventions. I'm going to do my best. But I will say that what I want to say a bit about this afternoon is less to share essentially the menu of interventions that Barbados has made in response to the crisis. The last time I was talking with this group, the last time I was here with you, I was able to focus on the domestic and even the regional environment in which we have been operating. I talked, for example, about expanding the traditional understandings of the tourism sector towards a broader understanding of what I call the visitor economy, so that we're not just talking about a traditional tourism sector that is based on short and medium term stay, but that we, as Barbados has done, but that we're talking about a visitor economy that embraces medical services, that embraces educational services. You know, what we say in Barbados is that a student is a 10-month tourist. And so what we're doing is broadening the notion of why people are coming to live and work and be in Barbados and how we can capitalize on all those different reasons that people are coming. And so we are working on a diversification, not just of the tourism sector, not just of the broader sectors, but of the tourism sector itself, and strengthening that. Part of strengthening that is strengthening the linkages, as others before me have said, to other sectors, to agriculture in particular. One of the things that the pandemic has shown us is that nutrition security, again, this is language that I prefer to use because our region has an issue with nutrition security. We have access to food. We don't have access to nutritious food. And I am appealing to us all to change the lens from just getting enough calories to survive to getting the kind of nutrition that will allow us to live well. I think that is something that this pandemic has shown us, that we are dealing not just with a climate crisis, not just with COVID, but also with chronic NCDs that has itself compromised our ability to recover from a health perspective from the pandemic. I spoke as well about all of the other domestic measures that have been put in place. Now, what we saw in the tourism sector is that we know that the hotel and restaurant and the retail sector were most affected, and we see a 2-to-1 preponderance of women to men there. We know that female-headed households and women were most affected by this, and a lot of our response has focused on this. We focus on job retention, and so in Barbados, we are investing up to 80%. We're investing in equity, in securing wages up to 80% in the hotel and restaurant sector. And that is important to make sure that people hold on to their jobs, because the longer people have been separated from work, the lower the chances that they will again be part of a formal market. And so we know that that is important. We've invested in small business, small enterprises, and making sure that they're able to stay afloat, that they don't need to deplete their assets, and that they can continue to be productive. We have invested in the care economy by establishing new posts, new positions that are paid for by government that are about care, that see people employed to visit households and to make sure that the care that needs to be delivered there is delivered. So there are lots of domestic measures that we've employed. We've seen an expansion in government's capital program, because what we had to do in the case of a private sector that slowed down was that government had to step in and really be the one that was driving economic activity. We were able to maintain government employment, levels of employment in public sector. We had to. And what we've done is we've had an expanded capital works program to make sure that women and men are able to be employed again and to find work again. But in the time remaining, I don't want to focus so much on all these different measures that other colleagues, I'm sure, have mirrored in their countries. But what I do want to ask us is, how do we prevent what is now a health crisis from turning into a debt crisis, as well as social and financial collapse of our social and economic systems? I think this is a very important question that we have to answer. Now, as part of the Paris Agreement, the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts was established. I would say that that mechanism has not delivered for the regions, for the countries that are most vulnerable to the climate crisis. And so we need a new mechanism. We need a revisioning of what is the global financial architecture that is going to provide the means of implementation for sustainable development in island economies, in emerging economies, in low and middle income countries. Now, the Center for Global Development and others have done some work on looking, for example, at what should be the allocation of the new special drawing rights, the new SDRs that are soon going to be issued. I think that looking at the SDRs, looking at what is the plan for that allocation or reallocation is what will help us bridge the gap between what is happening with the climate crisis, The fact that countries' debt was extremely high before COVID and is now ballooning as a result of health and social protection and other expenditure, that is going to give us the new financial architecture, I believe, for how these SDRs should be reallocated. And they should not just be reallocated towards lower income countries, because we all know that there are many middle income countries that are vulnerable to this debt crisis. And so I think that a new way needs to be found to allocate these SDRs. There's some thinking on it. A good colleague of mine has done some tremendous work on it. And we in Barbados are having this conversation to be able to make a strong proposal for how this should be done. What I would say as well is that Barbados, along with others, we are submitting a new nationally determined contribution as part of the Paris Agreement. And we see the NDC not just as a set of environmental targets, we see the NDC as an investment prospectus for real sustainable development and climate resilience. And so we don't separate our focus on the targets, the conditional and unconditional targets, and what we need to do as a country to recover. What I will say finally is that in addition to responding to the climate crisis, as we build forward better, in addition to having a real internationally agreed framework, because countries cannot do this on our own. We cannot do this without global solidarity. We saw that with the vaccine distribution and the fact that COVID does not discriminate according to geography or nationality. And so it doesn't make sense to have that kind of approach in terms of how COVID, how we deal with the vaccines and so on. So in addition to the climate crisis, in addition to fiscal sustainability in an international global financial architecture, we also need to look at something that I think that we are missing. Now, I know that COVID has required us to look at cash and in-kind transfers to households. It's very important. But I think that we are being called on to have a more sustainable approach to social protection and a new deal for human development in our countries. I don't think we have solved the long-standing issue of how do we entrench real improvement in people's social well-being in a way that can be sustained in our countries. And so one example I will give, the FB Secretary General mentioned it earlier, is that we need to change our model of education. I'm sure that others from the region will agree with me, that we have an approach that focuses a bit on a formal system of education. What we realize in Barbados is that we need a better system for micro-credentialing. More and more young people are not going to sit even for a year or 2 years, not to mention 3 or 4 or 8 years that some of us have sat in classrooms. They're not doing that. They're not doing that because they're not interested, but they're also not doing that because they need income now. And if we insist on these traditional models of education, we are going to continue to have these missing markets and these missing opportunities for people to access income. So I do think that we need a new deal for human development in the region. I think that we need to not rest too heavily on our performance in the Human Development Index and those 3 variables that we know can mask a lot. And we need to come up with a lasting plan for social protection. I'm interested to hear from the other panelists some of the ideas around this and some of their other contributions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. You hit the nail on the head. We really do need a revisioning of the global financial architecture that takes into consideration the vulnerabilities, the economic, environmental, climate vulnerabilities of countries like our own. That's absolutely the principal message that you have started us off with here. Let me go immediately to our next panelist, the Honorable Dean Jonas, Minister of Social Transformation and the Blue Economy of Antigua and Barbuda. His portfolio since 2020, having served previously as the Minister of Agriculture, Fisheries and Barbuda Affairs. Minister Jonas is therefore very well placed to address the impact of the pandemic on social welfare and to share initiatives introduced by Antigua and Barbuda to minimize the suffering visited on households, on vulnerable groups, on the poor through loss of jobs and income, even issues of food security. Some of these challenges were raised by Minister Cadell. Minister Jones, I invite you to take the baton and run with it. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate your kind words and your introduction, and also the words from Minister Carroll out of Barbados. In my previous life, my previous job, I had the opportunity to work out of Barbados for many years. And so it's a country that I know very well. And this Building Forward Better addresses critical issues for our countries within the region. And the year 2020 has certainly been extremely challenging due to the numerous effects of the ongoing global pandemic. The government of Antigua and Barbuda has been compelled to make certain necessary mandates in order to protect the residents of Antigua and Barbuda. So thus far, the most extreme step was the national lockdown, which took place last year, in the middle of last year, for about 2 months. It was a complete lockdown, and this was because of the pandemic. And this obviously caused an alarming increase in poverty and illness. Antigua's economy is about 80% GDP dependent on tourism. So this had a devastating effect on our economy. And it was also essential to adequately care for and provide for the most vulnerable members of our society during this crisis. And that was the key responsibility that I had as Minister of Social Transformation. So we also had natural disasters that affected Barbuda in particular and Antigua, economic shocks. And so it is becoming increasingly apparent that it is necessary to diversify our economies in the Caribbean region. And this would help to decrease the current overdependence on tourism. And this is something that I personally am addressing as well as Minister of Blue Economy. Many workers in the tourism and travel industry have been laid off in Antigua and Barbuda. The restaurant industry is challenged right now. And despite the significant reduction in revenue, the government has been able to at least keep every public servant employed in Antigua and Barbuda. The country is currently grappling with a sharp spike in the number of COVID cases. And the latest figures have shown that we have about close to 400 active cases and about 22 deaths in Antigua and Barbuda. And I believe that this spike came about over the Christmas season when persons perhaps relaxed their, their due care. And so the total number of persons so far that have been vaccinated in Antigua and Barbuda exceeds 20,000. Our population, as you know, is about 100,000 persons. So far, we have about 20% of our population that is vaccinated. These vaccines we got from the government of India, which we're very grateful for the immeasurable assistance we've gotten from the people and the government of India. Unfortunately, there's no doubt that the effects of this deadly pandemic have resulted in major setbacks in our response to the 2030 agenda. The decline in the progress can be seen in the widening poverty gap and the crippling of the once growing and thriving economy in Antigua and Barbuda. In spite of all these challenges, Antigua and Barbuda remains committed to meeting the stipulations of the Sustainable Development Goals in relation to poverty reduction, zero hunger, health, good health, well-being, quality education, gender equality, and decent work and economic growth as much as possible. We have some measures that we've put in place in our healthcare sector. And it is certain that a robust and capable healthcare system is vital for our country to withstand the ravages of this pandemic. The government of India, as I said earlier, gave us $1 million to combat the outbreak. That was last year. And this assistance was aimed at improving the health infrastructure and capabilities and procuring life-saving medical supplies for our frontline workers. So there were things like ventilators, goggles, face shields, gloves. And the government of India also provided 10,000 hydroxychloroquine tablets as a gesture of goodwill to fight the COVID-19 pandemic. And this is part of their continued efforts to protect our healthcare workers. We also benefited from PAHO, WHO office in the Eastern Caribbean countries. They made a donation of about 230,000 Canadian dollars in protective equipment that we benefited from in Antigua and Barbuda. And we also received face shields, respirator masks, surgical masks, and gowns and other protective equipment. We're also grateful for the CIBC, First Caribbean International Bank. They donated $90,000 EC towards the national COVID-19 vaccines purchase. The Ministry of Health Wellness and the Environment in Antigua and Barbuda launched the National Technical Working Group, and that's in January of this year. And this was basically to assist in the rollout of the vaccines in Antigua and Barbuda. The group is responsible for reviewing the WHO Strategic Advisory Group of experts and other regional and international public health agencies' recommendations on COVID-19 vaccines so that they could advise the ministry on which COVID vaccine should be used in Antigua and Barbuda based on evidence and information. They're also responsible for reviewing data and information from COVID-19 vaccine manufacturers and advise the Ministry of Health on priority groups to be vaccinated. So in addition, one of the most significant measures to contain the spread of the virus is the attaining of doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine. The government of Dominica donated 5,000 doses to Antigua in February this year. The government of India donated 40,000 doses in March. And we have been given priority to frontline workers, the vulnerable, the elderly, persons that are 65 and over. And it was also administered to public servants. And so public interest in Antigua has been very high. And so there are a large number of residents who turned out to be vaccinated. And one of the key benefits of this vaccination program is based on knowledge about vaccines and other diseases and early data from clinical trials. Many experts believe that getting the COVID-19 vaccine may also help to keep people from getting seriously ill, even if they do contract COVID-19. Getting vaccinated also protects our people, the people around you, particularly people with increased risk of severe illness. Wearing masks, social distancing, and washing and sanitization of hands also helps to reduce the chances of being exposed. But these measures are not enough. Vaccines will work with an individual's immune system so that it will be ready to fight the virus and in the event of exposure. And another key benefit is the combination of getting vaccinated and following the recommendations of the Ministry of Health to protect yourself and others will offer the best protection from COVID-19. In Antigua and Barbuda, we also deployed certain social protection initiatives. In 2020, we deployed the National Social Protection Act in collaboration with UNICEF. My Ministry of Social Transformation passed the National Social Protection Act in September last year. This act replaced the Poor Relief Act of 1961. And this embraces an integrated, multi-sectoral and participatory approach to social protection. Additionally, the Act provides for the prevention, reduction, and elimination of economic, discriminatory, and social vulnerabilities as it relates to poverty and deprivation in Antigua and Barbuda. So a Social Protection Board, a Social Protection Commission, and a Social Protection Appeals Tribunal was appointed to provide vital insight and to meet the government's requirement for social protection. In a past study conducted by the World Bank, it was noted that the existing social protection programs provided overlapping benefits and are sometimes not well targeted to persons most in need. Hence, a comprehensive database comprising of a unified targeting system and a single beneficiary registry will be deployed to effectively identify the most destitute and needy persons. The government also, since May last year, we operated a registration center for persons who were laid off from their place of employment due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Following this, over 50,000 food packages and close to $2 million in food vouchers were distributed by this Ministry of Social Transformation. We also deployed utility waivers to provide relief to the many homeowners in Antigua and Barbuda so that no one was disconnected from the utility services. These benefits were shared across both residential and commercial services. This arrangement was ongoing for about 9 months and came to an end in February this year. And now we have in place a certain criteria. Rather than it being broad-based now, we now have a criteria to assess those residents who continue to experience financial distress. Basically, the provision of utility services, that is electricity, water, and telecommunications, we determined central, and so we made a decision that nobody was to be disconnected due to job loss or any economic hardships. So the utility companies were not allowed to disconnect anyone during the pandemic. One of the other measures that we're looking at for Antigua and Barbuda is to reduce our dependency on imported fossil fuels. Right now, our electricity system in Antigua is 100% powered by diesel fuel oil, and we're seeking to diversify into more indigenous sources of power that could include green, hydrogen, electric, wind power, blue economy related energy. And this is something that is currently being studied so that we can achieve 100% renewable power by integrating this flexibility in our existing system. So the recommended combination will reduce Antigua and Barbuda's cost of electricity by around 15 cents per kilowatt. From 15 cents per kilowatt as it is now to about 9 cents per kilowatt hour. And this would significantly benefit our residents and businesses in the country. And these are measures that we're actively pursuing at this point in time. Other measures that we have deployed is that most of our meetings in government and in business right now are virtual, just like we are today. We're using remote tools such as Microsoft Teams, Zoom, and others to have most of our meetings. And even our government, our cabinet meetings and so on are done virtually. One of the challenges that we have, of course, is in our remote learning and education. All of our educational institutions in Antigua and Barbuda are now accessing lessons via the online virtual platform since last year, February. The Ministry of Education, Sports and Creative Industries advised that after thorough consideration of the current situation as it relates to the coronavirus, the Cabinet has approved the further extension of the remote learning until April this year. And hopefully, we would have achieved population immunity. And so for the third term this year, we should be able to reopen all our schools once we accomplish that. So schools will, up until that time, schools will continue to provide instructional lessons to their students through remote means. And so we encourage parents to ensure that their children pay attention to these. For our businesses, we also encourage entrepreneurship. Given the unpredictable nature of tourism and the travel industry, which has been magnified by the pandemic, a lot of focus has been placed on possible ways to diversify our economy and promoting entrepreneurship, particularly among our young people. And this is really to promote greater self-sufficiency and independence. In 2020, one of the key decisions we took was that the portfolio of this Ministry of Social Transformation and Human Resource and Development was expanded to include the blue economy, which has been widely recognized as a major global growth area. Estimates by the OECD is that by 2030, ocean industries will employ about 40 million full-time workers worldwide. And with the fastest growth expected in offshore wind energy, aquaculture, fish processing, and port activities or logistics. And given the vast ocean space available to Antigua and Barbuda, we are advantageously positioned to pioneer research in blue economy and development in the region, and to capitalize on the development potential of this emerging sector to fuel new economic activities. So over the past year, notwithstanding the national pandemic, the government has aimed to develop the area to ensure growth of the economy and the creation of long-term employment for all citizens of this nation. We are now in the process of establishing a center of excellence at the UE5 Islands campus here in Antigua and Barbuda for oceanography and the blue economy. This should be on board and fully operational by September this year, where we'll be offering most of our courses virtually. Furthermore, the ministry is also in the process of carrying out pilot projects in aquaponics to improve the lives of the vulnerable. We have learned that many persons with disabilities or differently abled persons can sustainably get into farming through aquaculture. And this is one of the areas where we are looking for, partnering, with the Eastern Caribbean Amalgamated Bank and Lincoln Farms on this initiative for financial and technical support, where we are now training many differently abled persons and women in aquaponics. Due to how sustainable and environmentally friendly aquaponics is, food production could greatly increase as well as the promotion of healthy eating. As a consequence of poor lifestyle choices, which include poor eating habits, a significant number of Antiguans and Barbudans suffer from various non-communicable diseases, such as obesity, diabetes, cancer, Alzheimer's, osteoporosis, stroke, and heart diseases. These NCDs cause persons to become more susceptible to coronavirus infections. Another benefit of this aquaponics initiative is that increased local food production could lead to a notable reduction in food importation. Additionally, healthy food is usually more expensive to purchase than unhealthy junk food or fast food. Thus, this venture would help to make healthy food more accessible to the differently able persons who are amongst the most vulnerable in our country. Overall, it would contribute significantly to food security, as there is increased alarm worldwide about growing food scarcity and the rising costs of essential food products. So my government in Antigua and Barbuda is aiming to encourage the vulnerable population to get involved in aquaponics as a means of increasing their independence and raising their standards of living. This will also play an important role in satisfying Goal 1 to 3 of the Sustainable Development Goals, which outline the following: no poverty, zero hunger, and good health and well-being. In concluding, it is envisaged that the post-COVID-19 economy will be able to grow and thrive because of the increase or boost to tourism, both via sea and air. On a positive note, the Antigua Cruise Port has completed construction of a new pier in St. John's, which increases the number of berths at the port to 5 cruise ships. Overall, a vibrant tourism industry would lead to increased employment, steady flow of foreign direct investment, and thus reduce poverty. The government will be able to once again hold its major revenue generation annual events, especially the Antigua Sailing Week and Carnival. It is also hoped that the various innovative and entrepreneurial activities in the blue economy will be successful as well, and they will help to diversify and strengthen our economy and build more resistance to future unforeseen or unexpected shocks. It is also of utmost importance for the country to ensure that our most vulnerable residents would be sufficiently cared for and provided for as we seek to improve our resistance and resilience to the various types of shocks and disaster. I thank you very much for your time and patience in listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Many interesting innovations that you have brought to our attention. I was particularly pleased to hear about your National Social Protection Act, as well as the initiatives that are being put into developing the blue economy, which would certainly both promote food security as well as generate economic growth. Nevertheless, your contribution was significantly long. I have to appeal to the panelists coming afterwards. Please to stick to 8 minutes. We're giving you 8 minutes. And what I'm going to do is put my little red book right here. When you see this little red book up here, you will know that your 8 minutes are up. I don't want to cut you off, but it means when you see my little red book, time to wrap up. Okay, thank you. Going forward, it is now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Roshan Parasram. He is the Chief Medical Officer in the Ministry of Health of Trinidad and Tobago. He is a consultant in public health, and he leads the Quarantine Authority for Trinidad and Tobago and chairs the multi-sector committee that treats with COVID-19 and other emerging infectious diseases, among many other committees. Dr. Parasram is therefore to be credited for his leadership of the very successful strategy that has resulted in the significantly lower levels of infection in Trinidad and Tobago compared to the rest of the Caribbean. Indeed, the total number of positive COVID-19 cases in all CDCC countries, that's the wider Caribbean, stood at 664,666 today. And of those, only 7,788 COVID cases are to be found in Trinidad and Tobago. And of the total number of deaths, 7,986 across the Caribbean subregion, only 140 in Trinidad and Tobago. So Dr. Parasram, let me first congratulate you on the success of your team in saving Trinbagonian lives. We look forward to hearing what initiatives in the health sector assure more effective management of infectious diseases. Also want to hear when we're getting our vaccines, which may well be with us for the foreseeable future. Dr. Parasram, you have the floor.
I don't know if you heard the first bit, just to say thank you. I think I was muted. Thank you to everyone, first of all, for the invite for Trinidad and Tobago to speak at this conference. And the Honorable Minister sends his regards and sent me in his stead as he couldn't attend today. So all protocols being observed, I just want to use my 8 minutes as best as I can to let you all know in short term how we produced and what sort of special initiatives we use in Trinidad and Tobago that may have been a little different from the rest of the Caribbean and even the rest of the world with regards to our COVID-19 response. So I'll try my best in 8 minutes to give you a snapshot of what happened in Trinidad and Tobago. So you started us off since the beginning of this pandemic, which really for Trinidad and Tobago began with the first case on March 12, 2020, where we had an actual national going to another country and returning back home, picking up that case. And just to give a little background, Caribbean Public Health Agency at that time was the only laboratory that would have been doing testing for COVID-19 in the Caribbean. They would have ran about 53 tests, starting in Trinidad on February the 7th with its first test, and then continuing on when we picked up our first case on March 12th. Shortly thereafter, the first thing we did, of course, is recognizing the need to increase our testing capacity. We engaged the Caribbean Public Health Agency, as well as various institutions in Trinidad and Tobago to build that capacity very quickly by way of establishing national and subnational testing sites. So we established at the Trinidad Public Health Lab a testing site that would be able to do PCR, and then subsequently that was expanded to include the University of the West Indies site in St. Augustine, San Fernando General Hospital, Eastern Regional Health Authority, Tobago Regional Health Authority, as well as a site close to Port of Spain General Hospital. So we quickly expanded our testing capacity, and right now we stand at being able to do upwards of 1,000 tests per day in terms of national capacity of testing. So testing being the hallmark of it, and building on WHO's test, treat, isolate in terms of a mantra that has been said from WHO and that has worked very well, I think, across the world by way of containment of COVID-19. We looked at, of course, once you test someone and they're positive, they have to be isolated in a place that will really give you protection for one, the rest of the health sector, and then, of course, to ensure that there's no further spread in the population at large. So what we had done very early on, during the early part, we had a very small limited number of beds within the Cora Health Facility, which is a hospital that is dedicated for thoracic conditions, usually tuberculosis and the like. We began establishing a ward or two in that particular facility, which actually started us building what we wanted to term as the parallel healthcare system. And I think it was one of the hallmarks of the COVID-19 response in Trinidad that augured very well for its outcome. So luckily for us, we were in the process of actually opening two major hospitals, which was the hospital at the Cuba site, which was a Cuba Hospital and Multi-Training Center, which had upwards of 150 beds in terms of ambulatory capacity, as well as ICU and HDU capacity. At the Rima Hospital, we also luckily had about 150 beds as well, both with ICU and HDU capacity. So what we did is we used those facilities as our parallel healthcare system, and all our COVID positive cases were treated in a Rima, at Cora, at that Cuba Hospital, and then we expanded later on to the Augustus Long Hospital, which was a subsidiary-owned company called Petrotrin in the past, but was actually used by that company. And then when it became available to the government, we used it as a suspect hospital for COVID-19. So what it did is it was able, from an infection prevention control overarching mechanism, to take the COVID-19 cases, or the risk of COVID-19 being in our general hospitals, and be able to maintain and separate COVID-19 cases from non-COVID-19 cases. So what we did is even at the hospitals, we would have what we call COVID-19 suspect or viral illness separated out in tents outside of A&E or in separate waiting areas. So anybody with a viral illness would now have a separate space to be, so they won't infect the staff and the other patients that are using the facilities at the major hospital. So we separated out very quickly, build the capacity to test. So within 24 to 48 hours, we can actually tell if you had COVID-19 or not. And if you had COVID-19, you were taken to one of the parallel healthcare system hospitals. If you didn't have COVID-19, of course, you can go into our normal facilities by, in that way, separating the infection prevention risk and decreasing the chance, the likelihood of any of our other facilities becoming COVID positive facilities, and of course, being able to maintain the services and the delivery services needed by the country outside of COVID. So we were able to maintain the structure of our normal system, our parallel system at the same time. And even within our hospitals, we had small satellite, what we would like to call at least geographically separate areas where we could have viral illnesses separated out before we knew their designation or their differential diagnosis. Just by way of where we are now, we have been able to test 103,422 persons since the beginning of our testing. Again, you said 77 to 190 as opposed to 88. We got 2 cases over the last 24 hours. Our rolling average for the last month or so has been about 3 or 4 cases per day. Even going back to 2 months, I would say it would have gone up a little bit more than that, maybe five every 7 days. Five cases a day, sorry, for a 7-day rolling average. So we have been able to maintain a reasonable level of control. Having said that, our country is more or less open in terms of the way our economy is going. So the only sectors closed at this point in time, really our bar sector. People can come in for takeout, but they can't have sit down in a bar setting. You can do in-house dining in a restaurant, but without alcohol, recognizing that alcohol plays a critical role and intoxication in the way people behave and their inability to social distance, etc. So we have maintained that. In terms of our schools, we have begun our opening of our schools again. So our Form 4, 5, and 6, our examination classes with the older kids are now back out for a couple of months now. And we hope to go at the SCA classes, which is the Standard 5 primary school in the near future. When you separate out our academic curve, what we saw is 2 distinct phases. So there was a phase 1 and a phase 2. Phase 1, March to July, roughly. And we had 139 cases in that phase with 8 deaths. In our second phase, August, all the way to present, we would have had the remainder of cases occurring and the remainder of deaths, largely attributable to spikes in August and September. Before we had masking legislation in August, and we of course had a general election, which really created a lot of people coming together in large groups for a long period of time, prompting us in the end of August to go towards mandatory masking and the use of the law to really get persons, and that holds today, that anyone going out into a public space must be masked, and the law speaks to covering your mouth, nose, and your chin in the legislation. And we have used legislation to a great extent, having used the public health regulation in Trinidad and Tobago by way of proclamation of COVID-19 as a dangerous infectious disease, and having used the public health regulation even up to now to keep certain aid, for example, the bars that we discussed, closed to some extent. We use the public health regulation to do that, and the enforcement is through the police force. So again, our response is built on the parallel system, built on the use of regulation, and it is also, because we are a small island developing state and we have the benefit of having a water border, we were able to close our borders on March 22nd, maintaining all our cargo coming into the country. Export and import was maintained throughout the pandemic. We have closed to commercial air transport, and we continue to do so. And that has made it much easier for us to manage the incoming persons to Trinidad and Tobago. It has been done through a process of repatriation, quarantine of all nationals, mostly in state or state supervised facilities for those from high risk populations. And then of course, for low risk, you can do home quarantine in those individuals, which have been a few. Our main premise again really has been the creation of a multi-sectoral committee that really represents all of government, and the approach has shown us that we really need to have an all of government approach for public health. Without having all of government involved in our decision making, it is difficult to get it right. So the establishment of a multi-sectoral team under my chairmanship was done very early on in the pandemic again, to ensure that we had all of government leading the charge in terms of the way we had managed the pandemic. From ISIT, and I know Antigua had touched on it a little bit, use of video conferencing for meetings throughout the pandemic, and use of telemedicine, which is brand new for Trinidad and Tobago, really went a long way in actually using what we have never used before. Strengthening our port health measures, meaning our IHR capacity, really helped us a lot. So we were able to build our surveillance as best as we can. I see the red book is up, so I think just by way of ending, I think I had said a few months ago, and it's worth saying again, COVID-19 will do for us in the world for public health what 9/11 has done for global health security. And just to say, I don't think we will ever go back. WHO has coined the phrase the new normal. I don't think we'll ever go back to a normal before COVID-19 as it was before COVID-19. Infection prevention control will have to change. The way the world travels will have to change, and we will continue to adapt as best as we can and get back to some semblance of what we call normal. But as again, really and truly, I don't think the world will go back to our pre-COVID world. We need to change. There were some benefits that came out of COVID, and we need to recognize that, diversify our economies, build our supply management chain as best as we can, so that we are not caught in situations where we can't procure, especially as small island developing states. And of course, lastly, to build our human resource capacity, both in terms of number and in terms of resilience of the people, because our human resource is our greatest capital in the fight against any disease. I thank you for the time.
Thank you so very much, Dr. Parasram. That was a really extremely valuable, very interesting presentation. Just to highlight a couple of things that I think are worth repeating. The importance of the testing, which you implemented very early. The parallel healthcare system, which I think was a brilliant strategy because we're dealing with an infectious disease. The control of alcohol in public spaces has to have been traumatic for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, but another excellent point. Of course, the legislation also very good because it ensured that your police and so on had legal backing to enforce the business of masking and social distancing. And of course, the closed border, another important challenge. But as you have said at the end, that whole question of infection control is something that we're going to have to be dealing with going forward. I don't see how we change that, and the whole business of how we travel. Extremely important points for all of our countries that are still grappling with spikes in infection to take under consideration. Most grateful for your contribution. Let me now introduce Carrie Grenade, who is an IMF consultant, currently working with a macroeconomic advisor, as a macroeconomic advisor in the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development and Physical Development of Grenada. She also serves as chair of the Technical Working Group of Grenada's National Sustainable Development Plan 2020 to 2035, of which she is the lead author. Having well-honed skills in public finance and economic planning and sustainable development. And I heard Minister Cattle reference the fact that they both worked in their previous lives, I think in the CDB. She is well placed to share her perspectives on the critical policy responses and the requirements of capacity and institutional development in which the Caribbean should invest if we are to stay the course to achievement of sustainable development. Dr. Grenade, we're always happy to have you. Welcome, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Diane, and good afternoon to everyone, excellencies, fellow panelists, and of course, a special warm greeting to my dear friend and colleague, Minister Cattle. So it is always important to start with the why question. Why does the Caribbean need to build forward better? And essentially, I think we need to build forward better because of necessity, we need to bend the course of our development towards sustainability, resilience, inclusion, equality, and prosperity. And to what end? Really is to fundamentally enhance the way we live, the way we work, the way we engage with each other, to build our relationship with each other, within government, within organization, and crucially important, to mend our broken relationship with nature. So now once we've internalized the why, we can go to the how. How do we build forward better? And of course, there are many policy imperatives. Some have already been commented on, so I'm not going to delve into too many, but I would say that all of the policy imperatives must be mission-oriented, results-oriented, and people-oriented. And I just want to touch on three issues. One, we need a new economic paradigm. I think we can all agree on that. One that is rooted in values, a values-based economic paradigm that prioritizes people over profits, that favors fair competition over the consolidation of corporate power, that promotes income and gender equalities, and supports the genuine empowerment and prosperity of our Caribbean people. One that of necessity must be nature positive. And this will require many strategic economic imperatives, and I'll just focus on one of them this afternoon, given the time constraints. We must have a paradigm shift towards a circular economy, a values-based circular economy, because the extant linear extractive model of produce, consume, and dispose is unsustainable. We all agree on that. And so a shift towards a more sustainable model of reuse, reduce, and recycle has to be our economic savior. And this is not an abstract theoretical construct or notion. Certain circular principles already exist, albeit on a small scale. Your cell phone repair reconstruction technician, that's circular principles there. Our shoe repair man or woman, our used clothes store owner, these are circular practices, albeit on a small scale. And so what we need in the Caribbean is a circular economy strategy and action plan that will see the scaling up of similar type activities and new circular business models and innovations in all of our productive sectors, underpinned by supporting and enabling conditions and environment. Circular practices in the agriculture sector to better support resilient agriculture and climate smart agriculture, to better support our food and nutrition security, as Minister Carroll mentioned. In the tourism sector, how do we really seriously and have an intellectually honest conversation about sustainable tourism in the context of a linear economic model as what we have now? We can't do it. So we have to think about tourism differently. It means reorienting the entire tourism ecosystem to embed sustainability from the conceptualization and design of the hotels to the marketing. That has to be done differently. So within the next few years, we should not have any more hotels on the sand in the Caribbean. We should not be diverting rivers and mangroves and cutting down trees and distorting wildlife because of we need to provide construction jobs and we need to provide hotels. This has to be jettisoned, okay? And tourism has to be marketed much differently as a sustainable, values-based, nature-positive life experience, much more than an economic activity. We have to shift the focus from consumption to value addition. This is how we really embed, one of the ways we can seriously, not rhetoric, seriously embed sustainability in our tourism sector and do it differently. The position document rightly acknowledges the imperative towards a sustainable circular economy. That is good. I think perhaps a possible entry point for UN and ECLAC is to support a few circular pilots in some of our SMEs across the region in agro-processing. Let's start there, see what can happen, see how that can be scaled up, because we really need to create a circular economy for real. Not just talk about it, not just intellectualize about it, but get it done. Building forward better will require mainstreaming digitization. To what end? To, in my view, get productivity enhancement in all sectors, education, health, tourism, in all sectors. We want productivity enhancement, not economic disruption. Digitization of our economies and society should not result in more economic disruption. How do we manage the risk there? We need to get better paying jobs, use digitization to get better paying jobs for women and men, not lower paying jobs. We need to use digitization to lessen inequalities, not widen them. So we need to manage the digital ecosystem in that context. And of course, there must be adequate institutional and regulatory support for digitization, coupled with the promotion of digital literacy and inclusion. We need to get our Caribbean people on board with digitization. Having a cell phone or giving a child a laptop is not digitization. We need to inculcate, we need to promote a digital economy in society, because the economy of the 21st century is a digital one. It's a digital economy in society, and we have to get our people on board with that. Of necessity as well, data systems will have to be substantially improved to normalize the production and dissemination of real-time data to inform policy. This is crucially important. So fundamental overhaul of our statistical systems and data systems. Health data, the production and protection of health data becomes crucially important in the context of COVID and what is happening. So that's crucially important. So, I mean, to end on this point, orienting our economies towards a secular digital one will require systems thinking and a multi-sectoral approach, as well as mindset shifts, because these will be fundamentally different to our extant realities, and we need to inculcate and engender behavioral change, and that will require awareness raising and consciousness building, and I said mindset shifts, because we have to do things differently. An issue that we need to keep our eye on, especially for economists, is the whole issue of a new taxation framework. New taxation frameworks in the context of the new economic paradigm, and in particular to support a circular digital economy. This is something I think a conversation of the region will have to have sooner rather than later. I want to just say a few points on building resilience. I know we talk a lot about building climate resilience. That is crucially important. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. I want to zoom in on building social resilience. And we have to ask ourselves as Caribbean people, what kind of families, what kind of communities, what kind of society do we want? What is the ideal Caribbean society, and how do we fashion and shape that? The last thing the region needs, I think, is to perpetuate social and gravitate social injustices, and for the social and psychological scarring that we know exists now become irreversible. That's the last thing we need. So how do we treat with those issues? And I think there's a need for more structured programs to build strong families, and by extension, strong communities, and by extension, a stronger society. More community resilience program and multifaceted outreach programs. And there must be pathways created and institutional support that will allow men and women to build back better and better, faster after setbacks. And one way we can do that is for women, community, men and women to own assets, to pursue wealth creating activities, not merely income generating activities, because we all know that income does not necessarily create wealth, ownership of asset does. So I'm just going to use this example. Imagine the tourism sector. Imagine if the housekeeper, the barmen and women, groundsmen and women, cooks, etc., owned part of the hotel in which they work. You know, as we go forward better and we build better and we do things differently and better, the day should come when hotel owners list their business on the regional stock exchange and offer shares so that hotel workers can own part of the hotel in which they work. Not just regional investors, but locals as well as workers. You know, in doing so, the hotels not only expanding their financing options, but importantly, creating opportunities for ordinary people, ordinary workers in the industry to own assets and pursue a path to wealth creation. This would provide pathways for socioeconomic empowerment, especially for women. This is crucially important. We need more economic empowerment programs for women and girls. And one more point I want to make on social resilience, I think there's a need for fundamental social security reform. COVID has exposed the holes in our social safety nets, and really the need to provide sufficient livelihood support, especially for those in the emerging gig economy, formal sector, which we all know overrepresented by women and who are being disproportionately affected, acutely so. And I think this is a potential entry point for, again, for UN support in terms of supporting social security reform in the region. Only 2 countries in the region have formal unemployment benefit programs, Bahamas and Barbados. Only 2 countries in CARICOM. So this is something that really, really needs to get on the public policy agenda in the region, I think. And just to wrap up on this point, I really think Minister Caddo talks about a new construct for human development. I totally agree. And I think we really need a more relationship-driven development model that allows for real connection to be forged with the poorest and most vulnerable. Not in a superficial way, not in a condescending way, but in a deeper, meaningful way. The poorest and most vulnerable, they have a contribution to make. They need people to see them, to meet them where they are, to hear them, to listen to them, and to harness the power that is in communities. I want to just talk briefly on planning. Okay. I think we really need in the region implementation hubs to get implementation done. We talk a lot, but policies and strategies cannot self-implement. We need mechanisms that will coordinate implementation so that we move from rhetoric or proposal to actions. And finally, I just want to talk a little bit about new governance models. I think building forward better, we will need new modes of governance. Inclusive governance that will seed involvement, genuine involvement, not tokenism, genuine involvement of ordinary people, grassroots organizations in the development process and in the matters of public policy that affect them. We also need fiscal governance, new modes of fiscal governance that will see fiscal responsibility frameworks underpinned by very credible and modern fiscal responsibility legislation to entrench fiscal discipline. That's crucially important if we are to address our debt vulnerabilities and our macro fiscal fragilities. And to end, I would just want to say one little thing on the vaccine. And while we ought to be rightly optimistic about the prospects for global containment of the virus given the vaccine, I hope that it does not delay or gives false comfort and false complacency that will delay the necessary action that the region needs to take to build it forward better, because we need to do so with urgency. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, that was just simply awesome. Thank you so very much, Dr. Grenade. You always, hit it out of the park. The issue of circular economy is so important for small and developing states. It was a point that was raised by our executive secretary this morning in her presentation. But I very much appreciate the way in which you have emphasized the importance of the circular economy. I cannot possibly go into attempt to recap all of the important points that you made in your presentation, but I think the issue of social resilience is an important one, the importance of planning and the importance of fiscal governance to entrench that fiscal discipline. A few of the many hits that you gave us to reflect, and I hope we will have an opportunity for more discussion later, but I know time is really of essence. So thank you again for this very rich contribution. I have to go to the next panelist, Mr. Andrew Lee. He's the Acting Director General of E-Learning Jamaica Company Limited. He's an accomplished business executive in the field of information technology, telecommunications management, with a keen interest in the use of technology and the internet in the delivery of educational content, particularly to underserved communities. He is currently the acting CEO of eLearning Jamaica, which has a mandate to introduce technological solutions in the public education system so as to improve the educational outcome of primary and secondary levels. He's therefore a most vital contributor to this discussion, since one of the most profound and potentially lasting impacts of COVID-19 has been on education, with the shuttering of schoolrooms and students left at home without internet access or equipment to continue their schooling. Mr. Lee, we look forward to hearing about the initiatives you have been introducing to respond to this critical challenge, which all of our countries face. You have the floor, sir. Check your microphone.
Okay, unmuted. Good afternoon, Dan. Thank you so much. Really a pleasure to be in such esteemed group, among such an esteemed group of panelists, and having listened to the ministers and other members of the Caribbean community is really, really encouraging. Now, I just want to start by saying, as we inoculate, as we vaccinate, we should educate and continue to educate our region. It's extremely important, and that's the energy that we have placed behind the vaccine and getting our population across the region vaccinated. We should have that energy and enthusiasm as it relates to education. Now, part of the challenge that we face in the region, and Jamaica is an example of that, is really the matter of the digital divide. As students have had to go towards remote learning, we have discovered or recognized deeper that the issue of access in terms of devices and also in terms of the internet is a major challenge. But before I get to that, Dan and colleagues, I just want to remind ourselves that with the onset of the pandemic, we have had lots of our students out of school because schools generally across the region have had to be closed. In Jamaica at the moment, only the exam cohorts are doing face-to-face. Everybody else has to be at home. And that has exacerbated some of the problems because students use schools, as we know, as sometimes an escape from a very rough home environment. And that schools being closed forces a lot of students to be home and therefore are faced with some of the challenges in the homes that the schools provide them with some form of protection. Now, UNESCO did a study on this whole pandemic, and about 7 million of our students were impacted, with over 90,000 teachers as well, being impacted across our 23 countries in the Caribbean and sub-Caribbean region, having to resort to remote learning. The issue of funding has been a serious issue as it relates to the provision of devices. Now, the phased reopening of schools has been problematic. As I said, some in Jamaica we're only doing face-to-face for students who are doing exams. That is the students who are in the upper school, and of course those who are matriculating to high school in terms of primary schools. Now, the issue of broadband and access is a major one that needs to be addressed. And if we're going to achieve those goals, of 2030, we have to focus some more on ensuring that there is access or greater access to our students in particular, because in those who are now 10 years old, in another 10 years or 9 years, they'll be in the university level and moving out into the workforce. And of course, we need, as some of our colleagues said, to have our students ready for a digitized economy. Now, making devices available for remote access and going forward is an extremely important objective in attaining our 2030 SDGs. In Jamaica, the government has been very, very deliberate in introducing programs that would impact the most vulnerable. Now we have a program known as PATH, which is the Program for the Advancement through Health and Education. And the government infused over 100,000 devices, both for students and teachers. So all our public sector teachers were given tablets that would allow them to help with the remote learning and teaching process. But on top of that, the government has this initiative, 1 laptop or 1 tablet per child. And this is a big initiative to ensure that each child gets access to a device. And we know that the device is not really the end of it. We have to have the content that goes along with it. And many of our schools in Jamaica and across the region have learning management systems. And I would encourage all our governments to consolidate and have single platforms that the government invests in to manage both the content and the operation of the school in terms of schools management going forward, as well as to ensure that the devices are available for access. Now, going forward, we're going to have a hybrid model, because we're not suggesting for a minute that we need to be doing everything remotely. The pandemic is going to go away with the vaccine, as our other colleagues from Trinidad spoke about. We're going to have to get our students back in school to enhance their socialization, their team building skills, and of course, their general interaction with others. It's imperative that government and the private sector across the region ensure that each child has a connected device for learning and social interaction as well. And of course, we need to ensure that these platforms allow for examination. So in cases where students are unable, for one reason or the other, due to the pandemic, to get into schools, they must be able to do their exams safely as well. Now, on the matter of vaccinate and inoculate, which is what I really want us to take away, vaccinate and educate, very, very important. So government across the region must recognize that the pandemic has changed the world and our region forever. So like the WHO is focusing on the vaccination, our education ministries and governments across the region must put great emphasis on education at the primary level and of course secondary level as well. We have to cater to the low access or no access cohort. And of course, we cannot forget our students who are physically challenged as well. So with that, I want to say, let's build forward better. It's imperative that we do not miss the opportunity that the pandemic presents for us, not only to vaccinate, but to educate our region, which is a major step in us realizing our SDGs for our 2030. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Lee, for staying within the time and for sharing these very important perspectives, particularly with respect to learning management systems. We are fast running out of time. So let me go quickly to my friend and compatriot here in Trinidad and Tobago, Terry Ince, a social entrepreneur and a rights activist with extensive experience with private, public, and non-governmental organizations, both nationally here in Trinidad as well as globally. She's a convener and founder of the CEDAW Committee of Trinidad and Tobago and a fierce advocate for the promotion of core principles of women's economic and political empowerment. She defends women's issues through her service on numerous national and international boards and committees. Her activism for social change also extends globally through her mentorship of young people. So we're very privileged to have you, Terry, to share your perspectives on national and regional imperatives to safeguard women's empowerment in circumstances where the welfare of women have been particularly hard hit. Terry, over to you.
Thank you, Diane. And once again, I appreciate always the opportunity to participate in these forums. And I appreciate you always allowing the space for civil society to have a voice. So thank you, Your Excellencies, as well as my distinguished guests. I'm going to start my discussion with a comment or a phrase. It says, not everything that we face can be changed, but nothing can from, you probably already heard it, James Baldwin, an African-American novelist, poet, but most importantly, a social critic. So as we begin to task of building forward as a region, knowing that we must be better in a post-COVID world or post-COVID-19 world, we must be resolute in our commitment to create the necessary spaces in order for us to all be better. Better than what? We have to ask that question, and Dr. Grenard actually posed it already for us. What is the benchmark that we're using, or what we ought to be using going forward? So reflecting on these questions, I had to think about it myself, about what benchmark I wanted to use for this intervention. So should I begin from January the 30th, 2020, the day the Director General declared the novel coronavirus a public emergency of international concern, which is WHO's highest level of alarm? Or should I use March 7th, which was the day the WHO issued a consolidated package of existing guidance covering the preparedness, readiness, and response actions for 4 different transmission scenarios. And they included no cases, sporadic cases, clusters of cases, and community transmission. Of course, we've all had all of those situations in our respective countries. Or should I use March 12th, which was the day Trinidad and Tobago announced its first confirmed imported case of the novel coronavirus COVID-19? Or, given my penchant for all things CEDAW, should I look to 1979, which is the year the convention was adopted by the UN, or 1981, the year the convention came into force? So whichever the starting point, there are many areas we can explore to build forward better in the Caribbean. And I choose to challenge our regional approach on 2 specific areas, which are fundamental in ensuring no one is left behind. I'm going to start with digitization, say that word 3 times, which we all know is converting information into a computer readable format, which will be seen as an object, image, sound, or document. And why do we want to do this? My colleague that just came before me said it very eloquently, and other colleagues. Children want to learn, but they want to learn differently. They've been exposed to different things. So we have to think about approaching education differently. So a commitment to digitization touches on all aspects of society, leveraging every sector, and most importantly, reaching people where they are to ensure that they are no longer on the margins of society. It also will require investing in robust information communication technology infrastructure. So while COVID-19 exposed the gaps of current ICT capacities, it also highlighted opportunities for development. And let me refer to a few critical areas. Reliable and free access to Wi-Fi must be strengthened and extended to rural communities so that every child, every adult who wants the access can have access. Digitization of public services is a step in the right direction of transforming economy, but it must also be extended to every citizen. Schools will reopen eventually, and there should be no doubt that the manner in which learning institutions from elementary through tertiary schools have now turned the corner, and we must begin to better equip our children to compete globally. Strengthening and managing the delivery of social measures through technology. This was critical especially during the first few months of COVID lockdowns in our respective areas. And I can speak specifically to Trinidad and Tobago. And this will increase transparency and possibly mitigate opportunities for corrupt practices, which in turn would redirect funds that can be invested in developing people. Services moved online to address social measures during the pandemic should be strengthened. And these services, some of the services that I was privy to witnessing happening in Trinidad and Tobago, extended to persons in crisis, particularly women and children who are experiencing family violence or needing psychosocial interventions and assistance, all with or providing care work. Hotlines, which were always a critical cog in the wheel of access to help, became even more critical and were leveraged during the first few months of the pandemic and need to be continued. Addressing issues like how to fill our essential forms to access social support being offered by governments, to mental health services to persons needing coping mechanisms, and discreet ways to reach out for help via an app on one's cell phone. Judicial adjudication was another thing that we saw, which was also moved online and used to expedite actions like protection orders during the pandemic to ensure that domestic violence issues were addressed timely and effectively. And support, promote, and leverage initiatives such as the She Trades initiative, which has been implemented in Trinidad and Tobago and several other islands or nations in the region. It aims to connect 3 million women to market by 2021. We ought to be looking at that and looking at ways to expand that, not just to 5 countries in the region, but across the region. The second area is food security. And we've heard a lot of it already, so I won't exhaust or won't add to the exhaustive list, but I'll just mention a few areas. Agriculture, as we know, is a fundamental part of our lives. From home gardens to farms to market, supply chains must be strengthened. We all have food, but like someone said before me, is the food healthy? And should we not be looking at healthy foods other than just food? Encouraging households to grow what they eat for the most part, and where appropriate, exploiting opportunities to export food regionally and globally. It will decrease the food import bill that all of our economies struggle under. Promoting home gardens and a variety of growing techniques like grow boxes, container farming, hydroponics, and aquaponics to augment the food supply. We should all be looking at ways to do this better. Create more private-public arrangements for agribusiness and create spaces for small farmers to access relevant mechanisms to grow their businesses and participate in local, sub-regional, regional, and even international trade. And I will add at this point that many, many farmers are women. So we will also be addressing many of the SDGs and particularly SDG 5. These few references provide a glimpse into the innovative ways that the challenges of COVID-19 became opportunities. And with a commitment to building forward better, can continue to be developed and contribute to our struggling economies, moving us all from surviving and back to thriving. None of the reference actions taken, however, while managing through the pandemic was possible without the collaboration of all stakeholders. And I'm referring to the private sector, public sector, and civil society. I will add that civil society, with its vast network of creative, resilient, and resourceful members, led many of the initiatives, meeting people where they were in every way imaginable. In many instances, civil society became an extension of the state in the quest to reach citizens. So as we discuss building forward better, we must do so in the context of true inclusivity and collaboration, public, private, civil society, respecting and valuing what each arm brings to the table, with a renewed commitment to dedicate the resources necessary in each sector to build forward better in the Caribbean. Rethinking how we operated pre-COVID-19 with clearer lenses and reimagined commitments to adjust and pivot where necessary. I end with a quote by Rashida Manjoo, who was a special rapporteur on violence against women, causes and consequences from 2009 to 2015. And I want to credit Dr. Reddock for bringing this quote to my consciousness. And I'm going to paraphrase it by saying, violence against women occurs because other forms of discrimination against women are allowed to flourish. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so very much, Terry, for that contribution and very important ideas that you have put into our discourse. This business of digitization, which is a development on that which was presented by Mr. Lee, the importance of a digital economy, the importance of us needing to approach a new way of communicating, of ensuring education, of commerce. It is the way of tomorrow. We're really going to need to go there. And then the issue of food security and agri-gardens and the ways in which we can help women in the most fundamental of ways. So much for us to discuss. It's a pity we have so little time. I have to go straight away to our final panelist. my friend and colleague, Brigitte Gustenberg. She's the United Nations Resident Coordinator for Belize and El Salvador. She has served in the UN system for more than 20 years in peacekeeping and in the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights. She has served in several missions, most recently in Jamaica before her present assignment in Belize. Brigitte is currently coordinator of the Multi-Country Sustainable Development Framework, currently being developed under the auspices of a group of very dynamic resident coordinators who serve the Caribbean sub-region. And there has been significant effort on the part of the UN in recent times to strengthen the delivery of development assistance to the sub-region through the enhancement of the RC offices in particular. So this is therefore a very important opportunity for Brigitte to share with us her general perspective on how the RC system, the RCs operating in the Caribbean in particular, are preparing to respond to the formidable challenge of revitalizing the sustainable development process post-COVID-19. Brigitte, welcome. Good to see you. You have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Excellencies, representatives of the Caribbean countries, the United Nations colleagues, and my acknowledgement for Alicia Bárcena, ECLAC Executive Secretary, and for you, Diane, and of course for my fellow panelists. Thank you very much for inviting the UN resident coordinators of the Caribbean to be able to share some thoughts with you in this really important panel. And I'm talking about on behalf of the resident coordinators in the Caribbean. This is Cuba, Dominican Republic, Haiti, the UNCTs covering the English and Dutch speaking Caribbean, Barbados and the OECS, Belize, Guyana, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, and Suriname. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank you for the support that your governments have provided to the UN reform, which allowed us as UN system to be readier to work with greater impact and hand in hand with you at the country level. I wish to state that despite its dire effects, the pandemic offers opportunities also to see the fruits of the UN reform. And we can mention the multi-country office review recommendations, the UN development reform with the small island developing states, the new cooperation frameworks in the region, which is the most important UN planning document at the country level, and also the linking that we can establish between the MCO review, the socioeconomic assessments that we are doing, and the UN response plans to COVID and to natural disasters to provide a joint up analytical and policy support to all member states. In addition, the crisis is always an opportunity to leverage the global discussion on financing for development for the benefit of the Caribbean countries. In this sense, in the past months, it has become crystal clear that the socioeconomic vulnerabilities of societies are not solely determined by the level of per capita income of a country. Other determining factors in our perspective, the size and level of external integration of key economic sectors, the size of the informal sector, the level of inequality, climate and disaster vulnerability, dependency on remittances, and obviously the debt burden. Many of these factors are ever present in Caribbean middle-income countries and small island developing states, and facing the barriers to access additional funding to confront the pandemic and mitigate its socioeconomic impact. Therefore, a crucial discussion in the Latin American region today is the urgent need to review the criteria for official development assistance allocation, debt relief, and access to capital markets for middle-income countries and small island developing states to address the looming recession. The resident coordinators in the Caribbean, we stand obviously ready to support this through also the prioritization of the issue in the cooperation frameworks and strengthening of a multi-stakeholder partnership of the Caribbean SIDS. The UNCTs, UN country teams across the Caribbean, developed several socioeconomic response plans in all countries to support states and societies to confront the socioeconomic impact of the pandemic. They are based on detailed vulnerability assessments, helping to identify opportunities, and also in particular for concrete engagement with the private sector. I don't want to get into the details, but I think that's a very important point. And I heard Carrie Grenade when she said linking the economy recovery to a green investment and circular models, as well as digitalization. There are also the informal workers, migrants, refugees, and other marginalized groups have to be integrated in social protection schemes, and the work of care providers, the health and other services of social care has to be revalued. And obviously, last but not least, fostering public-private partnerships to facilitate investments into recovering economies is key. I want to talk about the strategic priorities in the Caribbean this year and going forward from a UN perspective. We have heard quite a bit of it, but I would like to highlight from our perspective immediate priorities are the access to internal and external financing resources, access to vaccinate the population, safe reopening of schools, providing protection and social assistance to the most vulnerable, including GBV victims, as well as migrants and refugees. These four issues are on the top of the agenda for the RCs and UNCTs in the Latin American and Caribbean region, and not only for 2021, but also beyond. For the medium to longer term, we have to link that perspective of the humanitarian assistance also to look at the sustainable development policies and an important policy shift and trade-off in the region. Among them are the definition of new macroeconomic policies that push for innovation, diversification of energy sources, productivity, and decent jobs. Obviously, guarding a balance between economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental sustainability. A second shift has to do with inclusiveness, the definition of political and fiscal compacts that facilitate the universalization of public health, education and social protection system, access to internet and technology. There's certainly also an urgent need to rethink governance models for the region to face widespread loss of trust in the democratic system and open spaces for a variety of new forms of social and political participation of women of all groups of grassroots. I think that's that came very clear also from from the other speakers. Fourth priority relates to climate and disaster risk management through integration of a comprehensive risk analysis and mitigation approach in policy design and implementation. In that regard, the RCs and the UNCTs, we are really committed to utilize our convening power and the expertise of the UN to aid governments on such policies. To make it visible, I also want to mention some examples of what we have achieved so far. I have so many examples received from my colleagues, but in the interest of time, I will only read out one or two per category. So in SDG financing and partnerships with IFIs, because it's very important for the region, there is the example of the UNCT in Trinidad and Tobago that has managed to engage with CAF for the first time with two big projects funded in 2020 to agriculture, on agriculture and education. There is the example of the UN sub-regional team in the Eastern Caribbean that has been working with the UN Global Compact team and business leaders to develop a value proposition for private sector involvement in the implementation of the SDGs. Multi-stakeholder dialogue in response to COVID with the Inter-American Development Bank in Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, and St. Lucia, collaborating on the investment of a case study, looking at how to finance the results on ending maternal death and ending the unmet needs for family planning. So in terms of gender-based violence, the UN in the Caribbean is implementing 68 measures to address gender-based violence through the socioeconomic response plans and through the Spotlight Initiative projects in Belize, Guyana, Grenada, Haiti, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago, plus the Regional Caribbean Program for Barbados and the OECS. Importantly, Spotlight is widening partnerships between the UN and more than 70 civil society organizations across all Caribbean projects. When we talk about closer partnerships and relationships with other actors, and especially also the government, I would like to refer that the Barbados and the OECS, the UN has collectively developed a multi-sectoral response plan to COVID-19, and the plan successfully yielded new commitments from partners totaling 23.8 million US, or 80% of resources requested to address the immediate health and socioeconomic needs of the countries under this UNCT. And similar efforts were made in Jamaica, Belize, and Trinidad and Tobago. On the social protection systems, it's all known, we have done really gigantic effort, the UNCTs, to help governments to expand socioeconomic emergency measures to reach the most vulnerable, with an aim to maintain social safety nets and transition towards sustainable social protection systems. What we could follow is that we have supported safety nets for more than 55,000 people who have benefited from social protection programs. Children's received school meals, including through take-home rations with UN assistance. We did a socio-economic impact analysis in the Dominican Republic, provided real-time data through online surveys to analyze the real impact of cash transfer and other measures, also supported by a large network of local NGOs to highlight this. And the UN works with governments to facilitate distance learning in Jamaica and Belize, jointly reporting close to 500,000 students supported to receive distance and home-based learning. I have to jump to some concluding thoughts. We think it will be important to be front and center in the Caribbean in the global discussions on investment needs and access to financing in the context of COVID-19 for the specific needs and vulnerability of middle-income countries and small island developing states in the Caribbean. The consolidation, secondly, and expansion of existing partnerships and innovations with new partners will be critical. And therefore, third, to confront the complex crisis will only be done with the whole of government and whole of society approach and effort to leverage and to maximize the opportunities offered by the crisis and the potential that the society has as a whole. The MSDF 2.0, which is the multi-country sustainable development framework, which is the cooperation framework for the UN to the region, to every country in the recovery process. For us, it's important to link the social economic response plans of the crisis, the vulnerability assessments we have done with the regular programming, and an important space, create therefore an important space also for sub-regional and transboundary cooperation with other non-participant countries in the MSDF, for example, Haiti, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic. The 5 pillars of the socioeconomic response plan remain highly relevant beyond 2021, and therefore the integration of their 5 pillars into the upcoming cooperation frameworks will be key. It's a challenge to deliver greater access by member states to regional and expertise available in the UN, and also in terms of efficient models to work at the regional level. First, the RC is welcome to closer collaboration with ECLAC, and I want to highlight that. Congrats, Diane, and also thank you, Alicia, for all the support. And we are looking forward to have your continued engagement in the context of the MSDF and the efforts of financing for development once it is signed and established. Finally, and I want to that decisions taken today will have a long-term impact, so they have to be taken carefully. For instance, on the business environment and on society at large, in areas such as tax reform, universal social protection, labor rights, or transparency and anti-corruption. I could say much more, but please rest assured of our commitment as the UN to continue working with you and all relevant stakeholders in your countries to ensure that our collective response to COVID-19 and the advancement of the SDGs leaves really no one behind, not as a person and not as a country. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Brigitte, and very rich, very full, I think, presentation of the range of opportunities for support that the RC system and indeed the wider UN system is offering to the countries of the region. And I just want to punctuate the point you spoke about in respect of partnerships. This is going to be very important in going forward in the way in which we support the region. And in fact, we are extremely pleased to be able to collaborate and support the RC offices in the Caribbean region in providing very, very valuable support to the countries at this time. We are completely out of time. I have 2 countries on my speakers list, and if I see no more, I am closing that speakers list now. Comments are to be restricted to 2 minutes. Delegations are, as close to 2 minutes, please. The first is the delegation of Cuba. I offer you the floor.
Good afternoon, Vice Chancellor Alicia, dear friends from the Caribbean. It is a pleasure for Cuba to join you at this 4th forum and to share our experience and some ideas about how we can move forward post-COVID toward sustainable development and fair conditions for our country. There are additional challenges for all of our countries as a result of COVID in implementing the 2030 agenda. Of course, the impact on our economies, our health systems, and educational systems particularly has been tremendous, and particularly so for the most vulnerable among us. Our economies in the Caribbean have been particularly hard hit in terms of tourism, investments, and other areas. Climate change is also affecting us. We are countries that are less developed and also small and developing island states. The keys for post-COVID conditions involve a number of challenges. Cuba believes in the title of this panel and of working together with public policies in science and innovation that support the Sustainable Development Goals. We believe that we should speak of diversification and of better access to markets, and particularly cooperation and solidarity. Our commitment is to continue to support the Caribbean for a better future through the exchange of experiences, multilateralism, and alliances for progress, even given the aggressions of the United States of over 60 years against Cuba, We will not give up on our principles of solidarity, humanism, and multilateralism despite these ongoing attacks. The 2030 Agenda is an international one that seeks to combat a number of issues, of course, but there are others and new ones, including access to vaccines, to technology, and more equitable conditions for the protection of all and to leave no one behind. In this regard, we hope to expand our relationships with the Caribbean and meet our sustainable development goals, particularly working hand in hand with our co-chairs in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The Caribbean needs to have access to free vaccines. Cuba hopes to be able to vaccinate its entire population before the end of the year. We are in March concluding our third clinical trial, third phase. This has been possible thanks to the work of professionals in healthcare, researchers, the government of Cuba, and as an effort that we continue to make in the context of the SDGs. I would like to reaffirm that we cannot allow access to healthcare, which is a fundamental right of all people, becomes a luxury that is only available to the wealthiest of nations. In this case, Cuba is committed to continuing to share everything it has, not just what it has in excess. Thank you from the interpreters. Sounded origin was extremely wanting. We've done our best.
Thank you very much, Cuba. I give the floor now to the British Virgin Islands. Premier Foy, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. His Excellency Christian Guillermo Fernandez, Deputy Minister for Multilateral Affairs in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. Her Excellency Alicia Barcina, Executive Secretary of ECLAC. Her Excellency Marsha K. Cadell, Minister of Economic Affairs and Investment of Barbados. His Excellency Dean Jonas, Minister of Social Transformation and the Blue Economy of Antigua and Barbuda. His Excellency Frank Anthony, Minister of Health of Guyana, distinguished delegates. Diane Qualis, Chief of the ECLAC Sub-Regional Headquarters for the Caribbean. Ladies and gentlemen, a pleasant good afternoon and God's blessings to all. I would like to begin by thanking ECLAC for providing an international platform for the Caribbean as a group of small island developing states to present our challenges as well as creating spaces for us to dialogue on solutions to the very real problems that Caribbean faces. Too often, when Caribbean governments are simply seeking international support to address challenges in response to circumstances beyond their control, we are met with resistance, dismal or administrative hurdles. This remains a problem that we will have to grapple with as we seek greater understanding from our international partners and institutions. Much more compassion is needed. Alicia Barcina, thank you for being an advocate for the sub-region during these very, very difficult times. You have done so not just for the members of ECLAC, but also for the associate members, for which I thank you immensely. Excellencies, the British Virgin Islands very much supports building forward better for COVID-19. I believe, like everyone present today, that we cannot afford to be paralyzed by the current situation. We must be even more determined to overcome our challenges and find our way back to the path of sustainable development. This is the approach we have adopted in the British Virgin Islands as we take steps to accelerate post-pandemic recovery and simultaneously continue to recover from the destruction of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. From the vantage point of a post-disaster society. The British Virgin Islands sees the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development as the path forward to achieve the resilience, sustainability, green growth, and prosperity of our society that we desire. For this reason, we are currently in the process of public consultations on the development of a national sustainable development plan that will guide our national development in the decade ahead and ultimately help us to achieve the sustainable development goals by 2030. ECLAC has generously provided the consultant who is leading the process, Honorable Dr. June Suma, former Secretary General of the Association of Caribbean States. I thank ECLAC for this assistance. In terms of post-pandemic recovery, we have taken some initial steps forward based on the improving of public health situation on the ground. Firstly, thanks be to God, we are down to 0 confirmed cases of COVID-19, and we are cognizant that we are not out of the woods as yet. Nonetheless, we are consolidating this position through our COVID-19 vaccination program that is proceeding rapidly. Within the next 2 months, we hope to have 70% of the population vaccinated. This will significantly improve the social outlook of the society and will be a catalyst in us allowing all of our students to return to school. Beyond the education sector, reaching the 70% vaccination threshold will allow the society to begin to resume normal social interaction. We are, of course, grateful to the Commonwealth of Dominica via OECS and the United Kingdom for donations of AstraZeneca vaccine to the British Virgin Islands. I also want to take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Cuba for the incredible work of the Cuban Medical Brigade that has been with us for many months, significantly assisting the BVI in their fight against COVID-19. In terms of the economy, as the health risk from COVID-19 decreases, we expect our economic outlook, particularly in the tourism sector, to improve. Our current arrangements in place to contain the virus have provided a good foundation on which to build and accelerate the growth of the economy. We reopened the tourism sector for businesses on 1st December 2020 under robust health and entry protocols, including a testing regime of 3 tests and quarantine. These include a test before arrival, a test upon arrival, and a test after quarantine for 4 days. This system has proven incredibly successful in netting and isolating cases of COVID-19 before infection can spread to the local community. A final test is required before departure from the islands. We believe our model may provide good insights and lessons for other economies that also rely heavily on tourism. While the tourism sector remains at the very early stages of recovery after a border closure of 9 months, we estimate that the tourism sector and the wider economy will make a modest recovery within the next 12 to 18 months. This is welcome news for us after a GDP decline of 18% in 2020. Importantly, in May 2020, my administration rolled out an economic stimulus package after the onset of the pandemic in order to provide economic and social support to those affected. Today, we continue to assist the vulnerable with social assistance and to provide financial support to struggling businesses. Our inclusion in the UN's COVID-19 multi-country response plan for the Eastern Caribbean has been a tremendous help, which has provided us with vital technical and financial assistance to promote social protection and economic resilience. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenges facing the Caribbean today by the COVID-19 crisis and climate emergency, I'm confident that through innovation, coupled with creative solutions, solidarity, and new and imaginative partnerships, we can emerge from the pandemic position to achieve the sustainable development goals. The British Virgin Islands will, of course, be a reliable partner in this process. In closing, I would like to commend you, Diane, for all the work that you and your team are doing to assist the region. as well as a strong commitment of the Executive Secretary and Chair of ECLAC to supporting Caribbean citizens and associate members. We sincerely thank you.
Thank you so much, Premier Foy. Very good to receive your final comments. And I am going to forego my attempt at summary. In the interest of time, I will simply express once again my profound appreciation to the representatives on this panel for the richness of their contribution that I think hits so many relevant points for the Caribbean. Minister Marsha Cattle, Minister Dean Jonas, Dr. Roshan Parasram, Dr. Carrie Grenade, Mr. Andrew Lee, Ms. Terry Ince, and Ms. Brigitte Gerstenberg. I thank you all so very much for your contribution, which we will preserve and share with our community going forward. I thank you all for your attention to the panel. I hand back over now to our chair, Minister Christian Guillemette Fernandez. Chair, I am in your hands.
Thank you, Diane, and thank you very much for this tremendous moderation that you did this afternoon. Realmente ha sido, como lo decía usted, una contribución.
This has truly been a valid contribution by the panelists, so rich and in depth, and this opportunity has been very helpful because it has allowed us to share our concerns, but primarily find solutions. The vaccinations, the limited fiscal space we have in our Caribbean nations specifically, and the struggle against climate change. These are truly threats and challenges that we must face. And the only way to face these and tackle these is through innovation and by adopting a transformative mentality and through the blue transformative and inclusive approach. And we can use regional integration as a way to do this, but also multilateral mechanisms. And all of the remarks that we have heard here today fully convince us even more than we were previously convinced that the way to resolve the urgent, pressing situations that we face today following COVID-19 or post-COVID-19 will have to be based on cooperation, solidarity, and an understanding that can only occur within this framework of multilateralism. So thank you so much, Diane, for moderating this session, and thank you to the panelists for grappling with this challenge to build a better future, building forward better for the Caribbean region. And we are very pleased as the chair that we were able to provide you with this opportunity to talk about the Caribbean First initiative by ECLAC and the other aspects. Now, allow me to introduce you to a cultural interlude with Bob Marley's Lively Up Yourself, performed by the Hillside Vibration of Jamaica, and then Rice and Beans by the Banda de Conciertos de Limón from Costa Rica. Following that, we will move on to address the contribution of the United Nations system, specifically the presentation of the 2020 system-wide results report. So a little bit of reggae will be, I'm sure, very welcome at this point. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are honored to have this opportunity to bring Caribbean flavor to this important regional dialogue. I'm Sarah, and I'm joined here today by the wonderful members of the Hillside Vibration, John, Jada, and me. We understand that you have spent the afternoon discussing critical development challenges that the Caribbean faces in all the more difficult times of COVID-19. I'd like to thank you all for your commitment to protecting the welfare of our people, and especially for safeguarding the future of our Caribbean. The message in our music today is to assure you that while the Caribbean faces incredible challenges, we remain a positive with an indomitable spirit. Despite the hardships, we will prevail. And so, we invite you to join us in the singing of this timeless message from a great Caribbean love and lively yourself. I be yourself and don't get no dread. And the life be of yourself, 'cause reggae is another day. You can alive be yourself and don't say no. Don't even think about it. Life be of yourself, 'cause it's success so. Hear what you do, rock so. And you never did before. Hey, so you give so. If you know, hey, so. Oh yeah. You stand so. Be alive today. You will say, life be up yourself, and don't be no dread. Don't even think about it. Life be up yourself, 'cause reggae is another day. Oh wow, your life be up yourself, and don't say no. Life be up yourself, yeah. What you got that we don't even know. Wonder where you actually go. It's time to lively up yourself. We cannot even lively up yourself and don't say no. Lively up yourself, 'cause we stand so young. Here's that future, lively up yourself and don't be no threat. Don't even think about it. Lively up yourself, 'cause reggae is another way. Lively up yourself, even in the performance of y'all. Oh well, lively up yourself when the evening comes and take you. Lively up yourself and don't be no drag. Don't be no lively up yourself. Reggae is another way. Oh, so change the way you sip your voice. So yeah, I'm the percussion. Lively up yourself. Hear what you do. Never did before. Hey. So can't dip through my door. So. Be alive today. And don't say no. Get lively up yourself. Inside vibration set loose. Don't forget it all. Lively up yourself. We are standing strong. We are standing strong.
Muchísimas gracias. Después de este
Thank you for that.
de regocijo musical caribeño,
This Caribbean musical moment has been quite pleasant, and now we will continue with the task at hand. I would like to begin the panel with regard to the presentation of the 2020 system-wide results report of the United Nations Development System in Latin America and the Caribbean. The panel will be moderated by my colleague and friend, Christian Salazar, the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UN Development Coordination Office. And as a result, I would like to give the floor to my namesake, if you will, Christian Salazar. Thank you so much, dear friend and colleague, Christian. Now, the agenda for this next session will begin with some remarks, opening remarks from the Deputy Minister for Multilateral Affairs and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica, and then a greeting by way of video message from Amina Mohamed, Deputy Secretary General, United Nations, and then a presentation of the 2020 system-wide results report by our dear Alicia Bárcena, the Executive Secretary of ECLAC, along with Luis Felipe López Calva, the Regional Director of the UNDP. And without further ado, allow me to mention that I believe this will be a key session, and allow me to give the floor to the Minister. Thank you so much for that. It's been a pleasure to see you. Greetings, warm greetings from afar. Executive Secretary of ECLAC, Luis Felipe López Calva, the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UNDP, Christian Salazar, the Regional Director for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UNDCO, and all of you abroad. Dear colleagues, it's a pleasure to me to provide you with some opening remarks related to the efforts and initiatives carried out by the UN regionally, and framing all of this has been the COVID-19 pandemic and the consequences. But also, I know that there are agendas and priorities relative to regional development and the priority that we have all been facing, which is the 2030 agenda. Now, this year, we have learned a great deal in the hardest way, unfortunately, that the only way to comprehensively and inclusively grapple the global grapple with the global challenges that we face as the international community is by way of robust, effective multilateralism. Now, we know that a global crisis calls for a global response. And in order to coordinate this effort and this response, the UN is the multilateral forum par excellence and our best way forward to take on today's challenges and those in the future. Now, as Vice Chancellor of the Republic, I would like to mention that Costa Rica truly values the UN effort and contributes greatly to this effort. Now, over the years, we have created close ties with various bodies that have improved our progress toward meeting the Sustainable Development Goals and toward applying the comprehensive development agenda, 2030 agenda. Now, during this crisis, agencies, UN agencies and bodies, sub-regional, regional, and various fora, all of these above mentioned have taken measures to address the health and socioeconomic consequences of the pandemic. We have not been an exception. The UN has been a great ally and partner in this process. Now, with regard to this global crisis, Costa Rica decided to implement two multilateral initiatives. For example, the repository of intellectual property and technology. Now, we have provided invaluable support from the World Health Organization for this initiative. And then also, we have implemented the fund for alleviating economic impacts in the Caribbean.
And we have received the ongoing support of LAC as well as that of Ms. Amina Mohammed's office as Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Alicia, Amina, thank you for your support with this project. When we look at the UN as an ally from Costa Rica, it is because countries often have human resources, economic resources, and ideas are perhaps one of the biggest contributions that can be made to the international community. And we have sought to strengthen these ideas and to make them operational. It is, of course, now up to the international community to do so, but it has been working hand in hand with the UN system that we have been able to move forward on these topics. And for that, we are grateful. There is, of course, always space to grow and to improve processes and grow efficiency. We can see, for example, the programs promoted by the Secretary General that creates these regional cooperation projects and programs, as well as the management centers, the increment in transparency, statistics, and data. And we seek to be more efficient. We therefore would like to thank everyone for their support in that regard. We will be hearing the 2020 system-wide results report for the UN development system in Latin America and the Caribbean, and the effort to move forward on sustainable development goals in the region. We need to ensure that the platforms are set based on the priorities of the platforms and the specific conditions, as well as the coordination and work among the UN system, operating regionally, sub-regionally, in an effort to promote joint action that overcome the existing gaps that may exist in the SDGs. Similarly, we agree on the importance of stressing priority topics that are organized around themes and that require us to work together and to take full advantage of the synergies among the different UN institutions, such as resilience, climate change, equitable growth, crime, violence, governance and institutions, and human mobility. Considering also the cross-cutting nature of these topics in terms of the perspective of youth equality and the empowerment of women and girls. We are, my dear friends, enthusiastic to hear the report on the progress that has been made and that we will learn more about next Thursday. But to learn about this firsthand, to respond effectively to the needs of each country and each region, it is of the utmost importance regionally to have statistics and information for our specific region. In this regard, I want to thank Alicia Barcena for the report she's about to present and for ECLAC's effort to collect this data that will enable us to target more effectively our limited resources in the region to effect the structural changes that are necessary to build back for an inclusive green and blue better future. Thank you very much, my dear friend. Thank you for those very warm words and also for the ongoing support. You are not just the Vice Chancellor for multilateralism, but you are the veritable incarnation of those values and that spirit. Thank you. Let us continue with a brief video from Lina Mohammed, the Deputy Secretary General.
Past year, COVID-19 has devastated lives, upended economies, and dealt a major setback to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Countries in Latin America and the Caribbean have responded to the simultaneous health and socioeconomic crises with urgency and scale, using all tools available. Many have taken unprecedented steps to mitigate the socioeconomic impact of the crisis. Several have shown exemplary leadership in limiting transmission of the virus. The report we are introducing today is a snapshot showing how the United Nations at the regional level has helped to support national response and recovery. This is a first of its kind report. It is aimed at creating greater transparency and accountability around our regional efforts. It shows that the UN development system across this region accomplished much in 2020, and it points to the vast potential of the regional assets at our disposal. We must make the most of them. Working together, focusing on support to countries, we can have an even greater impact. Thanks to the Secretary General's reforms, the United Nations development system is now on solid ground, ready to support countries in the transition to a better future with the 2030 Agenda at its core. We encourage all partners to engage fully and leverage the capacities of our new United Nations regional architecture. I thank Alicia Barcena, Executive Secretary of ECLAC, and Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, Regional Director of UNDP, for leading the development of this important report. The United Nations family in Latin America and the Caribbean will be your steadfast partner throughout your transformative journey to more equal, just, and sustainable economies and societies. Thank you.
Muchas gracias. Thank you very much. Thank you for that video. Let us now turn to the presentation for the system for Latin America and the Caribbean of the UN system, and we are very pleased to invite the vice chairs of this new regional UN collaboration platform to speak. So I understand that Elisa will be beginning. Thank you very much, Christian Salazar. Thank you. I would like to first thank everyone and all the delegates for the countries that are with us here today for joining us. And let me start by thanking most specifically all of the heads of the agencies, funds, and programs of the UN system in Latin America and the Caribbean. And particularly, I would like to thank you for the work that Luis Felipe Lopez Calva, fellow Mexican, and I have been able to do. We were saying the other day, the platform for the time being within the region is in the hands of two Mexicans. We hope that that will be a good thing. But what we've sought to do is look at what you have done within the system and analyze that. So the idea is to have a better response region-wide to look at the functions, the collaboration between and among our groups, so that we can also strengthen the work of the regional commissions, in this case, ECLAC, with all of the regional terms in the agencies, funds, and programs of the United Nations, as well as with the resident coordinators and the different teams in country. I believe that we've worked very hard. I think a lot of progress has been made on the basis of the projects that you have agreed upon as countries. And now we have this UN development system reform at a regional level, including the regional cooperation systems. And it provides a locus, a place for us to come together, a platform through which we can interact as well with other important players, but also specifically with you, the member states. What we will be presenting now, of course, is the report on the system-wide results for development systems in Latin America and the Caribbean. This is, of course, of the UN system. This is what we've sought to do because we believe that the 24 entities, this is a joint report of 24 entities which have all participated very actively. And it would be impossible to mention them all, but I'm going to try to do so. We have FAO, UNICEF, UNESCO, the World Food Program, UN AIDS, UN Habitat, the High Commission for Human Rights, our volunteers, OIM, at the ILO, UNFAB, UN Women, UNODC, Office on Drugs and Crime, the PAHO offices, the risk prevention programs. We also have the offices that have participated quite actively, particularly the peace and policy, as well as others and here at ECLAC, UNDP, of course, and the coordination office that Christian is presiding over in terms of this meeting here today. So what we are therefore presenting is a report in which these 24 entities have come together to provide an overarching vision of the challenges, the results of the reforms, and what's been done so far to date, and particularly our proposals for the future. The topics we've addressed here: limited growth, unemployment, the issues of small island states, funding for development. And there are some other topics, however, that we've not addressed in depth yet in the forum, but I expect that we will be addressing over the next couple of days the topic of food and nutrition security, which are particularly important in this context and in the report. within, again, the context of the pandemic, migration, education, topics that are of tremendous concern in the region. What we're presenting then today is a summary of the achievements that have been made, and we simply want to highlight the aspects that have been most successful within the UN system for development at the regional level, the joint actions that we have sought to engage in, the responses that have been where we've been able to work together to address structural causes of inequality and promote a transformative recovery with equality and sustainability. In the report as well, we are seeking to provide examples of partnerships aimed at accelerating the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and SDGs in the region, as well as, of course, next steps forward. And Luis Felipe and I will do a little tango here and a tag team presentation. So I will start and Luis Felipe will then continue with the other topics, including our partnerships and our joint action proposals. As our dear friend Christian Quilamer has said, this is a reform that has been of the tremendous importance. It stems from Resolution 23 of the ECOSOC in 2020 and then endorsed by the General Assembly, which requests the Secretary General to continue to engage in inclusive consultations in transparent fashion, so that within the deliberations of ECOSOC, input is provided through July 2020, and then subsequently the existing processes and the economic commissions of the UN, as well as the other assets. That is to say, on a region by region basis, to look to see how we can restructure, reprofile, readjust the existing processes. Secondly, this regional repositioning should be conducted with the support, of course, of the regional economic commissions, in our case as well, of course, as well as the specialized agencies funds programs and regional offices for this development coordination office, all while preserving and reaffirming our roles and mandates. Clearly, the idea is that this report should go to ECOSOC, who has asked us to engage in this in a joint and collaborative fashion. The reform, as Christian has noted, addresses 5 core topics. The creation of this regional collaborative platform. It is an interagency platform. We need to say this quite clearly. It is one for collaboration in which ECLAC funds, programs, agencies are seeking to work together to provide greater and better results for you as member states. Second is to establish strong knowledge management hubs by pooling policy expertise that is currently scattered across different entities. Thirdly, enhancing transparency and results-based management. And it is precisely here, point 3, what we are doing with you here today, presenting this annual report on the system-wide results for the UN at the regional level. And this is something that we will be referring to very specifically here, that is enhancing transparency and results-based management. Item 4, of course, is launch region by region to change management processes, to consolidate existing capabilities with regard to statistics and data. And 5th, the identification of administrative services that could, in fact, be provided more efficiently to regional offices through common back offices and so forth. Now, we have sought to do this, and clearly, the collaboration platform was established in July of last year, and what we're reporting on is really the results of what has been done since then, and also a certain tradition and accumulated effort there, but nonetheless, it is a transitional report in that regard. The final report will be presented in 2022, but for now, I believe we are ready to note that the platform was established in November 2020, that we were indeed able to launch the SDG Gateway, the Knowledge Management Hub, and we've done this, of course, and have been able to then have the mapping of UN expertise and technical assistance that's underway, but nonetheless, we've made significant progress in SDG data and statistics that have been integrated into the SDG Gateway. This is the pathway forward. We'll be presenting this in greater detail on Thursday, of course, as well as the regional revamp of our management teams. We have other very important results that, of course, my colleague Luis Felipe will be addressing. This includes the working groups and the ICBs, IBCs, and this has really been a self-assessment and a taking stock. We've also made progress in the management system, as well as in the processes for consultation with regional representatives in the different countries. We've had a number of meetings, therefore, to see whether these thematic topics are in fact salient, germane to the resident coordinators in the different countries, to see whether, again, how we can work closer together. We've met 5 times yesterday, of course, under the leadership of Amina Mohammed. We met for the 5th time yesterday, and we've presented the progress that has been made. Of course, we have a communications group focusing on that, and sought to have a greater impact on statistical cooperation, particularly in the context of the Statistics Conference of the Americas and the progress that can be made administratively and operational at the regional level.
So the truth of the matter is that the background information for this report are, as I mentioned, the 3rd recommendation that I referred to earlier, and this aims to ensure that there's transparency, accountability, and results-based management at the regional level. So it's a transitional report, and I wanted to make that very clear because the regional collaborative platform was actually just recently set up in November 2020. And so this report also reflects the results of the work that we have carried out jointly, ECLAC more recently, but all of the other agencies and programs as part of the issue-based coalitions and working groups and other joint interagency initiatives as well. Now, the intent has been to provide a direct contribution to the COVID-19 crisis response and the advancement of the 2030 agenda and the SDGs. Now, this is a first report, the first report that we are submitting, and it would the true complete shaped report will be submitted to the member states in 2022, but I still believe that this is a significant step forward. Now, of course, you can't read anything on this screen, but nonetheless, these regional collaborative platforms have 12 key functions to provide criteria and guidelines to prepare the system-wide results report, to coordinate and transparently share policy relevant tools and knowledge products to facilitate development of regional common back office plans and effective and efficient management at the regional level. 4th, to promote change management process, to consolidate existing capacities for data and statistics. And 5, facilitate demand-driven integrated policy advice, normative support, and technical capacity. This is demand driven based on what you want, member states want, and through the country offices and the instructions we receive through the country offices, the resident coordinators, or from you directly, and also to promote coherent regional policy dialogues. We do that often from within ECLAC with the subsidiary bodies, and to On the right, top right, foster collaboration and sustainable development, and promote joint actions to address the gaps in SDG implementation. For example, many of these have been identified in regional fora, such as this one, and high-level political fora as well, to align regional and global agendas, to promote regional coherence as well with the policies agreed to at a global level, and of course to promote interagency joint actions, strategies, coalitions that involve exchanging staff and expertise across the entities. We've done that in the past and it's worked quite well. And then to foster interagency cooperation, collaboration, of course, I believe that that is the key. Now, the regional collaborative platform for Latin America and the Caribbean has a structure, and that's why we are here. In fact, we are here, and the chair is the DSG, and there are two vice chairs, Luis Felipe Lopez Calva and myself. We co-preside over this. We are the vice chairs, and then you have all the various UN agencies, funds, and programs working as part of this structure. Now, Luis Felipe will talk about the various coalitions that have been shaped and set up over time. Climate change and resilience, for example, another one on crime and violence, another one is equitable growth, and a new one, in fact, that was just adopted yesterday at the 5th meeting is a coalition on financing for development. I would have to say that all the funds, programs, and agencies, ECLAC, UNDP, for example, can come up with innovative ideas for sustainable development. This is key for the region. Governance and institutions and human mobility. So there are 6 substantive engagement coalitions, and there are 2 that are mainstream, cross-cutting: youth, for example, and then gender equality. As you can see, each one of these is presided over by a UN agency. And then we have the peer support group on the other side, the programmatic and operational effectiveness side. There's a partnerships and communication group as well. And then we have the SDG data and statistics group, the regional OMT, which is operational effectiveness, and then knowledge management. We also, I'm having a hard time working the presentation. Operational effectiveness, statistics. Anyhow, support with regard to knowledge management. And here we go. So what are the highlights of the UN systems-wide results at the regional level? Well, first of all, support was the goal was to provide support to the member states, to UN country teams, and to UN resident coordinators to respond to the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. Secondly, several interagency initiatives were launched to provide integrated responses to the challenges that have been exacerbated by the pandemic. So many of these interagency initiatives may involve 1 or 2, 3, 4, depending agencies. We will reach an agreement, and then we will launch joint reports or meetings or webinars, etc., that will aid the various parties to face the challenge. And then in many cases, the parties address the structural causes of inequality and, above all, how to move toward transformative recovery with equality and sustainability, of course, in alignment with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the SDGs. And now, above all, foster cooperation and leverage partnerships to accelerate implementation of the 2030 Agenda. That is the idea. And I would have to say that there are some aspects that are worth pointing out with regard to these joint response. So allow me to highlight just a few of these. As I mentioned, the next half of this presentation will be provided by Luis, and I would just like to quickly mention that there has been support for capacity building. I think I skipped a slide. Yes, I did. Here we go. So the first task that we have tried to spearhead has been providing evidence-based policy guidance. I think that has been key. That's been our strategic approach. And we have made an effort to provide support to all the countries with regard to disaster risk management and climate actions to build resilience in the area of employment, food and nutrition security, gender equality and women's empowerment, autonomy, health surveillance, infection prevention and control, clinical management, risk communication, and as far as health and the economy as well, health and human mobility too, and social protection. And of course, with regard to the impact of the pandemic on women, children, youth, older individuals, persons with disabilities, domestic workers, people of African descent, indigenous peoples, those with HIV/AIDS, migrants, refugees, and other displaced persons. We have also addressed online learning modalities and support for the safe reopening of schools, which is where many of the challenges lie today. And of course, safe infrastructure, let's not forget that, sustainable and inclusive business production as well, and violence against women, which is, and violence against children and adolescents and boys and girls, which is what we call the pandemic in the shadow. And of course, we do all this while also trying to provide support for capacity building. And now, obviously, this is a major issue, that is capacity building at the national and local levels. And here, what we have attempted to do has been to provide direct health emergency response to ministries of health and other national authorities, to provide training for health workers, specifically those who are on the front line, providing help for respondents and first responders and border control authorities, shelter centers, regional humanitarian workers who are caring for vulnerable groups, and with regard to knowledge sharing and peer learning as well on sectoral issues and key issues. For example, education, including disaster risk management and climate change, as we mentioned, violence, and I would have to say how we are able to engage youth and how we can ensure that we understand the impact of COVID-19 from a population and development perspective. And of course, training, support, peer learning for the preparation, very key here, the preparation implementation of United Nations socioeconomic response plans that are currently being implemented nationally with support from the UNDP. And finally for me, for my part of the presentation, I will refer to regional knowledge sharing and communication platforms. This, as you know, is something that is very costly and essential from ECLAC's perspective, because these regional knowledge sharing communication platforms are established to disseminate data and analysis. And that is what we have been able to do. We have set up the COVID-19 Observatory in Latin America and the Caribbean. And we this morning talked about a plethora of measures, and these are all contained under the observatory. Then we have the Social and Development and COVID-19 Observatory and the Latin American Laboratory for Assessment of the Quality of Education. This is key. UNESCO, UNICEF, UNDP, they're all very much involved. And then with the Regional Observatory and Prices for Medication or Medicine recommended by WHO for treating COVID-19. And there are key exercises there carried out by several colleagues on this fabulous platform. So that is where my part comes to an end. And I would like to give the floor to Luis Felipe, who will continue with this presentation. As I mentioned, this is just one presentation, and we have divided it into two. And so we are here continuing with this, and I would like to give the floor to Luis Felipe to do so. Thank you so much, and greetings, Alicia, greetings to Christian for moderating, and also I would like to greet the Vice Minister and the various delegates. other ministers present here today. Thank you so much for joining us, the permanent ambassadors, and all of my colleagues from the regional bodies, the UN funds and programs. This is a collective effort, as Alicia has underscored several times. And also thank you to the resident coordinators and civil society and academia. As I mentioned, it's a pleasure for me to be here, to be presenting this to you jointly with Alicia. This is a joint effort. I would just like to reiterate once again, would you assist me as a joint effort in working the PowerPoint presentation, please? Turning these slides. I would like to mention this. This is not exhaustive. Here you have just a list of some of the interagency initiatives. Some of these actually were launched prior to the formal launching of the platform. We have the thematic coalitions, for example, climate change and resilience. Here I would like to first refer to the last part of this slide, where there's mention of the PAHO WHO UNEP Joint Action Plan on the Environment and Health. This is a collective effort relative to the interactions between health and the environment. And then we have the Climate Promise, which is also a very key initiative spearheaded by UNDP, but with support from ECLAC, FAO, UNICEF, UNEP, and we have a group that is updating the national voluntary contributions, and then we have support for the low emissions group, IDB, UNDP, GIZ, ECLAC, Low Emissions Development Strategies Group, and then the Human Rights Office and the UN Environment Program have also been working on implementing international regional standards on environmental protection. So as I mentioned, this is not an exhaustive effort or list, if you will. For example, damage assessment in Latin America headed up by ECLAC and other bodies. And Dominican Republic, El Salvador, for example. These are just a few examples of the various initiatives. Crime and violence. Now I would just like to refer to two. There are several here, but two are essential. I would like to underscore the Spotlight initiative, supported by the European Union, and then violence against women and violence against children and adolescents. During the pandemic, it has been made even more patently clear the need to protect these vulnerable groups, and there has been a widespread interagency efforts. UNFPA, UNICEF, UNESCO have led up these initiatives, but other agencies have also joined the cause, if you will, to support this initiative. And then, as I mentioned, violence against women and violence against children, adolescents, these are key aspects as well. Broad-based interagency efforts here. Here the parties are coming up with data to improve the quality of public policies. Next slide, please. Here we have another thematic coalition, equitable growth, for example. Provided policy support to member states and UNCTs on issues related to employment, decent work, and informality, SMEs, among others. Now, there's also efforts underway, as I mentioned, to provide support for SMEs. The ILO, ECLAC are working there. And here we are working on how to better understand and do away with the restrictions leading to a high level of indebtedness, to bringing about better, larger fiscal spaces, for example, the Caribbean nations, and then assistance
de cuidados, que también ha sido
capacity building assistance to a wide range of stakeholders to advance sustainable social protection systems and new national care systems, and also to have green and blue drivers for growth, as mentioned in some of the previous sessions. We will refer to these as well in the future going forward. And then food systems, promote the strengthening of food systems and food security as well. Next slide, please. The fourth coalition refers to governance and institutions. Here, there's a great deal of agencies involved as well. The UNDP has played a key role here and has launched a new suite of offers here, if you will. Effective governance beyond recovery, for example, and other efforts underway by ECLAC and the Peace and Policy Division and the UNODC, as well as a study on efficient public procurement in Latin America to try to address the lack of transparency in public procurement systems. So there's also tools generated to increase youth political participation and understanding democratic values. And let's going back to raising awareness on the protection and promotion of civil space. Let's going back to this, to UNESCO played a key role in these youth political participation and understanding of democratic value initiatives. And then private sector, of course, working on human rights due diligence for the private sector.
The work, of course, that has been done in this context on the topic of human mobility has been important, including the framework for interregional agency coordination platform, the refugee and migrant response plan through the Quito process, as well as the projects implemented in the area of education, food security, health, and so forth that I've referred to a moment ago, as well as the development of comprehensive plans for El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Southeast Mexico, as well as the Global Compact on orderly migration and respect for human rights. The last two topics that I'd like to address in this context are the cross-cutting topics here of gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls. There has been very substantive work done here and recently much more visible work, working hand in hand with UN Women, ECLAC, UNDP, the Observatory on COVID recovery with a gender approach has been a topic of keen interest for UNDP and ECLAC in terms of a global tracker. The question of early marriage in 6 countries in the region, child marriage, early unions, has been a very important in terms of the work done by UNICEF, UNFPA, and there's been considerable success very recently, just last week, in terms of those announcements. Another topic, or another cross-cutting area, is youth. We are a young region. Some 35% of our population is considered to be youth in Latin America and the Caribbean. So we've worked with PAHO and UNICEF specifically on the topic of developing educational materials for young people. A survey was done on youth in the context of COVID-19 in an effort to guide public policy. And we've also engaged in consultation toward Beijing +25, as well as feminist youth in Latin America and the Caribbean. Those are the 5 topics, plus the funding for development that has been approved, again, in the context also of these cross-cutting topics of women and youth. primarily. We also are seeing an effort, as Alicia was saying, to create greater propinquity in between and among the government structures, think tanks, academia, and the other subsidiary entities and UN has also sought to strengthen these fora with a view toward adjustments and changes within the context of these thematic and regional platforms to be able to serve our stakeholders better. Just a few comments on the next steps forward. First, we would like to stress that we must move forward in the framework of the 2030 agenda and focus on the key enablers and try to avoid backsliding as a result of COVID-19. We've seen non-voluntary national reviews presented, and obviously we understand in the context of the restrictions, there have been challenges. We may not get to where we wanted to be, of course, but we need to look at the safe reopening of schools, business and economic units, and rolling out the continuity of government socioeconomic emergency measures to ensure women's participation, of course, in the development of those measures. Vaccines have been mentioned again today several times. Obviously, without appropriate rollout, we will not reach the new forms of stability that we want. And of course, there is the question of financing for development. Here, I am seeking to summarize the framework along these thematic topics or concepts. The acceleration of policy is aimed at the production mix, which of course has been a major challenge. Second, strengthening effective governance, including building legitimacy. Thirdly, rethinking our social welfare, social protection networks to ensure that they're universal, including universal healthcare systems, as well as better systems for increased access to financing in the governance structures, the global and regional levels, as well as policies that are inclusive to make sure that we reach the most vulnerable populations and leave no one behind. And lastly, of course, to integrate a systemic approach to risk and contribute to building multi-sectoral risk governance. In this context, our role within the region is to, of course, develop a short-term vision, as Alicia noted this morning, but not just that, but also to a mid and long term. So in this regard, our response to COVID is to continue to support RCs and UNCTs, to look also at the structural causes and provide joint actions to address SDG gaps, while also ensuring that we use sub-regional and regional strategies. Of course, there are issues that know no boundaries, no borders, and therefore we need to take a more regional tack so that we can ensure that we have a voice and participation on the global stage. That is the framework for the regional collaborative platform that we wanted to present to you today. Alicia mentioned, and someone mentioned in the chat today, that you didn't think it was appropriate that the two of us as Mexicans be dancing the tango. So you can imagine that it is perhaps the Mexican hat dance. But in any case, we certainly are trying to share with you the cross-cutting points, gender and youth here, of course, the lines of action and our thematic topics, and the work of the chairs working hand in hand with Christian and with all of the agencies, funds, and programs. We thank them for their collaboration and the efforts to interpret the mandate that the member states have given to us. And we seek, of course, to serve you as best we can. Thank you. Luis and Alicia, thank you very much for this very clear presentation. Those who have been listening, the member states and the others and representatives that are with us here today have a much clearer understanding of what is happening in the region within the UN system. So thank you for that report. As you have noted, it is a summary of the work of all of the institutions, ECLAC, the entire UN system across the region. I would like to give the floor to the delegation of Cuba, which has asked to make some comments. Cuba, the floor is yours. From the interpreters, we will do our best. Sound is extremely wanting. Thank you, Alicia and colleagues from the Secretariat at ECLAC, Luis Felipe, and other representatives of the funds, programs, and agencies of the UN system. I believe I should commence by expressing the congratulations of the government of Cuba and my own to the country teams, the UN system, across the board for the creation of this platform, and particularly Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Deputy Secretary Amin Mohammed for the work and the success in implementing and following up the 2030 agenda and the SDGs since their approval in 2015. I would like to highlight the UN system's response to the COVID-19 pandemic and their support for countries without ignoring the mid and long-term goals and the challenges inherent in sustainable development in our region and elsewhere. We have seen in our region efficiency in the coordination of the different agencies, funds, and programs within the UN that have organized effectively to use available resources in environmental, social, and economic areas, and particularly grappling with the challenges that are unique to our region. We appreciate this proposal on thematic areas and the report that has been presented, particularly the Fund for Sustainable Development, which we find to be enormously salient. We look forward to studying them in greater depth and to contributing to their enhancement. In Cuba, we have a tradition of working hand in hand with the UN and a commitment to the organization in strengthening South-South and triangular cooperation as part of our efforts within the context of the principles and values of the UN Charter. Last year, we have agreed with the UN on a new framework for 2020 to 2024 work in Cuba that goes hand in hand with our 2030 agenda domestically, as well as the UN worldwide SDGs. We have worked with 22 programs, agencies, and funds in conjunction with Consuelo Villaluz, our resident director, who has put the resources available to her, has made those resources available to us nationally, supporting the key areas in transformation, as well as the alliances through South-South cooperation as part of our global cooperation that Cuba seeks to move forward. In the context of the pandemic, we have worked hand in hand with the UN system, specifically with UNDP, in the system and the efforts to combat the pandemic. We mobilized funds from different programs and projects and repositioned funding for different emergencies in Cuba to be able to combat the pandemic from the start. We've also moved to fight COVID-19 in an array of fashions, and we have 5 potential vaccines available that have been developed and are in phase 3 trials, as has been noted, that we hope to soon make available to the region. We look forward to contributing to the priorities identified nationwide and across the region, and that once again we can show how the UN system and member states can work together effectively to, in the shortest possible period of time, reach the 2030 agenda and meet the SDGs, working with respect for national sovereignty and right to self-determination, with a view toward transformation and implementation of the SDG agenda. Thank you. Thank you very much to the delegate of Cuba for this very positive feedback that enables us to continue to work and inspires us to work at our Councilor Consuelo Vidal, of course, and the work in general with Cuba that has been important, and we look forward to continuing to contribute to progress nationally. On that note, I think it is timely to conclude this segment. We said we would have about just an hour for this. I will give Alicia and Luis Felipe the floor for any final thoughts before returning the floor to the Vice Chancellor, to Christian Guillemette. Luis Felipe, Alicia, any final thoughts?
Gracias, Christian.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Cuba, for those remarks as well, where there is tremendous work that has been ongoing there that is appreciated. We are working collectively and have been doing so, focusing on concrete issues, working on the basis of the needs and demands of each state in context. And so in this regard, we are seeking to consolidate a structure that we believe will be useful, agile, and productive to the work across the region. Thank you again, Christian, and let me return the floor to the host. Thank you. Alicia? Thank you. I would like to note that we've, of course, heard the remarks of Cuba. Of course, we have strong ties and a strong history of cooperation that's now consolidated with this new fashion in which we are working within the UN, which we're seeking to conclude.
Because this platform would not have been possible without the contribution of a very robust and capable and dedicated team. This is what we have called a joint secretariat of the platform. And I just wanted to point out the participation of Diego Zabaleta, Maria Guayar from the UNDP, and on ECLAC side, Luis Yañez, Emilia Rosa, Jamie, and Luis Flores. And as far as your office is concerned, Christian, I would like to recognize you in your role, of course, but Alicia Betias and Sofia, Aechi, because without you, it would have been very difficult to have come so far. So I just wanted to thank all of you across the board for everything. This has been a very necessary session for us and the 24 entities that have worked together on this. And so it's very important for your member states to know what is going on. And also, I see that many resident coordinators are joining us online. So I'm very pleased to see that. So once again, thank you, Christian, both Christian Salazar and our dear Vice Minister, Christian Guillermet. And so once again, of course, I would like to mention that it has been such a pleasure to work with Luis Felipe. Maybe we will not be having any toasting or anything, but we'll find a way. So it's been a pleasure to work with all of you. Thank you for everything. Thank you so much, Alicia. It's nice to think about distractions and other celebratory moments when everything is so difficult. So thank you for your kind remarks. And we are all here together working as a team. And we know that the teams behind the scenes have really put forward their best efforts. So thank you for all of that. Now, with that, dear colleagues, dear participants here today at this final session of the day, instead of summarizing, I would like to give the floor back to the Vice Minister of Costa Rica, Christian Guillermet. It's been quite a pleasure, Christian, to carry the baton forward, and I hope that we will have more opportunities in the future to work together. This has been such a pleasant session, so best of luck on the remaining days of the forums. Thank you so much, Christian. Yes, it has truly been a pleasure to do this. And when we refer to the term multilateralism and cooperation, innovation, transformation, obviously, all of these adjectives, or rather nouns in this case, are buoyed up with optimism and hope and future. And so over the hours of today and yesterday, we have underscored many challenges, but at the same time, we must not forget to point out the positive. We heard some very nice musical interludes, and let's all envision the universal symbol of fire. And we are confined, some of us, and we have the masks between us, but at some point in time, perhaps we will be seated around a fire all together again. So there's always hope. I just wanted to thank all of the team here, all of my team in San Jose and the others, Ambassador Murillo and Santiago, ECLAC team, Garasu ambassadors team as well, Ambassador Garasu's team, and all the other individuals who have provided their grain of salt so that this first day of the Forum of the Latin American and Caribbean nations for sustainable development has been a success. Thank you so much. I'm sure that we will continue to celebrate a handful of successes over the next few days. And I would not like to convene without recognizing the efforts of Alicia Bárcena, our leader on this path forward towards sustainable, inclusive, green, blue development and all the other colors one can think of. I'm very pleased to have joined you today, and tomorrow on March 17th, we will be seeing each other again at 10 a.m. Costa Rica time, and I wish you a healthy, pleasant, enjoyable afternoon. Blessings to all of you.
Adiós. Adiós, canciller, que esté muy bien. Vamos a bailar al son de ese fuego.
Muchas gracias, querido embajador. Un gran abrazo.
Adiós.
Luego, muchas gracias. Thank you. Bye bye. Muchas gracias, Alicia. Siempre un gusto.
Muchas gracias.